Chapter 971. Michael vs. Alicia. As the minutes ticked away, the sun embarked on its journey toward the horizon, casting a golden glow over the land. The Hulwick Island, shrouded in darkness, exuded an air of foreboding that sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Fear clung to them like a heavy cloak, their hearts pounding with trepidation. Amidst the onlookers, the Guardians stood tall and resolute, their unwavering loyalty to the Guardian Guild eclipsing their own fears. Those who had harbored doubts about facing the Dark Lord had fled, leaving behind a steadfast core of Guardians ready to defend their cause. As twilight descended upon the Azer continent, the Guardians on the airships sprang into action. They brought forth massive crystals infused with potent magic and activated the ancient runes etched upon them. Like radiant beacons, these crystals emitted a brilliant light that pierced through the encroaching darkness, illuminating the entire island. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation, drawing thousands of cultivators to gather at a safe distance, both in the skies and on the ground. Their eyes were fixed on the Hulwick Island, hearts pounding with a mixture of fear, curiosity, and a thirst for witnessing history unfold. The scene was a tapestry of contrasting emotions, the onlookers caught in a web of anxiety and the Guardians, standing as beacons of courage and dedication. The crystal's enchanting glow painted the island in a surreal brilliance, creating an ethereal spectacle that intensified the weight of the impending clash. On the vast expanse of the Hulwick Island, the Guardians stood in solemn formations, their silver armor gleaming under the radiant crystal light. 700 brave souls, resolute and prepared for the impending battle that would soon unfold. Led by Alicia with unwavering determination etched upon her face, they stood united as a formidable force. At the forefront of the Guardians, Alicia stood tall, her gaze fixed upon the distant horizon. The weight of responsibility rested upon her shoulders, and she felt the collective anticipation emanating from her comrades behind her. With each passing moment, the air grew heavy with a sense of impending doom, the tension palpable. Alicia's eyes, sharp and focused, scanned the horizon. She knew that at any second the Dark Lord and his army could descend upon them. Her heart pounded in her chest, a rhythmic reminder of the adrenaline coursing through her veins. The wind whispered through her silver armor, as if echoing the restless murmurs of the Guardians around her. Her grip tightened around the hilt of her sword, a symbol of her unwavering resolve. Alicia was determined to defend the Guardian Guild, protect her comrades, and uphold the honor entrusted to her. She had trained relentlessly, honing her skills and harnessing her inner strength for this very moment. As the sun bid its final farewell, the once serene sky transformed into a canvas of foreboding storm clouds on the distant horizon. A sight that sent a shiver down the spines of the onlookers, as whispers of fear escaped their lips. The clouds crackled with flashes of crimson lightning, casting an eerie glow that danced across the darkened heavens. With an alarming speed, the tempestuous clouds surged towards the Hulwick Isle, causing the very sea above to tremble in response. Powerful waves rose and crashed against the shoreline, their tumultuous roars echoing through the air. The atmosphere grew heavy with a sense of impending doom, as if nature itself recognized the arrival of a formidable force. The onlookers, their gazes fixated upon the encroaching storm, felt a chill creep down their spines. Unspoken words carried on the wind, and the name, the Dark Lord, reverberated in hushed tones. A name that struck fear into the hearts of those who had heard tales of his power and ruthlessness. In the face of this ominous spectacle, uncertainty and trepidation permeated the air. The storm clouds, a harbinger of the Dark Lord's imminent arrival, served as a stark reminder of the impending clash between the forces of light and darkness. The time for talk and speculation had passed. It was now a moment to brace themselves for the storm that was about to descend upon the Hulwick Isle. As the storm clouds drew closer, the atmosphere thickened with anxiety and fear. The onlookers huddled together, their voices trembling with uncertainty and anticipation. "I can't believe it's really happening," whispered one rogue cultivator, his eyes wide with dread. "The Dark Lord is coming. We're about to witness a war like no other." "Do you think there's any hope for the Guardian Guild?" a news reporter asked, her voice laced with concern. "Can they withstand the might of the Dark Lord and his forces?" A cultivator, his face etched with worry, shook his head. "Not sure. The Dark Lord has conquered every obstacle in his path. It feels like nothing can stop him." "But what about the previous Supreme Guardian? They were siblings, right?" a young cultivator inquired, his voice quivering. "Wouldn't the Dark Lord show mercy to his own flesh and blood?" "It's hard to say," replied an elder cultivator, his voice filled with a mix of resignation and determination. All we can do is pray for the strength and resilience of the Guardian Guild. They have trained for this moment and they will fight with everything they have. The Guardians swiftly formed their defensive positions, organizing themselves with precision and discipline. Warships on the sea and airships in the sky adjusted their formations, ready to protect the island. Meanwhile, Alicia gracefully soared into the air, her departure leaving a powerful shockwave resonating through the ground. She positioned herself in the sky, ready to face the Dark Lord directly. As the storm clouds dispersed, a hushed silence fell upon the scene. To the astonishment of everyone present, there stood Michael, alone and composed, suspended in the sky. Contrary to their expectations, there was no army accompanying him. He exuded an air of confidence, a calm smile playing upon his lips. His long black coat billowed in the wind, and his black sunglass concealed his true emotions, leaving onlookers guessing. The Guardian Guild's army watched in disbelief, their gazes locked on the enigmatic figure before them. They had braced themselves for a full-scale war, expecting a vast army to oppose them. Yet, there stood the Dark Lord, seemingly unperturbed by the lack of reinforcements. It was a perplexing sight that sent a ripple of uncertainty through their ranks. Whispers of confusion and disbelief spread among the Guardians and the onlookers. They questioned the reason behind the Dark Lord's solitary appearance. Was this a calculated move? Or had something unexpected occurred? As they sought answers, tension hung heavy in the air, a palpable energy that heightened their anticipation. Michael, unfazed by the gazes fixed upon him, continued to wear his enigmatic smile. His presence alone held a powerful aura, casting a shadow of uncertainty over the Guardian Guild. Michael's gaze locked with Alicia's, their eyes meeting amidst the tense atmosphere. With a casual gesture, he cracked his neck and flexed his knuckles, projecting an air of nonchalance. Alicia, her voice amplified by the prevailing silence, accused him with contempt. "What do you intend, you murderer? Where is your army?" Her words reverberated across the field, capturing the attention of all present. Yet, Michael's response was a mere chuckle, unfazed by her accusations. "An army is unnecessary to deal with your puny guild. I have a personal debt to settle with your organization, and I intend to do so with my own hands," he retorted, casting a fleeting glance at the amassed Guardian Guild forces. In the face of 700 Guardians, numerous warships dotting the sea, and a myriad of airships in the sky, accompanied by formidable cultivators and weapons, Michael exhibited no signs of trepidation. Instead, it was the Guardians themselves who began to quiver at the sight of his half-celestial stage cultivation. Their loyalty and bravery wavered as they came face to face with the notorious Dark Lord. "What did you do with Noah? Where is he?" Alicia's unexpected question caught Michael off guard. It was evident that she believed he held some responsibility for Noah's disappearance following the Nagaland War. Yet, as always, Alicia's assumptions were misguided. While it was true that Michael had dispatched his minions to search for Noah, he had no involvement in the Guardian Guild leader's vanishing act. In truth, Michael himself wondered about Noah's whereabouts. However, now was not the time for discussions about Noah. His purpose here was to eradicate the Guardian Guild from existence, to leave no trace of their presence in this world. "I couldn't care less about your husband," Michael scoffed, his voice laced with disdain. He took pleasure in taunting Alicia, knowing it would provoke a reaction. "But perhaps you should feel grateful. If he's still alive, he might attempt to rescue his beloved guild," Michael sneered, a wicked smirk playing on his lips. The mention of Alicia's husband struck a nerve, causing her to clench her fists tightly. "And if your husband didn't hold such an unwavering devotion to his guild, I have no doubt he would come running to protect you, his cherished wife," Michael added, his words dripping with sarcasm. "Normally I wouldn't even consider this, but since you appear so weak and feeble, he'll offer you a chance to flee," Michael taunted, gesturing for Alicia to escape. He knew deep down that she would never take him up on his offer. Alicia let out a mocking snicker in response to Michael's offer. "I am Alicia Winston, and Winstons don't run," she retorted, her voice filled with determination. Michael couldn't help but chuckle at her response. "Yes, Winstons are stupid," Michael laughed, his amusement evident. However, Alicia quickly found a retort that struck a nerve. "And you, by birth, are also a Winston," Alicia snickered, her words laced with a hint of satisfaction. A momentary flicker of anger flashed in Michael's eyes, hidden behind his dark sunglasses. Yet he swiftly regained his composure. He was the master of control, never allowing his emotions to get the best of him. "Fortunately for me, I was abandoned," Michael calmly replied. Otherwise, I might have become a mindless puppet under the control of Skyhall and the Guardian Guild. He spoke with a touch of bitterness, revealing a glimpse into his past and the complex dynamics that shaped his journey. Alicia's voice trembled with anger as she retorted, "At least we didn't become deranged, mass-murdering psychopaths like you." The memories of what Michael had done to her brother and the countless lives he had mercilessly taken in Thusia and Nagaland fueled Alicia's intense hatred toward him. Despite the fact that Michael was Noah's brother, there was not an ounce of love or compassion for him in Alicia's heart. "Ah, the typical facade of righteousness," Michael responded, his tone laced with sarcasm. He saw through Alicia's motives clearly. "You may deceive others with your leadership in this war, but you can't fool me. Your true intention is to avenge your brother. The lives I've taken mean nothing to you. You're simply using these people in the hope of getting your revenge against me. If you truly cared about their lives, you would have urged them to abandon the guild and flee." Michael gestured toward the army of guardians standing before him, emphasizing Alicia's true intentions. "But no, you want to cling to a small glimmer of hope that you can defeat me with their help. Well, here's an offer for you. Since you despise me so much and claim to value lives, I'll reduce my cultivation to match your fusion stage. I'll even fight you with my eyes closed and one hand behind my back. If you manage to make me bleed even a single drop of blood, I will spare the Guardian Guild and everyone here." The onlookers were taken aback by Michael's unexpected proposition, their astonishment evident on their faces. He continued to shock them with his unconventional offer, challenging Alicia directly. Michael noticed the flicker of temptation in Alicia's eyes as he presented his offer. He locked his gaze with hers, urging her to consider the gravity of the situation. "Come now, Lady Winston. Cast aside your pride for a moment and truly see the lives at stake here," Michael implored, his voice filled with a hint of persuasion. He gestured towards the surrounding people, emphasizing their youth and the potential they held. "They have dreams to fulfill, futures ahead of them. Are you willing to let your stubbornness cloud your judgment and let them perish? Deep down, we both know that this is your sole opportunity to save all these lives." His words hung in the air, carrying a weight of truth. The onlookers watched in anticipation, fully aware that this moment held the fate of many. Alicia's eyes flickered with a mix of determination and conflict as she contemplated Michael's offer, the choice before her growing increasingly clear. "If you're still unsure about my offer, allow me to give you a glimpse of the force you'll be facing," Michael stated, his smile fading from his face. As he spoke, a sense of darkness pervaded the surroundings, casting an eerie shadow over the area. Suddenly, one of the massive crystals previously used to illuminate the island shattered into pieces without any visible cause. The guardians and onlookers stood frozen in shock, witnessing the display of Michael's power. With a slight adjustment of his sunglasses, Michael unleashed two menacing beams from his eyes. The dark beams pierced through the floating warship in the distance, effortlessly slicing it in half. Even the powerful shield generated by intricate arrays failed to protect the vessel. The severed halves tumbled from the sky, crashing into the sea below and erupting in a fiery explosion. The onlookers gasped in disbelief at the sheer destructive force unleashed by Michael. The realization of his immense power settled upon them like a heavy weight. It was a clear demonstration that challenging him would be a formidable task. "I accept," Alicia quickly responded, determined to prevent further loss of life. Michael smiled and removed his sunglasses, placing them around his neck. With a raised hand, he caused a momentary jolt among the army of guardians, causing them to tense, thinking he was about to unleash an attack. However, Michael's amusement was evident as a piece of cloth gracefully flew into his grasp from the island. Deliberately, he tied the cloth securely over his eyes, obscuring his vision. With a swift motion of his wrist, he summoned his legendary weapon, the Doombringer, from his spatial ring. The imposing warhammer possessed a unique design, featuring one blunt head and one pointed head. Engraved with ancient runes and infused with an ice core of immense power, the Doombringer granted Michael the ability to summon intense frost at will. Its black surface gleamed ominously under the moonlight. As he positioned his hand behind his back, Michael's cultivation gradually diminished from the half-celestial stage to the fusion stage. However, this decision was not an act of recklessness or foolishness on his part. With a thorough scan of his surroundings, he ensured there were no unexpected surprises awaiting him during the impending duel. Moreover, his loyal minions stood watch from a safe distance, ensuring no interference would disrupt the battle he was about to engage in. Michael carried out these actions not out of arrogance but to demonstrate the stark contrast between his power and Alicia's perceived strength. By covering his eyes and restricting his dominant hand, he aimed to highlight how feeble Alicia's hopes of seeking revenge truly were. It was a calculated move to expose her vulnerability and emphasize the vast power differential between them. This display was intended to make Alicia realize the futility of her efforts and the impossibility of overcoming Michael's might. "Let's begin," Michael declared. His voice resonated with a calm confidence that sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. With those simple words, the air crackled with anticipation, and the stage was set for an intense showdown between the Dark Lord and Alicia, who longed to avenge her brother and end Michael's life for years. The atmosphere grew heavy with suspense as everyone held their breath, knowing that the clash between these two formidable warriors would decide the fate of countless lives. Chapter 972. Michael vs. Alicia 2. Alicia's sword glinted in the crystal light as she lunged forward, her eyes focused and determination etched on her face. With a swift, fluid motion, she aimed a powerful strike toward Michael's chest. But to her astonishment, Michael effortlessly sidestepped the attack, his blindfolded eyes seemingly seeing every move. As Alicia's sword sliced through the air, Michael smoothly evaded each subsequent slash with a series of agile movements. His body seemed to flow with the rhythm of the battle, his reflexes honed to perfection. With remarkable precision, he relied on his heightened senses and intuition to predict Alicia's every move. Using only his legs, Michael executed acrobatic flips and twists, avoiding Alicia's strikes with an ethereal grace. He moved with such fluidity that it appeared as if he were dancing in midair. Alicia's frustration grew as her attacks were effortlessly evaded, unable to land a single blow on her elusive opponent. In one particular moment, as Alicia aimed a diagonal slash towards Michael's exposed flank, he swiftly twisted his body, dodging the attack with a hair's breadth. In that split second, he countered with a lightning-fast kick, propelling himself backward and catching Alicia off guard. His foot connected with her abdomen, launching her backward through the air. Undeterred, Alicia quickly regained her composure and resumed her assault. She unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes, her sword a blur in the night sky. Yet, no matter how relentless her onslaught, Michael's evasion remained flawless. With every step, twist, and turn, he seemed to anticipate her moves, leaving her sword to slice through empty air. Michael's agility was matched only by his extraordinary speed. At one moment, as Alicia attempted a surprise attack from above, he smoothly flipped backward, his body arcing in a seamless motion. In midair, he extended his leg and delivered a powerful kick directly to Alicia's chest, sending her hurtling downwards. The aerial duel continued, the clash of wills and skills playing out in the vast expanse of the sky. Michael's movements were a captivating display of grace and mastery, each evasion and counterattack executed with precision and finesse. Despite the blindfold obscuring his vision and the handicap of using only one hand and his legs, he seemed to possess an otherworldly awareness, effortlessly outmaneuvering Alicia at every turn. The battle raged on, the sky serving as the backdrop for this extraordinary display of combat prowess. Each move, each evasion, and each counterattack showcased Michael's dominance over his opponent, leaving no doubt as to the vast gap in their skills. As the clash continued, the outcome of this epic confrontation hung in the balance, the fate of the Guardian Guild itself resting on the outcome of this fateful battle in the heavens. As Alicia realized that her sword strikes were proving ineffective, she decided to switch tactics. Channeling her magical energy, she summoned a chilling breeze around her, creating an aura of frost. With a determined expression, she cast a spell, sending shards of ice hurtling toward Michael. But Michael was ready. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed his Doombringer high into the air, allowing it to spin gracefully. In that brief moment, he swiftly summoned his black shield with his free hand, the shield retracting on his forearm in a blink of an eye. As the shards of ice approached, Michael expertly maneuvered the shield, blocking and deflecting each projectile effortlessly. He taunted Alicia with a sly smile, his voice carrying through the wind. "Is that the best you can do, Alicia? Casting your frosty spells hoping for a lucky hit? I must say your attempts are rather feeble. I expected more from the mighty Alicia Winston." With a swift motion, Michael caught his Doombringer as it descended from above. He twirled the warhammer in his hand, the runes etched upon it shimmering ominously. "You couldn't even land a single hit on me blindfolded and fighting with one hand. It's truly a pitiful sight." Alicia gritted her teeth, her determination intensifying. She unleashed a torrent of icy projectiles, hoping to overwhelm Michael's defenses. But each time he blocked her spells with precise timing and graceful movements. His black shield seemed impenetrable, absorbing the impact of the ice shards without faltering. With every blocked spell, Michael continued to taunt Alicia. "Is this all you've got, Alicia? I expected a more formidable challenge. Perhaps you should consider giving up and saving yourself the embarrassment." His mocking words echoed through the air, fueling Alicia's determination even further. She refused to be discouraged by his taunts, pushing her magical abilities to the limit. Yet, no matter how relentless her assault became, Michael's defenses remained unyielding. The fight continued in a mesmerizing display of skill and defiance. Michael effortlessly deflected Alicia's frosty spells, his movements fluid and stylish. He danced with his shield and his Doombringer, a symphony of agility and power. Each block, each parry, was executed with finesse and precision, mocking Alicia's attempts at victory. As Alicia unleashed a flurry of spells, Michael deftly blocked and evaded each one with his black shield, his movements seamless and precise. With his blindfold still in place, he relied on his heightened senses and instinct to anticipate Alicia's attacks. In between deflecting spells, Michael closed the distance between them with lightning speed. He unleashed a series of swift kicks, aiming for vulnerable points. His strikes were accurate and powerful, sending shockwaves through the air. Alicia tried her best to evade, but Michael's agility and speed made it nearly impossible. Occasionally, Michael would incorporate his Doombringer into his attacks, swinging it with tremendous force. Each strike was calculated and devastating, making Alicia's defenses crumble. The sheer impact of his blows sent her flying backward, her body spinning uncontrollably through the sky. With a final, forceful kick, Michael sent Alicia hurtling toward the hovering warships. She crashed onto one of the vessels, her body skidding across its surface. The impact was fierce, leaving her gasping for breath and coughing up blood. Michael hovered in the air, a sinister smirk spreading across his face. "Is that all you have, Alicia? Your feeble attempts are nothing compared to my power. You are outmatched and outclassed." He slowly descended towards Alicia's location, his Doombringer hanging loosely by his side. The wind whispered around them, carrying his mocking words. "You thought you could avenge your brother? You thought you could defeat me? How pathetic." Alicia struggled to rise, her body bruised and battered. She glared up at Michael, defiance flickering in her eyes. Despite the pain, she summoned the last vestiges of her strength. "I won't give up. I will make you pay." Michael's laughter echoed through the air, a chilling sound that sent shivers down Alicia's spine. "Oh, Alicia, your determination is admirable. But it's futile. This battle is already decided. You cannot defeat me." With Alicia struggling to regain her footing, Michael seized the opportunity to unleash a relentless assault. He no longer held back, his every move executed with lethal precision. The blindfold that covered his eyes seemed inconsequential as he effortlessly anticipated Alicia's feeble attempts to defend herself. His movements were a blur as he closed in on her, striking with lightning speed. A barrage of punches and kicks rained down upon Alicia, each blow infused with a chilling aura. She could barely react as the force of his attack sent her reeling, her body battered and bruised. Michael's strikes were relentless, his ferocity unmatched. He seemed to possess an otherworldly grace as he weaved through the air, striking with calculated accuracy. His Doombringer, momentarily forgotten, hung silently by his side, as his bare hands proved to be more than sufficient. No longer mocking, Michael's voice turned cold and menacing. "Did you really think you stood a chance against me, Alicia? You're nothing more than an annoyance." Each blow from Michael sent Alicia spiraling further into despair. She gasped for air, pain coursing through her body with every movement. Desperation fueled her resolve as she tried desperately to muster a counterattack, but her efforts were in vain. Michael's onslaught continued unabated, leaving her defenseless. As Alicia's strength waned, Michael's sadistic laughter filled the air. "Pathetic. You cannot defeat me. Your struggle only makes me laugh." His voice dripped with a cruel satisfaction, relishing in the torment he inflicted upon her. With one final devastating strike, Michael sent Alicia hurtling backward, her body crashing into the remnants of a shattered warship. The impact reverberated through the air, leaving Alicia motionless and battered, her will to fight shattered. Michael hovered above her, a triumphant smirk etched upon his face. "This is your fate, Alicia Winston. Remember it as the price you pay for standing against me." The battlefield fell silent, save for Alicia's labored breaths. The Dark Lord had proven his dominance, leaving Alicia and the Guardian Guild in a state of helplessness. As Alicia summoned the last remnants of her strength, a flicker of desperation gleamed in her eyes. With a resolute determination, she channeled her life force into a forbidden spell, a powerful surge of frost gathering in her outstretched hands. The temperature plummeted as the air around her crackled with raw energy. But Michael only snickered in response, his amusement apparent. He raised his Doombringer, the ancient ice core within resonating with his command. In an instant, a formidable stream of frost surged forth, meeting Alicia's spell head-on. The clash was cataclysmic, a clash of elemental powers that chilled everything around them. The streams of frost clashed in the middle of the sky, creating a swirling vortex of icy energy. The intense cold permeated the air, causing even the bravest warriors to shiver. Alicia strained against the overwhelming force, her spell beginning to falter under the weight of Michael's power. With each passing moment, Michael's frost gained ground, inching closer to Alicia. The power within his attack overwhelmed her, extinguishing her desperate attempt to turn the tide. His mastery over ice and cold proved to be far superior, leaving Alicia defenseless against his relentless onslaught. Alicia's expression twisted with a mixture of determination and despair as she fought to hold back Michael's frost. The strain was evident in her weary eyes, her life force depleting with every passing second. Yet she refused to yield, clinging to the faint hope that she could somehow emerge victorious. But Michael's grin widened, his eyes glinting with a mixture of malice and satisfaction. He relished in her futile struggle, knowing that her efforts were in vain. The power of his frost grew stronger, a relentless force that overwhelmed Alicia's fading spell. As Michael's frost inched closer, Alicia's resistance waned. Her spell faltered, weakened by the sheer magnitude of Michael's power. The frost enveloped her, freezing her movements, draining her life force with each passing second. In a final display of dominance, Michael's frost consumed Alicia completely, encasing her in a crystalline prison. Her body stood frozen, a monument to her valiant yet futile resistance. Michael descended slowly, his eyes fixed upon the frozen figure before him. The guardians and onlookers stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. They had witnessed the battle unfold before them, their hopes dwindling with each passing moment. Despite Alicia's unwavering determination, it became painfully apparent that she couldn't land a single hit on the Dark Lord, even with his blindfolded eyes and one hand behind his back. Whispers of disbelief rippled through the crowd as they struggled to comprehend the magnitude of Michael's power. They had known he was formidable, but to witness his effortless evasion and domination over Alicia, their esteemed leader, left them shaken to the core. The reality of their situation began to sink in, overshadowing their earlier courage and resolve. The onlookers exchanged glances, their faces etched with a mix of fear and awe. They had placed their faith in Alicia, hoping that she would be the one to stand against the Dark Lord and lead them to victory. But now their hopes were shattered, replaced by a grim understanding of the immense gap in power between them. Whispers turned into hushed murmurs as they struggled to comprehend the extent of Michael's skill. How could someone fight with such finesse, with such mastery over their own body in the battlefield? The Guardians questioned their own abilities, their own worth in the face of such overwhelming superiority. All eyes were fixated on the Dark Lord, Michael and Alicia, who was trapped within the crystalline prison. The onlookers held their breath, unsure of what would unfold next. They were aware of the deep-seated animosity between Michael and Alicia, yet they couldn't help but wonder how this complicated dynamic would play out. Despite their shared history and the enmity between them, Alicia was Noah's wife, which made Alicia the Dark Lord's sister-in-law, and that fact added an unexpected layer of uncertainty to the situation. The crowd was left to speculate about the Dark Lord's intentions. Would he strike down Alicia with ruthless indifference, disregarding the connection? Or would some remnant of compassion and familial bond sway his actions? Chapter 973, Alicia's Death. I have released new DBS and AHSS chapters. Enjoy the chapters. While Alicia's body remained trapped within the crystal, the Alpha Guardians sprang into action, determined to rescue her from her crystalline prison. With urgency in their eyes, they ascended to the sky, their hearts filled with hope and determination. As Michael, the Dark Lord, loomed above them, a chilling silence fell over the battlefield. His towering presence exuded a sense of power and menace, sending a shiver down the spines of those who dared to challenge him. With a swift and commanding motion, Michael raised his mighty Doombringer, a weapon of devastating power. Its ominous aura filled the air, a foreboding sign of the imminent danger that awaited. A collective gasp escaped the lips of the Alpha Guardians as they witnessed the impending strike. Their hearts pounded in their chests, knowing that time was running out to save their fallen comrade. Michael removed the blindfold and threw the piece of cloth down. Then, in a swift, decisive motion, Michael swung his Doombringer toward the crystal that confined Alicia. The impact echoed through the air, causing the fragile structure to shatter into countless shards that glittered like stars. As the crystal shattered, a tragic sight unfolded before the eyes of the Alpha Guardians. Some of the crystal fragments were stained with a deep crimson hue, Alicia's blood mingling with the broken pieces. The sight was a painful reminder of the sacrifice and the life that had been abruptly taken away. The Alpha Guardians stood frozen for a moment, their hearts heavy with grief and disbelief. The loss of their esteemed ally left an indelible mark on their souls, a reminder of the brutal reality of their world. The unfolding scene sent shockwaves through the witnesses and the Guardians, shaking them to their very core. Some among them held a glimmer of hope, believing that Alicia's connection to Noah, the Dark Lord's brother, might invoke a flicker of mercy from Michael. They thought that familial ties could soften his heart and spare Alicia's life. However, contrary to their expectations, Michael coldly and swiftly ended Alicia's existence, without a second thought. Deep within Michael's being, he harbored a profound understanding of Alicia's vehement hatred towards him. He recognized the dangerous depths of her animosity, aware that if she were allowed to live, she would continue plotting against him relentlessly. He feared that her unrelenting hatred would erode her righteousness, transforming her into a force that could harm those dear to him, particularly Gaia, his soon-to-be wife. Having conversed with the previous Dark Lord, Michael had learned of the grim fate that awaited Gaia in countless other timelines, where death claimed her without fail. Determined to shield her from harm and ensure her survival, Michael made a solemn vow. He resolved to protect her at all costs, prepared to eliminate anyone who posed a threat to her safety, devoid of even the faintest trace of mercy. In his unwavering determination, Michael was willing to face the entire world, should it turn against him. His resolve to safeguard his beloved wife was unyielding, as he would go to any lengths necessary, even if it meant extinguishing countless lives, to ensure her continued existence. Following Alicia's demise, Michael's inner energy surged forth, breaking free from its suppressed state. His cultivation soared, propelling him from the fusion stage to the lofty realm of the half-celestial stage. The sheer power emanating from him caused a gentle whistling sound that resonated throughout the vicinity, a testament to his overwhelming aura. In a commanding gesture, Michael raised his hand and swiftly snapped his fingers. The crystals adorning the airships, which emitted a brilliant luminosity, shattered into countless fragments. As a consequence, darkness enveloped the Hulwick Isle and its surroundings once more, casting a shadow over the previously illuminated expanse. As the darkness engulfed the surroundings, Michael invoked the Cloak of Shadows, a mystical veil that encased him entirely. Within this shroud, his form became obscured, and dark flames flickered ominously around him. Hovering in midair, Michael slowly drew his dual dark swords from their scabbards, their blades gleaming with an eerie darkness. Meanwhile, the guardians of the guild stood resolute, prepared to defend their cause and fight to the bitter end. Warships, both in the sky and on the sea, adjusted their cannons and weapons, taking aim at the imposing figure of the Dark Lord. Undeterred by the immense disparity in cultivation, hundreds of guardians ascended into the sky, ready to confront Michael in a valiant aerial battle. As the Alpha Guardians, Roshan, Vivian, and Garrick soared through the sky with their troops, their eyes fixed on their sole adversary, Michael, the Dark Lord. The battle unfolded on a grand scale, with the fate of their world hanging in the balance. Roshan, with his commanding presence akin to a majestic lion, led the charge of the Beast Guardians. Golden-maned and resolute, he unleashed a primal roar that resonated across the battlefield. His fellow guardians, embodying the ferocity of untamed beasts, joined him in a synchronized assault. They pounced upon Michael, their claws tearing through the air with lightning speed, while others summoned the forces of nature to bind and hinder him. Vivian, her fiery-haired visage shimmering with mystic power, commanded the Sorcerer Guardians. Positioned strategically, she wove intricate spells that ignited the sky with bursts of dazzling energy. Her incantations summoned tempests of arcane lightning that crackled and danced, striking at Michael with relentless fury. She conjured swirling vortexes that unleashed gusts of wind, threatening to swallow him whole. Each spell cast by Vivian unleashed devastation, leaving trails of destruction in its wake. Garrick, the seasoned warrior with weathered armor and battle-hardened valor, stood at the forefront of the warrior guardians. His scarred countenance revealed a wealth of experience and determination. With his enchanted blade held firmly in hand, he led his comrades with unwavering resolve. Each swing of his sword sent shockwaves rippling through the air, cutting through the darkness that surrounded Michael. The warrior guardians fought with unyielding strength and skill, their weapons clashing against the formidable Dark Lord. Garrick's mere presence bolstered the morale of the warriors fighting alongside him, each strike they delivered carrying the weight of their collective resolve. The sky became a battlefield as the guardians and their troops engaged Michael, unleashing a symphony of fantastical powers and weapons. Vivian's spells intertwined with Roshan's relentless assaults, creating a tapestry of chaos and destruction. Explosions erupted, showering the heavens with cascades of vibrant colors. Vivian, harnessing the full force of her sorcery, conjured celestial fireballs that streaked across the sky, exploding upon impact with Michael. Each detonation sent shockwaves rippling through the atmosphere, rattling the very foundation of their reality. Roshan, in tandem, channeled ancient elemental forces, his power resonating through the sky. With a mighty roar, he summoned swirling tempests of wind and surges of crackling lightning. The very air around Michael became charged with raw energy, creating a tumultuous storm that threatened to engulf him. Dark clouds converged above, crackling with electricity and unleashing torrents of rain and hail, creating a chaotic backdrop to the battle in the heavens. As the battle raged on, Garrick's focus remained on Michael, the Dark Lord who floated ominously in the midst of the chaos. With an unwavering gaze, he prepared himself for the impending clash, his senses sharpened and instincts honed. Garrick's enchanted blade hummed with latent power, pulsating with the anticipation of the duel to come. Yet, before Garrick could engage Michael directly, the clash of their weapons postponed, a powerful gust of wind swept through the sky, momentarily disrupting their trajectory. The wind, an extension of Roshan's elemental forces, buffeted Michael, threatening to knock him off balance. Sparks of electricity crackled around Garrick's armor as the clash of their energies electrified the air. The brilliance of their opposing forces illuminated the battlefield, casting an otherworldly glow on the combatants and their surroundings. As Roshan summoned ancient elemental forces, the sky transformed into a tempest of raging winds and crackling lightning. Dark clouds swirled above, unleashing bolts of energy that illuminated the battlefield with flashes of brilliance. Streams of fire and gushing torrents of water erupted from the heavens, threatening to consume their formidable adversary, who hovered effortlessly in the midst of the chaos. Meanwhile, Garrick, the epitome of warrior prowess, soared through the air with unwavering determination, his enchanted blade gleaming with a radiant aura. He zeroed in on Michael, the Dark Lord, who exuded an aura of dark power and unyielding resolve. With each calculated maneuver, Garrick closed the distance between them, his eyes locked on his target. The clash of their opposing forces was a sight to behold. Garrick's blade, guided by battle-hardened valor, slashed through the air with unmatched speed and precision, aiming to breach the Dark Lord's defenses. Yet, to the astonishment of the onlookers, Michael proved to be an elusive and formidable adversary. With a flicker of his hand, Michael effortlessly deflected Garrick's blade, his movements a graceful dance amidst the chaos. It was a display of supernatural skill and speed that left even the most seasoned warriors in awe. Without hesitation, Michael retaliated, his own weapon, wreathed in darkness, slashing through the air with lethal intent. In a heart-wrenching moment, the Dark Lord's blade found its mark. With a chilling swiftness, the razor-sharp edge sliced through the air, tearing through the defenses of Garrick's armor as though it were mere parchment. The clash of metal against metal rang out, drowning amidst the roaring winds of the sky. In a gruesome display of power, the Dark Lord's strike severed flesh and sinew, unleashing a torrent of crimson. Blood sprayed forth from Garrick's severed neck, a macabre fountain painting the air with a gruesome hue. As if suspended in time, Garrick's head, still bearing the shock of the battle in its opened eyes, flew through the air. The head, released from its now lifeless body, seemed to defy gravity for a fleeting moment. It was an image frozen in the minds of all who bore witness, a testament to the brutality and finality of the Dark Lord's strike. And then, with a sickening thud, the head descended, lost forever to the depths below. With hearts heavy with grief and determination, the Guardians refused to yield to despair. The loss of Garrick only steeled their resolve to fight on, for their fallen comrade, and for the future of their world. Amidst the chaos of battle, there was no time for mourning or hesitation. In perfect synchronization, the warships unleashed their devastating firepower upon the Dark Lord Michael. Cannons roared and projectiles soared through the air, aiming to find their mark and weaken the formidable foe who hovered in the sky. Explosions rocked the battlefield, illuminating the darkened heavens with flashes of blinding light. Vivian, her fiery hair blazing with intensity, called upon ancient incantations to summon spells of unparalleled destruction. Arcane energy crackled around her as she unleashed torrents of flames, engulfing the sky in a fiery inferno. Her voice resonated with power as she chanted the ancient words, each syllable carrying the weight of her unwavering determination. Roshan, his commanding presence undeterred by the loss of his comrade, rallied the remaining guardians. His voice boomed like thunder as he roared across the battlefield, his words echoing through the hearts of all who fought alongside him. For Garrick, for our fallen brethren, we fight for justice and the salvation of our world. Strike with all your might. Show no mercy. The guardians, their voices blending into a chorus of defiance, echoed Roshan's battle cry. Their shouts filled the air as they unleashed their fury upon the Dark Lord. Swords clashed, spears thrust, and arrows found their targets. Each guardian fought with unwavering courage, their spirits aflame with the determination to vanquish the source of darkness that threatened their existence. The sky became a mesmerizing tapestry of chaos and illumination as spells collided with cannon fire. Brilliant streaks of vibrant energy cut through the air, intermingling with explosions that painted the heavens in a kaleidoscope of colors. The sky crackled and shimmered with the raw power unleashed, a breathtaking display of light and fury that bore witness to the epic clash between the Guardians and the Dark Lord. Roshan's voice thundered through the chaos, "Unleash your fury, Guardians! For Garrick's sacrifice we shall prevail." Vivian's fiery gaze met Michael's evasive movements, her voice resolute, "No corner of the sky shall shield you from our wrath, Dark Lord." The Guardians, undeterred by their adversary's nimble evasion, continued their onslaught with unwavering determination. With each missed shot and deflected spell, the Dark Lord's confidence seemed to grow, his movements displaying an almost unearthly grace as he danced through the barrage unscathed. It was as if the very air bent to his will, allowing him to evade their every strike without a hint of exertion. As the Dark Lord effortlessly evaded the spells and left shimmering afterimages in his wake, his voice echoed through the sky with a chilling calmness. "Behold, Guardians," he began, his tone filled with subtle amusement. "Allow me to share a story with you. Once there was an ant so small and insignificant. It dreamed of moving a mountain, exerting all its strength to no avail. The mountain remained steadfast, immovable. Do you see the parallel, Guardians?" He continued to evade their attacks, his movements graceful and calculated. "You are the ants and I am the mountain. No matter how hard you try, your efforts are futile against my might." His words carried a sense of superiority, amplifying the frustration of the Guardians as they struggled to land a single blow. With each evasion, the Dark Lord seemed to grow more confident, playing with them as if they were mere pawns in his grand design. As the Dark Lord's story reached its conclusion, he abruptly halted his movements, suspending himself in mid-air. The Guardians, momentarily frozen by his words, watched in horror as he raised his hand. A wave of dark flames surged forth, engulfing the surrounding warships and the Guardians in a torrent of infernal destruction. The once mighty vessels, their cannons still blazing, were reduced to mere embers, consumed by the unstoppable blaze. The Guardians' cries, filled with determination just moments before, were abruptly cut short as the flames licked hungrily at their forms. Their valiant spirits and hopes turned to ash, fading away in the devastating heat, leaving behind only a haunting silence in the wake of their annihilation. The sky, once vibrant with the clash of powers, now bore witness to the grim aftermath, where only charred remnants and the echoes of despair remained. Chapter 974, Fall of All Alpha Guardians. The flames of darkness, unleashed from Michael's hands through the power of the Ring of Fire, grew in intensity until they transformed into a colossal wave resembling a crescent moon. With a sweeping motion, the fiery crescent surged across the sky, obliterating warships and reducing Guardians to mere ashes. Hovering high above Hulwick Island, Michael engaged the entire army single-handedly, his half-celestial stage granting him an unassailable advantage. Despite the relentless barrage of spells and cannon fire unleashed by the Guardians and the warships, None could come close to harming him in his formidable state. Alpha Guardians Vivian and Roshan, recognizing the urgency of the situation, joined forces against Michael. Vivian unleashed her devastating spells, weaving intricate patterns of mystical energy that illuminated the battlefield. Meanwhile, Roshan, the Alpha Guardian of the Beast Guardians, roared with primal fury and underwent a stunning transformation, assuming the majestic form of a golden lion. Radiating a brilliant glow, Roshan stood nearly 8 feet tall, his presence commanding and awe-inspiring. To provide cover for Roshan's close-quarters battle with the Dark Lord, his unit, the Beast Guardians, followed suit, transforming into their primal forms. In the sky above and the sea below, airships and warships focused their attacks on Michael, intensifying their assault to unprecedented levels. The battlefield became a mesmerizing spectacle, vibrant and alive with the dazzling array of spells shimmering in every hue imaginable. The sky resembled a tapestry of light as hundreds of guardians soared through the air, converging upon Michael like a relentless swarm of bees, their determination radiating in their every move. The scene unfolded as a grand battle, where the clash of powers and the symphony of destruction painted a vivid picture of chaos and heroism in equal measure. As the Guardians closed in on Michael, a sinister grin spread across his face, foretelling his impending move. With both hands raised, each gripping a dark sword, Michael began to invoke Ignitia's ultimate form. The very moment his spell took hold, foreboding clouds materialized in the sky, their darkness rivaling the deepest midnight. Crackling with potent lightning energy, the clouds unleashed rumbling echoes that drowned out the sounds of spells and cannons firing. Even those observing the war from a safe distance could sense the palpable electricity in the air, and their attention was captivated by the spectacle unfolding before them. Onlookers murmured amongst themselves, their voices tinged with both awe and trepidation. "Look at the Dark Lord's power," one whispered, eyes wide with astonishment. "Those clouds. They speak of an immense force gathering," another commented, a shiver running down their spine. A hushed silence fell over the crowd as they anticipated the impending cataclysm. It was as if the very atmosphere held its breath, aware that a powerful spell was about to be unleashed upon the battlefield. The sight of the ominous clouds above the Dark Lord only served to reinforce their belief that they were about to witness a display of unfathomable might. As the Guardians soared through the sky, a sense of urgency gripped them. They swiftly channeled their energy into casting protective spells to shield themselves from the impending danger. Vivian, in particular, summoned every ounce of her magical prowess to create a massive shield that enveloped the entire group. The shield shimmered with a radiant, ethereal glow, its surface rippling with intricate patterns that seemed to dance and shift. The strain of such a powerful spell was evident on Vivian's face. Beads of sweat formed on her brow, and her hands trembled as she poured her energy into the shield. The sheer magnitude of the task began to take its toll on her, evident as a trickle of blood escaped from her nose. Despite the physical weakness creeping over her, Vivian's determination burned bright, fueled by her unwavering commitment to protect her comrades. The shield grew stronger, its luminosity intensifying as Vivian pushed herself to the limit. It stood as a formidable barrier, radiating a sense of stability and resilience. The magical energies within the shield interwove, creating a complex web of protection that warded off any malevolent forces that sought to breach their defenses. It was a testament to Vivian's unwavering resolve as she channeled her magical essence into safeguarding her fellow Guardians, even at the cost of her own well-being. The Guardians in the air abruptly halted their advance toward Michael, seeking refuge beneath the shelter of their protective shields. In that very moment, Michael's chuckle resonated through the expanse of the sky, its chilling sound sending a shiver down the spines of the Guardians. "I can't decide whether to be impressed by your futile efforts or find amusement in them. In the game of kings, it's the pawns who meet their demise first. You all should have abandoned the guild while you still had the chance." Michael sneered at the Guardians, their impending doom a pitiable sight in his eyes. Once, there might have been a glimmer of mercy in his heart, but now it was overshadowed by sheer pity. As Michael's words echoed through the air, a sudden motion caught everyone's attention. With a swift downward motion, his arms unleashed a torrent of black lightning bolts, descending from the ominous clouds above him. The onslaught resembled a merciless rain of electrifying power, effortlessly piercing through Vivian's valiant defense shield that encased the Guardians. The bolts struck their targets with a searing force, overwhelming their defenses like a hot knife through butter. The impact was devastating. The once valiant Guardians, now victims of Michael's wrath, plummeted from the sky in a charred and smoking state. Their bodies, once adorned in proud armor, were reduced to a smoldering mess. From a distance, it appeared as if a swarm of bees, stripped of life, descended in a macabre display of tragedy and destruction. As the spell unleashed its devastating power, a collective gasp escaped the lips of the onlookers who watched the battle unfold from a safe distance. Their eyes widened in disbelief, and their hearts sank with a growing sense of horror. The display of Michael's immense power had surpassed anything they had witnessed before. He just took them down like they were nothing," whispered one onlooker, a tremor of fear lacing their voice. "I've never seen anything like it," another murmured, their voice filled with dread. "The Dark Lord's power, it's beyond comprehension." Whispers of fear spread through the onlookers like wildfire, and a sense of trepidation began to overshadow their initial curiosity. The once distant threat had transformed into a living nightmare before their eyes. "Is there no end to his power?" a shaken voice quivered. "He's become more than a mere mortal. He's become a force of nature," someone replied, their voice laced with resignation. "He is unstoppable," whispered a shaken observer, their voice barely audible. "We underestimated him, and now I fear for what lies ahead." The onlookers stood in stunned silence, their hope diminishing with each passing moment. The aura of fear that enveloped them grew stronger as the realization sank in that the Dark Lord's power knew no bounds. The once faint whispers of doubt transformed into a collective realization that they were facing a force beyond their comprehension, and the weight of their fear settled upon them like a heavy cloak. Vivian's shock lingered as she witnessed the futility of her powerful shield. However, her shock quickly turned to sheer terror as she felt the Dark Lord's gaze upon her. In a desperate attempt to protect her, Roshan, in his primal form, lunged at Michael, aiming to intercept any move the Dark Lord might make. With a powerful leap, Roshan reached Michael, sinking his teeth into the Dark Lord's head. Gasps filled the air as the onlookers and guardians witnessed this daring act. Yet, their astonishment turned to disbelief as they realized Roshan had only bitten into an afterimage left behind by the Dark Lord. The collective gaze swiftly shifted to Vivian, and their hearts sank when they saw the real Dark Lord standing behind her. Vivian, oblivious to the danger lurking, gradually felt a growing sense of unease. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end as she sensed a presence behind her, creeping fear seeping into her very being. "Vivian!" Roshan's roar echoed through the battlefield as the Guardians surged forward, driven solely by their desire to protect her, disregarding their own lives. But before they could reach her, the Dark Lord seized Vivian by the neck, lifting her effortlessly into the air. In a desperate bid to distract the Dark Lord, the warships unleashed a barrage of cannon fire, their aim fixed upon him. Yet, Michael swiftly cast the Sileni's spell, enveloping himself in a temporal pocket where time slowed to a crawl. Within this altered reality, he maneuvered Vivian directly in the path of a fiery cannonball, simultaneously adjusting another cannonball to strike her from the opposite side. It all unfolded within the suspended time of Sileni's, a mere blink of an eye. The Guardians and Roshan, their hearts pounding with urgency, had little time to react as they witnessed the two cannonballs collide with Vivian, shattering her bones. Before she could even utter a scream, Michael, with a chilling flick of his wrist, snapped Vivian's neck, extinguishing her life in an instant. The battlefield fell into stunned silence as the lifeless body of the Alpha Guardian crumpled, a tragic testament to the Dark Lord's unfathomable power. The onlookers watched in dismay as the Alpha Guardians, one by one, fell before the relentless might of the Dark Lord. Whispers of despair and hopelessness swept through the crowd, their voices tinged with fear and resignation. They could scarcely believe their eyes, witnessing the seemingly insurmountable power of their adversary. "He's unstoppable," one spectator muttered, his voice laden with defeat. "The Guardian Guild doesn't stand a chance against him." "Perhaps it's time for them to yield," another suggested, a note of desperation in his tone. To avoid further bloodshed, they must surrender. The realization struck them hard. This was not a battle they could win. The Dark Lord's overwhelming dominance left them shaken to their core. Some even dared to speculate what would have happened if he had brought his full army to bear upon them. The scale of devastation would have been unfathomable, a thought that sent shivers down their spines. In the midst of the turmoil, the Empress of Ar, known for her poise and strategic brilliance, remained calm. She stood at a vantage point, observing the unfolding chaos with a discerning eye. A subordinate approached her cautiously, sensing her presence. "Your Highness," the subordinate began, his voice tinged with respect. It was a wise decision for us to stay away from the Dark Lord's path. The Empress, her gaze fixed upon the battlefield, nodded slightly. Indeed, she replied, her voice steady and unwavering. There is power in aligning with the unstoppable force rather than opposing it. We shall find a way to work with him for the benefit of our empire. Her words held a sense of calculated determination, and those who overheard them couldn't help but wonder what plans lay hidden within the Empress' mind. While the rest of the onlookers were filled with fear and despair, she saw an opportunity in the face of the Dark Lord's might, a chance to shape the future in her favor. A hushed silence fell over the onlookers as they turned their gaze toward the Guardian Guild headquarters, their eyes widening with awe and disbelief. A thunderous roar erupted from within the walls of the stronghold, resonating through the air, capturing their attention. And then, as if summoned by some ancient power, a majestic creature materialized above the guild. A golden dragon with not one but two magnificent heads, its ethereal form colossal and awe-inspiring. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd as they beheld the mythical creature hovering in the sky. Whispers of amazement and wonderment intermingled with their shock. "By the heavens, what is that?" one onlooker exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. "I've never seen anything like it," another replied, his eyes wide with awe. "A two-headed dragon, and it emanates such power." The onlookers watched in rapt attention as the majestic dragon circled above the headquarters, its radiant presence casting an ethereal glow across the battlefield. There was an air of hope and anticipation, an inkling that perhaps, against all odds, the tide of the battle could still be turned. Amidst the whispers and murmurs, the Empress of Aur stood with an impassive expression. Her eyes remained fixed on the mystical creature, studying its every movement with keen interest. With a calm yet resolute voice, she addressed her companion. "This dragon is one of the Guardian Guild's last line of defense," she stated, her tone carrying a note of determination. "They have unveiled their ultimate trump card. Let us see what this mystical being is truly capable of." Her words hung in the air, a quiet declaration of her intent to witness the unfolding events with strategic insight. The onlookers, despite their fear and uncertainty, found a glimmer of hope within the Empress' composed demeanor, knowing that this mythical guardian might just hold the key to turning the tide of the battle against the Dark Lord. Chapter 975. Battle of the Half-Celestials. The appearance of the majestic dragon did little to disturb Michael's composure. His knowledge of the Guardian Guilds might reassured him that this ethereal creature was just one of their many trump cards and last lines of defense. Yet, the dragon's presence emanated a radiant glow, casting a shimmering light upon Hulwick Island and the vast expanse of the surrounding ocean. In the ethereal glow, the harrowing aftermath of the relentless battle came into sharp focus for the onlookers. Debris from the warships Michael had effortlessly destroyed floated upon the surface of the sea, a haunting reminder of the devastation wrought upon the naval forces. Lifeless bodies, both in the water and scattered across the land of Hulwick Island, painted a grim tableau of the toll exacted by the conflict. The soil of Hulwick Island, churned by relentless spells and thunderous clashes, seemed to possess an otherworldly shimmer, as if infused with the residual energy of intense magical casting. Even the ocean surrounding the island, once calm and pristine, now bore a faint glimmer, a testament to the vast power that had been unleashed upon its depths. Amidst the eerie beauty of the glimmering light, the onlookers were reminded of the harsh reality of war. The resolute dragon unleashed another thunderous roar, propelling itself towards Michael with a determined purpose. Meanwhile, Michael's attention shifted to Roshan, the last remaining Alpha Guardian. Transformed into his mighty primal form, Roshan was fueled by a fierce desire for vengeance, spurred on by witnessing the brutal demise of his fellow Alpha Guardian Vivian. He lunged at Michael in the open sky, his lion form growing in size and emitting a resounding roar that echoed through the air. But as Roshan drew closer to his target, Michael fixed his gaze upon him, unleashing dark beams from his eyes that pierced Roshan's lion body, causing immense pain. Despite the agony, Roshan pushed forward, determined to confront Michael. In a moment of reckoning, the rest of the Guardians, also in their primal forms, rallied around Roshan, joining forces to surround and attack the Dark Lord. The dragon soared with grace, captivating the onlookers, who stood bewildered and uncertain about the outcome of this fierce encounter. The Beast Guardians launched a ferocious assault upon the Dark Lord, employing their formidable claws and teeth with relentless fury. However, in a shocking turn of events, a thunderous explosion rocked the battlefield, hurling the Guardians away from Michael's presence. With his dark sword raised, the Dark Lord moved with incomprehensible speed, leaving only a blur of white in the darkness. In an instant Roshan's majestic lion body lay divided, falling towards the ocean below. The swiftness and mercilessness of the Dark Lord's attack sent waves of terror through the hearts of the witnesses, shaking their resolve to its core. Before Roshan's lifeless form could touch the ocean's surface, dark beams shot forth from the Dark Lord, slicing through the remaining guardians in the sky, severing their lives with gruesome precision. The spray of blood descending from the sky sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers, a chilling reminder of the unfathomable power possessed by the Dark Lord. By the time the golden dragon reached its intended target, only a mere 100 guardians remained in the sky, their once defiant spirits shattered, replaced by an overwhelming sense of fear and defeat. The remaining warships in the sky and on the ocean ceased their relentless barrage, their attention now fixated on the imminent clash between the two-headed dragon and Michael. The majestic dragon had reached the half-celestial stage level 1, while Michael, fueled by the deaths he had caused, stood at the formidable half-celestial stage level 6. In a tense standoff, the dragon and Michael locked eyes, suspended in the air, an unspoken challenge passing between them. In Michael's piercing gaze, he anticipated the dragon to engage in verbal exchange, but to his surprise, it emitted a low growl instead. As an ethereal being, its physical form shimmered with ethereal scales that seemed to defy comprehension. Its monstrous size dominated the battlefield, its eyes gleaming with a mysterious intensity that held an air of ancient wisdom. Rows of sharp, glistening teeth adorned its fearsome mouth, hinting at the devastation they were capable of inflicting. Recognizing the dragon's ethereal form, he decided to forego his sword, knowing that physical weapons held little effect against such incorporeal entities. With a fluid motion, he sheathed his sword, sliding it back into the scabbard on his back, preparing himself for a battle that would require more than mere physical force. A mischievous smirk curled upon his lips as he relished the prospect of facing a formidable adversary. Finally, a challenge, he chuckled, his voice laced with amusement. A war without a challenge is rather dull, wouldn't you agree? In response, the dragon sneered, emitting a stream of glistening smoke from its nostrils, a silent indication of its readiness for battle. As Michael fixed his gaze upon the dragon, his attention was captivated by a small palm-sized rune shimmering on the creature's neck. However, before he could decipher its meaning, his focus was abruptly interrupted as the dragon unleashed a radiant ethereal ball of golden energy from its open mouth. Reacting swiftly, a protective shield materialized around Michael, absorbing a significant portion of the potent energy. Nonetheless, the residual force propelled Michael backward several meters, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. It was the first time they had witnessed the Dark Lord sustain a blow of such magnitude since the commencement of the war. Instead of succumbing to anger, Michael's face lit up with a gleeful expression as he embraced the prospect of a true challenge. The mere thought of the sheer number of badass points he would accumulate by triumphing over the dragon sent his blood surging with exhilaration. Throughout the course of this war, he had already amassed an impressive tally of nearly 80 million badass points, and conquering this formidable creature promised to augment his score even further. Aware of the dragon's ethereal form, Michael summoned dark flames to writhe and dance above his hands, their sinister glow an ominous portent. Yet again the dragon unleashed a golden ball of energy, hurtling through the air with the swiftness of a bullet. However, this time, Michael deftly invoked the power of Silenes, causing time to decelerate within his immediate vicinity. Within the encompassing field of the Silenes spell, the once swift golden energy ball gradually lost its velocity, appearing to move as if trapped in molasses. Sensing an opportune moment, Michael unleashed a powerful punch, his fist wreathed in flickering dark flames. The impact shattered the golden energy ball into countless fragments as time resumed its normal flow. And so, the epic clash between Michael and the dragon commenced. The clash between the Dark Lord and the dragon ignited a spectacular aerial duel in the vast expanse of the sky. The dragon, with its immense size and two menacing heads, unleashed a relentless assault. One head lunged forward, attempting to snap at the Dark Lord with razor-sharp teeth, while the other head continuously spewed forth a barrage of shimmering energy balls. Undeterred, the Dark Lord displayed incredible agility and combat prowess, seamlessly evading the dragon's physical attacks. With swift and calculated movements, he countered the energy balls, dispersing them with his fists enveloped in swirling dark flames. Each collision created a magnificent display of sparks and bursts of darkness. Sensing an opportunity, the Dark Lord swiftly descended toward the sea level, where a warship floated ominously. In one swift motion, he lifted the warship with his formidable strength, imbued it with his dark flames and hurled it towards the dragon. The flaming warship soared through the air, trailing a path of destruction, before colliding with the dragon's massive form. The impact generated an explosion that reverberated through the sky, engulfing both combatants in a shower of flames and smoke. Emerging unscathed, the Dark Lord ascended back into the sky, his resolve unshaken. He continued his relentless assault, unleashing a barrage of punches enhanced by the dark flames. Each strike connected with precision, delivering powerful blows to the dragon's scaled bodies. The clash of their forces created shockwaves that rippled through the air, causing the onlookers below to tremble in awe and terror. As the battle raged on, the Dark Lord's movements became a mesmerizing dance of power and agility. He seamlessly weaved through the dragon's attacks, evading its ferocious bites and gracefully countering with his fiery fists. With each strike, the dragon's resistance weakened, evident in the cracks forming on its ethereal scales and the pained roars that echoed through the sky. In this epic battle, the Dark Lord fought with unrivaled badassery, pushing his limits and showcasing his mastery over dark flames and hand-to-hand combat. His every move was executed with a deadly precision, displaying a combination of strength, speed, and sheer determination. At one point, the Dark Lord dove down towards the sea, his eyes ablaze with determination. He seized a nearby warship, its massive hull looming beneath him. With a touch of his dark flames, the ship was instantaneously consumed, reduced to ashes in a matter of seconds. Yet, the Dark Lord acted swiftly, his movements a blur as he hurled the ship towards the dragon before the flames could fully engulf it. The flaming vessel hurtled through the air, a deadly projectile aimed directly at the dragon's colossal form. As the Dark Lord continued his assault, his speed was nothing short of astonishing. He seamlessly transitioned from one ship to another, consecutively lifting and launching them toward the dragon. The onlookers watched in awe as the Dark Lord's movements were a blur, his strikes relentless and unyielding. Ship after ship became a fiery missile, soaring through the air with the force of the Dark Lord's immense strength. The onlookers marveled at the sight as the warship collided with the dragon, causing a cataclysmic explosion of fire and debris. Undeterred by the chaos, the Dark Lord moved with astonishing speed and agility, repeatedly swooping down to seize another warship. Each time, he ignited the ship with his dark flames, ensuring it would be a devastating weapon against the dragon. The onlookers watched in awe as ship after ship was transformed into a blaze of darkness, moments before being thrown with incredible force at the dragon. The relentless assault of the Dark Lord forced the dragon to retreat, its ethereal form unable to withstand the barrage of flaming warships. The onlookers gasped as the dragon struggled to defend itself, crashing into the Guardian Guild headquarters on Hulwick Island under the relentless onslaught. Amidst the chaos and destruction, the onlookers whispered in awe and disbelief at the epic clash unfolding before their eyes. "Did you see that? The Dark Lord is unstoppable. He's moving so fast it's like a blur. And those dark flames, they're incredible. Nothing can stand against him. He's a force of nature." As the battle raged on, the onlookers were both terrified and captivated by the spectacle of the Dark Lord's relentless assault. They could only watch in awe and trepidation as the clash between the Dark Lord and the dragon reshaped the very skies above them. The impact of the dragon crashing into the Guardian Guild headquarters was catastrophic. The mighty structure, once a symbol of the guild's strength and unity, trembled under the force of the collision. The ethereal form of the dragon, though intangible, possessed a tangible impact that reverberated through the building. As the dragon collided with the headquarters, the structure groaned and quaked under the immense strain. Walls cracked, pillars crumbled, and debris rained down from above. The once imposing edifice of the guild now stood weakened and compromised. Despite the dragon's ethereal nature, its sheer power and force shattered the building's structural integrity. The ethereal form manifested a tangible presence as if its sheer will alone could rend stone and mortar. The collision sent shockwaves through the guild headquarters, causing sections of it to crumble and collapse. Dust filled the air as the building succumbed to the damage, its once majestic halls now reduced to rubble. The grandeur and history that once resided within those walls were now scattered remnants, lost in the wake of the destructive clash. The onlookers stood in awe and horror as they witnessed the destruction unfold before their eyes. As the dragon crashed into the crumbling Guardian Guild headquarters, the Dark Lord seized the opportunity to unleash another devastating move. With swift agility he swooped down to the sea level, his dark flames trailing behind him. His eyes gleamed with a sinister determination as he reached out and grasped a multitude of cannons scattered across the warships. With an effortless display of strength, the Dark Lord lifted the cannons, 2 in each hand, while the remaining cannons hovered around him as if under his command. The cannons gleamed in the dim light, their metal surfaces reflecting the chaos unfolding in the sky above. In a voice laced with dark amusement, the Dark Lord taunted, "Happy Death Day," his words dripping with cruel delight. With calculated precision, he aimed the cannons towards the remaining guardians who bravely fought against him. The air crackled with anticipation as the barrels of the cannons aligned with their intended targets. A moment of silence enveloped the battlefield, the tension thick enough to be cut with a knife. Then, with an explosive roar, the cannons erupted in a cacophony of thunderous booms. Fiery projectiles hurtled through the air, leaving trails of smoke and destruction in their wake. The scene unfolded in a vivid display of chaos and devastation. The air became a battlefield of flying debris, illuminated by the fiery streaks of cannonballs. The guardians in the air fought desperately, their movements agile and swift as they attempted to evade the onslaught. The dark flames from the Dark Lord's hands intertwined with the cannon fire, casting an eerie glow over the raging clash. The sky became a tapestry of danger, with cannonballs arcing and exploding, their destructive force raining down upon the guardians who valiantly fought for their lives. The air crackled with energy, tainted by the scent of burning debris and the metallic tang of gunpowder. The outcome of this clash would determine the fate of the guardians, as their lives hung in the balance amidst the fiery storm unleashed by the Dark Lord and his cannon onslaught. Chapter 976. No more Guardian Guild. As the ethereal dragon struggled to regain its footing amidst the rubble of the partially destroyed Guardian Guild headquarters, Michael drew forth his dark swords, their blades gleaming with a malevolent aura. With a commanding gesture, he summoned the dark flames to enshroud both blades, imbuing them with dark flames. His eyes scanning the battleground, Michael focused his attention on the remaining guardians. In the sky, a group of 50 to 60 guardians hovered, their determination evident despite the overwhelming odds. Around the headquarters, a sizable force of 100 to 150 guardians stood their ground. Over the sea, 50 to 60 warships bobbed in the waves while an equal number of airships dotted the airspace above. The scene was a testament to the Guardian Guild's unwavering resolve, a last bastion of defense against the relentless onslaught of the Dark Lord. The air crackled with tension as the Guardians prepared for what could be their final stand, their numbers dwarfed by the overwhelming power of their adversary. Ilara Vaurin, in coordination with Salisi, made a strategic decision to lead their fleet into their own pocket dimension, ensuring their safety. This left the remaining guardians to face the Dark Lord alone, bearing the weight of the impending battle. With his dark swords firmly in hand, Michael set his sights on eliminating the remaining guardians. In a swift and calculated move, Michael charged towards the guardians in the air, invoking his speed spell, Lightning Dash. The power of the spell propelled him with such incredible velocity that he seemed to blur, leaving behind a trail of afterimages and streaks of golden lightning. The guardians, caught off guard by the sudden gust of wind, barely had time to react before their heads were severed from their bodies. The speed at which Michael harvested their heads was so astonishing that distant onlookers struggled to perceive his presence. All they could witness were the heads of the guardians soaring through the air, accompanied by a spray of blood from their lifeless, headless forms. For a fleeting moment, the lifeless bodies of the guardians remained suspended in the air, before gravity took hold and they fell to the ground, marking the grim aftermath of Michael's devastating assault. As Michael swiftly decapitated the remaining guardians, he simultaneously unleashed the power of the Ring of Flames. With a mere gesture, waves of dark flames surged forth, engulfing the airships hovering in the sky. The intensity of the flames reduced the once mighty vessels to mere ashes, their wooden structures consumed by the merciless inferno. The dark flames proved to be a catalyst for destruction, causing explosions when they reached the gunpowder barrels within some of the ships. The resulting blasts reverberated through the air, adding to the chaos and devastation. The golden bolts of lightning that trailed behind the Dark Lord left a path of destruction in their wake, as ships succumbed to the overwhelming power and guardians lost their lives in the relentless onslaught. Michael continued his relentless assault on the guardians and their ships as the dragon let out a thunderous roar and swooped down, aiming to engage him in deadly pursuit. Ignoring the dragon's presence, Michael skillfully evaded the golden energy balls that were unleashed from the dragon's mouth. His focus remained unwavering as he prioritized the task at hand, decimating the remaining guardians before turning his attention to the formidable dragon. As the dragon relentlessly pursued Michael through the sky, it continued to unleash its golden energy balls, targeting the Dark Lord. However, Michael's mastery over his abilities allowed him to evade the deadly projectiles with agility and precision. Using his wind blast, he redirected some of the golden energy balls toward the enemy ships, causing powerful explosions that shattered the vessels into countless fragments. The chase between the dragon and the Dark Lord unfolded with breathtaking speed and maneuverability. Michael deftly weaved through the air, executing quick turns and sudden shifts in direction to stay one step ahead of the dragon's attacks. He utilized his heightened senses and exceptional reflexes to anticipate the dragon's movements, narrowly evading its jaws and claws. In a display of strategic prowess, Michael seized every opportunity to retaliate against the Guardians. When the dragon unleashed a golden energy ball, he skillfully directed his wind blast to intercept it, redirecting the destructive force toward the Guardians who dared to challenge him. The explosive impact obliterated their ranks, leaving a trail of chaos and destruction in its wake. The cat-and-mouse chase continued, each maneuver and evasion pushing the boundaries of their respective powers. The dragon's relentless pursuit tested Michael's skill and endurance, but he remained determined and focused, determined to eliminate the Guardians and emerge victorious in this epic clash of forces. The news reporters stood frozen in awe and terror as they witnessed the battle unfold before their eyes. Their faces were pale, and their eyes widened as they exchanged hushed conversations. "By the heavens, have you ever seen such devastation and power?" exclaimed a young reporter with wide eyes, clutching their notepad tightly. Beside them, a seasoned journalist, their hands trembling, shook their head in disbelief. "In all my years of reporting, I never imagined witnessing such a cataclysmic event. The Dark Lord is single-handedly obliterating the Guardian Guild. It's an unfathomable display of power." Their attention remained fixated on the scene below, where the once proud Guardian Guild headquarters now lay in ruins. The shattered remnants of the fortress served as a haunting testament to the relentless assault launched by the Dark Lord. "Look at the destruction unfolding beneath us. The Guardian Guild is crumbling, defenseless against the Dark Lord's relentless onslaught," gasped the young reporter, their voice filled with a mix of shock and fascination. "Every strike he delivers tears through their defenses." The seasoned journalist nodded grimly, their gaze scanning the chaotic battlefield. "Tomorrow's newspaper headlines will shake the world. The fall of the Guardian Guild at the hands of the Dark Lord will send shockwaves throughout the realm." As their attention momentarily shifted to the aerial chase between the dragon and the Dark Lord, a shiver ran down their spines. The dragon's monstrous form and the Dark Lord's swift evasive maneuvers intensified the already gripping spectacle. "Look there. The dragon continues its relentless pursuit," exclaimed the young reporter, pointing to the sky. "The Dark Lord's agility is astounding, dodging the dragon's deadly onslaught with breathtaking precision." The seasoned journalist nodded in agreement, their eyes fixed on the aerial duel. "It's a battle between titans. The Dark Lord stands alone against the Guardian Guild, systematically decimating their ranks with each devastating blow. His power is unmatched." The reporters exchanged nervous glances, knowing they were witnessing history unfold before their very eyes. The magnitude of the battle and the impending headlines they would craft for tomorrow's newspaper weighed heavily on their minds. The imagery of the Guardian Guild's destruction would leave an indelible mark on the world, forever etching the Dark Lord's terrifying power in the annals of history. As Michael swiftly soared through the chaos, engaged in relentless combat with the Guardians, he could hear Elidur's voice resonating in his mind. Elidur, observing the war unfold through the spider nestled on Michael's neck, provided valuable guidance from the safety of the castle. "My lord," Elidur spoke urgently, "I have crafted a rune specifically designed to disrupt the dragon's ethereal form, rendering it tangible for a brief window of time. Once you identify the source of its power, activate the rune. Remember, to truly vanquish this dragon, you must strike both the creature itself and its source of power simultaneously. If we fail to do so, it will only regenerate and continue its rampage." With a sly smile on his face upon hearing Elidur's voice, Michael's confidence swelled. He had strategically positioned Elidur to witness the battle, knowing the value of his knowledge on runes and ethereal forms. It was a stroke of luck to have Elidur observe the unfolding events. Without a moment's hesitation, Michael accessed his linked space ring and retrieved a golden parchment adorned with a glowing rune. His movements were swift and purposeful, avoiding the dragon's menacing heads as he set his sights on the Guardian Guild headquarters. The speed at which he traversed the sky caused the ocean below to churn and spray, a testament to his urgency. As Michael neared the headquarters, the remaining guardians sprang into action, unleashing a barrage of outlandish weapons. Arcane rifles crackled with energy, launching bolts of lightning, while shimmering blades glowed with enchantments as they were brandished. The air crackled with the release of powerful elemental spells and ethereal projectiles. However, Michael swiftly maneuvered through the chaos, expertly evading the guardians' attacks. He soared higher into the sky, then dove down with incredible force, landing amidst the guardians with a thunderous impact. The sheer power of his landing sent shockwaves rippling through the surroundings, causing the guardians and their weapons to tremble and topple. Seizing the opportunity, Michael unleashed dark beams from his piercing eyes, obliterating the guardians in his path. The beams sliced through flesh and armor, severing heads and limbs with terrifying efficiency. The scene resembled a scorching hot knife cutting through butter, leaving destruction in its wake. Meanwhile, Michael deftly evaded the dragon's energy balls, skillfully dodging their lethal trajectory. His movements were fluid and precise, allowing him to navigate the battlefield while simultaneously dispatching the guardians. The combined might of his dark beams and evasive maneuvers left a trail of fallen foes and severed limbs, a testament to his unrivaled power and combat prowess. As Michael darted through the crumbling hallways and corridors of the Guardian Guild headquarters, the dragon hot on his heels, the entire building quaked under their fierce pursuit. His keen eyes scanned every inch of the surroundings, desperately searching for the source of the dragon's power. In his environmental scanning map, he detected a pulsating energy emanating from a specific location. Amidst the chaos, the walls trembled and shattered, sending debris raining down as Michael pressed forward. Finally, he descended into an underground chamber, where his eyes fell upon a captivating jade stone adorned with an intricately etched tiny dragon. Sensing its significance, Michael knew this was the key to severing the dragon's hold. Without hesitation, he reached out and snatched the jade stone, his hand trembling with determination. As he did, the dragon let out a thunderous roar, its golden energy surging toward Michael with relentless force. The impact of the blast sent him hurtling through the walls, his shoulder bleeding profusely, but he clung tightly to the precious jade stone. With sheer willpower, Michael emerged from the crumbling Guardian Guild headquarters, soaring into the vast expanse of the sky. The dragon, its existence threatened, unleashed one final desperate attempt to halt him. But with the jade stone firmly in his grasp, Michael defied the odds, his resolve unyielding. As the dragon emerged from the remnants of the Guardian Guild, Michael stood firm, clutching the jade stone and the golden parchment tightly. Knowing the moment had come, he summoned the dark flames, engulfing the scroll in his hand. The ancient rune, pulsating in a crimson hue, soared through the air and struck the dragon with precise accuracy. The ethereal form of the dragon flickered and wavered as the rune took hold, transforming its essence into a crystalline state. With unwavering determination, Michael unsheathed his dark sword, its wicked blade gleaming in the light. He lunged forward, his movements swift and precise, evading the golden energy balls unleashed by the dragon's heads effortlessly. The crystallized body of the dragon stood no chance against the dark sword's lethal edge. In a breathtaking display of skill, Michael cleaved through the dragon's defense, shattering its fragile form. Simultaneously, his grip tightened around the jade stone, crushing it with a resolute grip. The dragon let out a thunderous roar, a final cry of defiance before its entire being shattered into a mesmerizing cascade of golden light. It dissipated into the vast expanse, leaving no trace of its existence behind. As Michael's feet touched the ground, his body slumped forward, the weight of exhaustion finally catching up to him. He took deep, labored breaths, the rise and fall of his chest revealing the toll of the fierce battle he had just endured. Surrounding him, the remaining guardians closed in, their eyes gleaming with a glimmer of victory. They believed him to be weakened, vulnerable, unaware of the secret power that flowed through his veins. Little did they know, concealed beneath Michael's worn exterior, the APD hummed with quiet efficiency. The automatic potion dispenser, an invaluable ally in his arsenal, had already administered its healing elixirs into his bloodstream. The restorative potions worked their magic, mending every wound and revitalizing his weary body. As the guardians closed in, their swords at the ready, their faces twisted into triumphant grins, Michael's eyes flickered with a newfound strength. The weariness that had weighed him down only moments before now transformed into a fierce determination. With renewed vitality coursing through his veins, he straightened his posture, his gaze steady and unyielding. The guardians, oblivious to the invisible wellspring of power that surged within him, prepared to strike. Little did they know they were walking toward their death. Chapter 977 Chapter 977 No more Guardian Guild. Inside their secluded castle, Celici and Ilara observed the ongoing battle between the Dark Lord and the remnants of the Guardian Guild. The once mighty guild now stood in ruins, their defense feeble against the unstoppable force before them. Ilara and her fellow council members were left with a bitter realization: the guild's days of glory had come to an end. On the table in front of them, a collection of shimmering golden crystals radiated with potent energy. These precious artifacts held immense power, capable of summoning the formidable guardian dragons. Ilara's gaze lingered on the crystals, tempted to employ their strength once more in a desperate attempt to turn the tides. However, Celsus' voice cut through the air, bringing her back to reality. Ilara, no matter how many crystals we use or how many guardians we summon, they cannot defeat him, Celici spoke with a tone of conviction. These crystals possess a far greater purpose than they ever served in the hands of the Guardian Guild. We must wield their power wisely for the sake of our own survival. Evan stared at the mirror, captivated by the unfolding war between the Dark Lord and the Guardian Guild. The sight filled him with disbelief. "I can't believe the Guardian Guild is on the verge of annihilation," he murmured, his voice laced with a mix of astonishment and fear. Celici, however, remained composed as she responded, her voice steady and devoid of fear. She understood the true extent of the Dark Lord's power, having observed and studied him extensively. Unlike others who underestimated him, Celici held a deep admiration for his strength. "Believe it, Evan. What you see is only a fraction of the Dark Lord's true power," she said, her eyes fixed on the mirror. Evan's hope dwindled as he pondered the question that plagued their minds. How can we possibly stop him now? If he has already reached the celestial stage, our efforts would be futile. Celici nonchalantly shrugged, acknowledging the grim reality. At this point we can't. We are nowhere near his level, let alone capable of defeating him. That's why we must remain in the shadows and focus on strengthening ourselves. Evan's frustration was evident as he exclaimed, "But how can we hope to match his cultivation speed? He's practically a deity." Celsus' gaze never wavered from the mirror, where the Dark Lord unleashed devastating spells that tore through the guild. Her response carried a hint of determination. "We may not match his cultivation speed, but we have the power to impede the growth of his army and slow down their progress," Celici explained, her voice filled with conviction. "The Dark Lord may be formidable, but he cannot win a war alone. He relies on his forces. While he appears invincible now, there will come a time when he meets his equals." Ilara's curiosity piqued as she probed further, intrigued by Celsus' cryptic words. She had chosen to align herself with Celici due to her keen intellect, despite the criticism that surrounded her. Many within the Guardian Guild disapproved of Celsus' actions, blaming her for Nagaland's decline into poverty and debt. But Ilara knew better. She understood that Celici had orchestrated Nagaland's downfall for a specific purpose. If Nagaland had remained a powerful kingdom under Gaia's rule, who had now become the Dark Lord's lover, it would have provided the Dark Lord with an unstoppable ally. By reducing Nagaland's strength, Celici ensured that the Dark Lord would have to divert his attention and resources towards rebuilding, thereby lessening the threat he posed. Ilara recognized the dangerous game Celici was playing in the shadows, but she also acknowledged that Celici held many secrets close to her chest. She yearned to unravel these mysteries, beginning with Celsus' notion of the Dark Lord's match. "Who are these matches you speak of?" Ilara inquired, her eyes fixed on Celici, hoping for a glimpse of the truth. Celici brushed off the question with a dismissive wave of her hand, leaving no room for further probing. "All will be revealed in due time, my dear," she replied, her tone final, indicating that further questioning would yield no answers. Ilara was left to ponder the hidden depths of Celsus' plans, knowing that there was much more at play than met the eye. As their discussion unfolded, the skies above Hulwick Island darkened, a foreboding omen of the impending devastation. The once raging storm intensified, its fury amplifying with each passing moment. Ilara and Celici watched in awe as the Dark Lord raised his hands, commanding the very elements to his will. The tempest swirled and roared with a newfound ferocity, thrashing the ocean waves into towering tsunamis and spawning violent tornadoes in its wake. Eyes fixed on the sky, the two women witnessed a sight both magnificent and terrifying. Giant meteors materialized amidst the darkened clouds, suspended in the air like harbingers of destruction. Their presence alone threatened to shatter the tranquility of the island and lay waste to everything beneath them. "There it is, his final spell against the Guardian Guild," Khaleesi murmured, her voice tinged with a mixture of astonishment and respect. The magnitude of power displayed by the Dark Lord left her in awe, even as her mind raced with thoughts of outsmarting him. Illyra detected something peculiar in Sales's tone, an unexpected admiration and a hidden desire to vanquish the Dark Lord using her intellect and cunning. There was a hunger within Khaleesi, a thirst for victory against insurmountable odds. Meanwhile, Evan, overcome with grief, rose from his seat. His fists clenched tightly and tears welled up in his eyes. Though he had only been a member of the Guardian Guild for a short time, his admiration for the organization ran deep. From a young age, he had yearned to serve and protect the guild, and it held a special place in his heart. The sight of its impending destruction pained him to his core, touching not only his heart but also his very soul. Khaleesi observed Evan's anguish with a sense of satisfaction. She knew that this pain would stoke the flames of his determination, igniting a burning resolve to stand against the Dark Lord and his formidable army. It was in moments like these that Khaleesi sought to mold her Shadow Clan, infusing them with righteous anger, motivation, and an unwavering drive to combat the Dark Lord with every fiber of their being. As Evan's tears streamed down his face, the Dark Lord lowered his hands, releasing his control over the meteoric entities. With a blazing descent, the celestial fireballs tore through the darkened sky, scorching the very air they traversed. Their trajectory led them unerringly towards the heart of the Guardian Guild headquarters and ultimately, the beleaguered shores of Holwick Isle. The moment the meteors collided with the Guardian Guild headquarters, a cataclysmic wave of destruction was unleashed upon Holwick Island. The magnificent building, already marred by the earlier battle between the two-headed dragon and Michael, now faced its final reckoning. The impact tore through its structure, shattering walls and scattering debris in all directions. Once grand halls were reduced to rubble, while elegant towers crumbled into a cloud of dust and ash. But the devastation did not end there. As the meteors struck the island, the very ground quaked beneath its inhabitants' feet. Fissures cracked open, spreading like veins of molten lava through the once peaceful landscape. The island itself seemed to groan in agony as fiery magma surged forth from the ruptured earth, painting the surroundings in a hellish glow. The once idyllic shores became an inferno, engulfed in rivers of flowing lava that devoured everything in their path. The impact of the meteors sent shockwaves rippling through the air, unsettling the atmosphere itself. Winds howled with an otherworldly fury, tearing at the remnants of the Guardian Guild and carrying with them the anguished cries of those left in their wake. The sky, already darkened by the storm, grew even more menacing as the magical energies clashed and mingled. Eerie lightning danced across the heavens, illuminating the chaos below with brief flashes of blinding brilliance. Meanwhile, the sea surrounding Holwick Island rose in a tempestuous uproar. As if angered by the tumultuous events unfolding on its surface, monstrous waves rose to incredible heights. They crashed against the shores with a relentless ferocity, pounding against the remnants of the Guardian Guild and eroding what little remained of its once formidable structure. The collision of water and land unleashed a torrent of foam and spray, mingling with the scorching heat of the lava and creating an atmosphere of unbridled chaos. Amidst this devastation, the Guardians who had remained on the island found themselves caught in the maelstrom of destruction. Their valiant attempts to defend their stronghold and their cherished guild were rendered futile in the face of such overwhelming power. They were tossed aside like mere playthings by the forces unleashed by the Dark Lord's spell. The survivors, if any, would bear witness to the horrifying scene of their comrades being swallowed by the fiery abyss or swept away by the relentless waves, their brave efforts reduced to naught. As the devastating aftermath of the meteors subsided, Holwick Island bore the scars of its encounter with destruction. The once solid landmass fractured into jagged fragments, each piece teetering on the brink of oblivion. Like a shattered puzzle, the island's integrity crumbled, and its broken remnants began to sink into the unforgiving depths of the surrounding sea. With an eerie slowness, the fragmented sections of Holwick Island tilted and shifted as if succumbing to the weight of their own demise. The ground beneath them crumbled and gave way, sending torrents of soil and rock cascading into the churning waters below. Each piece of land, once interconnected, now became isolated, drifting apart from one another in a melancholic dance of destruction. Amidst this scene of despair, the once majestic airships and warships of the Guardians lay battered and broken. These vessels, once symbols of power and protection, now resembled mere charred and smoldering remains. Their mighty frames sagged and splintered as if drained of their very essence. Flames licked at the tattered remnants of sails, devouring the once proud masts and turning them to cinders. With a cruel finality, these remnants of the Guardian's fleet met their fate. One by one they surrendered to the pull of the ocean's abyss, sinking slowly beneath the surface. The sea greedily claimed them, engulfing the shattered wooden pieces until they were swallowed by the dark depths. The waves, now calmer but still bearing the weight of the recent chaos, whispered mournful laments as they swallowed the remnants of the once proud fleet. All that remained on the surface were fragments of memories and scattered debris drifting aimlessly upon the waves. They served as silent witnesses to the fallen Guardians and the island that had crumbled beneath the weight of unimaginable power. The sea, now a graveyard for the remnants of the island and its defenders, held its secrets close, veiling the tragedy within its eternal embrace. The onlookers, rogue cultivators and news reporters stood at a distance, their faces etched with shock and terror as they bore witness to the destruction unfolding before them. Murmurs of disbelief and fear filled the air as they struggled to comprehend the magnitude of the Dark Lord's power. "By the heavens, I've never seen anything like this. The Guardian Guild, it's falling, crumbling like a house of cards," exclaimed one onlooker, their voice trembling with disbelief. "I thought the Guardian Guild was invincible. How can the Dark Lord be so unstoppable?" Another whispered, their words barely audible over the roars of destruction. As the meteors descended and the island cracked, the observers could not tear their eyes away from the horrifying scene unfolding before them. The once majestic sky hall, the very symbol of the Guardian's might, was nowhere to be seen, leaving many perplexed and fearful. "Where's the sky hall? How could it vanish in such a crucial moment?" a rogue cultivator questioned, their voice tinged with confusion and concern. Whispers of despair and resignation spread among the onlookers, their faces reflecting a sense of hopelessness. They watched as the Dark Lord's forces continued their onslaught, seemingly invincible, and doubt crept into their hearts. "I fear there is no hope left. The Dark Lord's power is unmatched and it seems like nothing can stand in his way," murmured a rogue cultivator, their voice heavy with defeat. "I never thought I'd see the day when the Guardian Guild would fall. If they can't stop him, who can?" pondered another, their tone filled with despair. In this somber moment, the Guardian's once mighty presence had been reduced to fragments sinking into oblivion, leaving behind only echoes of their valiant struggle against the Dark Lord's overwhelming forces. Chapter 978 Chapter 978 Complete destruction of the Guardian Guild. After obliterating the Guardian Guild, Michael experienced a sense of relief and newfound strength. With his formidable enemy eradicated, a weight lifted from his shoulders. He hovered above the calm sea, gazing at the remnants of what used to be Hulwick Isle. This marked the second island he had completely decimated, the first being Ithalan. Though the waves slowly settled, the storm continued to rage with unyielding fury. Moments passed as Michael floated in contemplation, his eyes fixed on the once thriving island. Then, with a serene expression, he turned away from the scene and soared through the air, leaving the desolation behind. Several hours later, Michael arrived at the site of a grand castle, its construction still underway. Eve eagerly awaited his return, accompanied by a group of Dark Army soldiers. Their curious gazes followed his every move. Eve, unable to contain her anticipation, approached Michael and inquired, "What happened?" With a calm smile, Michael answered her, "The Guardian Guild is no more." Gasps of astonishment escaped the lips of the Dark Army soldiers. As Michael walked beside Eve, he placed his arm around her neck, a gesture of familiarity rather than an embrace. Together they proceeded to enter the castle, the soldiers trailing behind them, their eyes filled with wonder and curiosity. The castle, although only a quarter completed, stood as a magnificent testament to power and grandeur. Dwarves, renowned for their craftsmanship, were diligently working on the construction, their hammers clanging against stone and metal, shaping the fortress that would serve as Michael's stronghold. The corridors they traversed were a blend of raw stone and scaffolding, revealing the ongoing labor required to bring the castle to its full glory. Dust particles danced in the air, illuminated by beams of sunlight that pierced through the partially constructed walls. The echoes of dwarves' conversations mingled with the sounds of construction, creating a symphony of progress. As they made their way through the corridors, the soldiers' eyes wandered, taking in the meticulous craftsmanship of each detail. The flickering torches cast an eerie glow, revealing glimpses of the tapestries and ancient paintings that would soon adorn the walls. The scent of freshly cut wood mingled with the scent of stone, creating a unique aroma that permeated the air. Within the castle's embrace, the dwarves worked tirelessly, their expertise evident in every stroke of the hammer and every carefully placed stone. It was a place where shadows thrived, secrets whispered, and destinies shaped. The group continued their steady stride, their footsteps echoing against the stone floors and unfinished surfaces. Whispers of anticipation and curiosity filled the air, as the soldiers exchanged glances, eager to learn more about the outcome of the Guardian Guild's downfall. The castle seemed alive with an electric energy, pulsating with the aftermath of Michael's triumph, and the promise of a formidable future. Michael proceeded to provide a concise account of the battle to his soldiers and Eve. Together, they made their way to the meeting hall, where his subordinates were already gathered. The soldiers and advisors stood up as Michael entered, showing their respect for their leader. "Please take your seats," Michael gestured, indicating that they should resume their places. He settled himself comfortably on his throne, a symbol of his authority. As he seated himself, Sadie, his trusted aide, swiftly sent a stack of neatly stacked parchments gliding through the air towards Michael. With deft hands he caught them and began reading each page with utmost care. These parchments contained valuable information about the prominent Great Eight clans that spanned the world. In the previous meeting, Michael had requested Sadie to compile the best available intelligence on each clan. As Michael engrossed himself in the contents of the parchments, absorbing the knowledge within, Eve took it upon herself to disseminate the news of the Guardian Guild's destruction to the others present. Shock and disbelief reverberated through the room as the members absorbed the magnitude of this revelation. Whispers and murmurs filled the air, as they grappled with the reality of the guild's demise. Once Michael had finished reading the parchments, he placed the stack carefully on the table before him and directed his gaze towards Sadie, acknowledging her effort. "You have done an exceptional job. Why don't you enlighten our comrades about the details of these Great Eight clans?" Michael requested Sadie to present the information about the clans to the rest of their subordinates. Sadie stood before the gathered subordinates, holding the stack of parchments that contained information about the Great Eight clans. She cleared her throat and began to address the group. "Allow me to introduce the Great Eight clans," Sadie began, her voice clear and confident. "The first on the list is the Guardian Guild, comprised of humans, known for their military prowess and law enforcement capabilities." She continued, "Next we have the Nightshade clan and the Stormheart clan, both consisting of humans as well. These two clans, however, are not as widely known as the Guardian Guild. The Nightshade clan focuses on exploring uncharted territories, such as treacherous oceans and dangerous Demon's Grave. They are responsible for discovering new pocket dimensions and expanding human territories beyond this world." Tiberius, one of the subordinates, raised his hand with a puzzled expression. "I've never heard of the Nightshade and Stormheart clans. Why are they not as well known as the Guardian Guild?" Sadie nodded in understanding and replied, "That's because these clans have taken a different path. Unlike the Guardian Guild, their focus is not primarily on military and law enforcement. The Nightshade clan specializes in ventures that contribute to human prosperity in other ways, while the Stormheart clan wields influence over the economy from the shadows." She continued, "The Nightshade clan's endeavors in exploring dangerous realms and discovering new dimensions often go unnoticed by the general population. As for the Stormheart clan, their impact on the economy is far-reaching, as they control a significant portion of the economic affairs of human kingdoms, working behind the scenes to ensure prosperity." Sadie paused for a moment to allow the information to sink in before moving on to the next clan. "Next we have the Water God Hall and the Sea Serpent Hall, both belonging to the Sea Folks. These clans, however, do not involve themselves in the affairs of humans, elves, dwarves, and orcs, whom they refer to as landwalkers. They maintain their own separate domains and keep a distance from the dealings of the other races." She then moved on to describe the Gondolin Empire, which belonged to the elves. The Gondolin Empire, led by Nithrol, is considered the most powerful clan among all the Great Eight clans. Nithrol, the Elven Empress, rules Gondolin with a firm hand. Unlike other clans that rely on military might, she opts for diplomatic solutions and cunning deals in the shadows, rather than waging wars. Sadie paused, allowing the significance of the Elven Empire's power to sink in among the listeners. The subordinates exchanged glances, realizing the weight of this information. "In addition to these we have the Han Torum, a clan of dwarves known for their exceptional craftsmanship and engineering skills," Sadie continued. "And lastly we have the Ironmane Horde representing the Beastmen, a strong and formidable race." She concluded, These great 8 clans, each with their unique strengths and characteristics, have played significant roles in the realms. With the demise of the Guardian Guild, the balance of power among the clans has shifted. It is essential for us to understand these dynamics as we navigate the current landscape. Sadie folded the parchments neatly and placed them back on the table. The subordinates sat in contemplative silence, absorbing the knowledge of the great 8 clans and the shifting power dynamics within their realm. Arya, the Queen of Shadows, leaned forward, her eyes piercing as she addressed Sadie. What should we expect now with the demise of the Guardian Guild? Will the other races take advantage of this void? Sadie met Arya's gaze and replied with a serious tone. Indeed, without the Guardian Guild to safeguard the human kingdoms, they will be vulnerable to the ambitions and encroachments of other races. The absence of a powerful force like the Guild creates a power vacuum that is bound to attract various factions and individuals seeking to fill the void left behind. She gestured with her hand, emphasizing the potential consequences. Human kings and queens will act according to their own desires and agendas, without the guidance and protection of the Guardian Guild. This could lead to unforeseen conflicts, political upheavals, and even territorial disputes among the human kingdoms themselves. Sadie's voice held a note of concern as she continued. Moreover, the absence of a centralized force like the Guardian Guild might embolden other races to expand their territories or assert their dominance. The balance of power that the Guild once maintained will be disrupted, and new alliances and rivalries will emerge. She paused for a moment, allowing her words to sink in. We must be prepared for these changes and the potential repercussions they bring. The demise of the Guardian Guild leaves a void that will undoubtedly alter the landscape of the realms, and we must navigate this uncertain terrain with caution. Arya nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. The subordinates around the table exchanged glances, realizing the implications of the power vacuum and the subsequent ripple effects it could have on their world. After Sadie finished explaining about the clans, all eyes turned towards Michael, awaiting his next command. The subordinates hoped he wouldn't assign them an overly challenging task, considering the immense workload they already had preparing for the Dark Lord's upcoming wedding with Gaia, the Dark Queen. Michael seemed to read their minds as he addressed their concerns. I understand that you have been preoccupied with the wedding preparations, he began. However, we must maintain our momentum. Our next target is the dwarves. They possess great capabilities, and we require their expertise to complete our castle and fulfill our future endeavors. Therefore, we shall begin recruiting the dwarves from Han Torum, Michael announced, directing his gaze at Saber, the newly appointed king of the Nightwalkers. Saber, your mission is to travel to Han Torum and present them with a choice. Either dismantle their clan or face the consequences of my wrath, Michael commanded. Eve, always eager to understand the reasoning behind Michael's decisions, questioned his approach. Why not simply order them to join us directly? She asked. Michael shook his head, his expression filled with wisdom. In the eyes of the world and the Sky Hall, we are still considered evil. The dwarves, I believe, share this perspective. If we were to recruit them directly and they accepted, they would be branded as evil as well. We do not want that. By persuading them to dismantle their clan, we can discreetly recruit the talented dwarves without compromising their standing. Some may view the dwarves as cowards, but many will recognize their decision as a necessary one, especially after news of the Guardian Guild's destruction spreads, he explained. Eve's curiosity remained unsatisfied as she pressed further. And if they refused to dismantle their clan? She inquired. A sly smile crept across Michael's face at her question. We will ensure they comply. Saber, it is your task to instill the fear of God into the hearts of the clan leaders and make them understand the gravity of dismantling their clan, he declared. As an elder vampire, Saber possessed the prowess necessary to accomplish this intimidating feat, and Michael had full confidence in his abilities. Once we have gathered enough dwarves within our ranks, we shall proceed to the next phase of our conquest, Michael proclaimed, his devilish grin revealing his ambitious intentions. As he finished issuing his orders, Saber produced a parchment from his coat pocket and sent it flying toward Michael. My lord, this parchment contains a comprehensive list of the unique and powerful metals found in our world, along with the most suitable ones for forging your armor. Choose one, and we shall procure as much of the desired metal as you require before the wedding, Saber offered. Eve couldn't help but express her concern for Lady Adelia, Gaia's mother, and her potential absence from the upcoming wedding. She believed it was crucial for Adelia to be present, as it held great significance for Gaia. However, Eve also knew that Gaia had entrusted Michael with the task of finding and bringing her mother to the wedding, which reassured her to a certain extent. Curious about any updates on Lady Adelia, Eve turned to Michael and inquired, "Do we have any updates on Lady Adelia?" Michael reassured her with a calm demeanor, "Azazel will ensure that Lady Adelia is brought here before the wedding. For now, let us concentrate on our mission in Han Torum and the ongoing wedding preparations." As the conversation shifted, Michael's gaze fell upon Arya, the Queen of Shadows. He entrusted her with a critical task related to the aftermath of the Guardian Guild's destruction. Michael's voice turned cold as he issued his command to Arya, emphasizing the importance of the matter. "Arya, locate the prominent figures within the Guardian Guild and eliminate them. These wealthy merchants who supported the guild pose a significant threat if they are allowed to remain alive. After losing the guild, they will be eager for revenge, and our enemies may exploit them to fund their own endeavors. Therefore, it is imperative that we eliminate them and claim their wealth for ourselves," Michael declared with a calculated tone. Michael's mind, a wellspring of cunning and ruthlessness, churned with a plethora of plans and contingencies, each crafted meticulously to outwit the forces plotting against him in the shadows. His genius, fueled by a thirst for dominance, allowed him to anticipate their moves and stay several steps ahead. With calculated precision, he orchestrated a symphony of strategies, always considering the multiple outcomes and adapting his approach accordingly. Michael's brilliance lay not only in his ability to devise intricate schemes but also in his unwavering determination to see them through, no matter the cost. His mind, an arsenal of relentless calculation, ensured that he would leave no stone unturned, no avenue unexplored, as he methodically dismantled his enemies and solidified his own position of power. The subordinates watched attentively, aware that their Dark Lord's ambitions were rapidly escalating and that the course of their world was being shaped by his calculated moves. Chapter 979. Gaia's real father. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the Ara continent, a sense of foreboding filled the air as a heavy downpour unleashed its fury upon the desolate forest. Deep within the shadows, concealed by the dense canopy, stood a decrepit manor, its eerie presence amplified by the relentless rain. Within the confines of one of the manor's rooms, the scene was one of desolation and destruction. Tattered tapestries adorned the damp walls, and shattered remnants of furniture lay scattered across the floor. The air was thick with the scent of must and decay, adding to the eerie ambience that pervaded the space. Amidst the flickering candlelight, Lady Adelia stood, her breaths ragged and labored, her body still trembling from the aftermath of the intense struggle that had taken place. Her once elegant attire was now torn and dirt-streaked, a testament to the ferocity of the encounter. As rainwater seeped through cracks in the ceiling, casting distorted shadows on the walls, Adelia's skin glimmered with dark scales, hinting at her true Naga form. Within the shadows, another figure lurked, his presence ominous and foreboding. With each step, the figure emerged slowly, his movements purposeful and calculated. It was Ingram, a being of ancient lineage and formidable power. His eyes glowed with a haunting intensity, reflecting centuries of knowledge and darkness. His features concealed by the shroud of mystery, Ingram exuded an aura that spoke of untold secrets and a malevolence that sent shivers down Adelia's spine. As the tension thickened, Adelia's anger surged, her voice dripping with contempt and hatred. "You cannot enter Gaia's life, Ingram," she hissed, her words laced with venomous defiance. Her unwavering determination radiated through the darkness, fueling her resolve to protect her daughter from the clutches of darkness. Without uttering a word, Ingram dashed at Adelia, continuing their battle. In a dazzling display of power, Ingram and Adelia clashed within the confined space of the room. The atmosphere crackled with an electric intensity as their respective abilities collided, filling the air with a symphony of sparks and energy. Adelia's dark scales shimmered with an otherworldly sheen, her venomous fangs bared in a snarl of defiance. With lightning speed, she lunged forward, her serpentine form coiling and striking with deadly precision. Ingram, his features veiled in shadows, moved with an unearthly grace, effortlessly evading Adelia's venomous onslaught. His eyes glowed with an ethereal crimson, reflecting the sinister power that coursed through his veins. As the room trembled beneath their explosive duel, furniture shattered, sending shards and splinters flying through the air. The walls groaned and cracked under the strain of their supernatural might. Adelia's serpent-like agility was matched only by her venomous wrath. She unleashed a barrage of poison-infused strikes, each aimed with lethal accuracy. Venomous tendrils slithered through the air, leaving a trail of hissing mist in their wake. Ingram countered with swift and calculated maneuvers, his ancient vampire reflexes allowing him to dodge and parry with preternatural grace. Their conflict intensified, reaching a crescendo of power and destruction. The room became a battlefield of chaos and ruin. The ceiling caved in, showering debris upon them, while the floor quaked under the weight of their ferocity. Arcs of dark energy clashed against swirling mists of venom, illuminating the chamber with a mesmerizing display of light and shadow. Neither Adelia nor Ingram held back, their shared history momentarily forgotten amidst their primal clash. Ingram, his movements fluid and swift, countered Adelia's venomous strikes with a display of his own formidable power. With a sudden burst of speed, he blurred across the room, leaving a trail of darkness in his wake. His hands became a blur of motion as he unleashed a series of devastating vampiric attacks, each strike infused with dark energy. Adelia, undeterred by Ingram's onslaught, met each attack with equal ferocity. She twisted and contorted her serpentine body, evading his deadly blows with a grace that matched his own. Her scales shimmered with an ominous glow as she retaliated, her fangs dripping with toxic venom. Between their clashes, Adelia seized moments to taunt Ingram, her voice dripping with venomous mockery. "Is this the best you can muster, Ingram?" she sneered, her voice laced with confidence. "Or are your once great abilities waning with age?" Ingram's eyes blazed with fury, his pride stung by Adelia's biting words. He lunged forward, his movements fueled by a renewed determination. His vampiric attacks intensified, seeking to overwhelm Adelia with their raw power. But she remained elusive, twisting and contorting her body with uncanny agility. Adelia laughed mockingly as she parried his strikes, her voice echoing through the chaotic room. "Come now, Ingram, show me what an ancient vampire like you is truly capable of. Or have the centuries dulled your edge?" Her words were like a poison, stoking the flames of his rage. Their battle raged on, a deadly dance of power and skill. The air crackled with energy as their conflicting forces clashed and intermingled. Adelia, refusing to yield, fought back with a tenacity born of hatred and determination. She refused to let Ingram's attempts to diminish her spirit go unanswered. The room trembled under the weight of their epic struggle, its walls echoing with their resounding blows. Adelia's dark scales glistened with resilience as she countered each of Ingram's attacks with precise strikes of her own. The battle reached a fever pitch, their animosity fueling their every move. But the outcome of their fierce clash remained uncertain, as neither Adelia nor Ingram showed signs of relenting. They were locked in a deadly dance, each determined to prove their dominance. Their fight was far from over, and the room continued to bear witness to their explosive confrontation. As the battle escalated, the room became a scene of utter devastation. Furniture lay in ruins, scattered across the floor like broken memories. The walls bore deep gouges and cracks, evidence of the raw power unleashed by Adelia and Ingram. The air crackled with an electric tension, the very atmosphere seeming to vibrate with their animosity. In a final clash, their combined force shattered the window, sending shards of glass cascading into the night. Like avatars of chaos, they burst through the broken opening, their battle now taking them into the darkened expanse outside the manor. Rain poured down in torrents, drenching them in its icy embrace. Ingram's fangs elongated, his vampiric nature manifesting in all its primal glory. He landed gracefully on the rain-soaked ground, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light. Adelia, her scaled form coiled and ready, faced him with unyielding determination. A smirk tugged at the corners of Ingram's lips, his voice dripping with venom as he retorted to Adelia's earlier taunts. "Ah, Adelia, it seems your years in hiding have dulled your once sharp senses," he mocked, his words laced with condescension. "Dependent on the Dark Lord to fight your battles, are we? How pitiful it is to see you reduced to serving such a foolish cause." Adelia's eyes blazed with fury, her serpentine body poised to strike. She refused to be swayed by Ingram's words, her resolve unshaken. With a flick of her tail, she lunged forward, venomous fangs glistening in the rain-soaked night. As the rain poured relentlessly, the clash between Ingram and Adelia intensified in the inky darkness. Ingram's movements were swift and calculated, a blur of ethereal grace. He darted forward, his body contorting with unnatural agility, aiming to strike at Adelia's vulnerable flank. Adelia, her senses honed by years of survival, anticipated Ingram's assault. With lightning reflexes, she slithered to the side, narrowly evading his lethal swipe. The air crackled with energy as her scales brushed against his outstretched hand, leaving a trail of sparks in their wake. Not one to relent, Ingram unleashed a barrage of swift strikes, his hands a blur of blinding speed. Each blow was aimed with precision, seeking to exploit any opening in Adelia's defenses. Yet, Adelia's serpentine form proved elusive, her sinuous movements fluid and evasive. Adelia seized her opportunity and retaliated, her venomous fangs lunging towards Ingram's exposed arm. The sickening sound of flesh meeting fangs echoed through the rain-soaked night. A muffled growl escaped Ingram's lips as Adelia's venom coursed through his veins, momentarily impairing his movements. Refusing to succumb to pain, Ingram retaliated with a ferocious counterattack. His fists, infused with supernatural strength, collided with Adelia's resilient scales, sending shockwaves through the air. The impact reverberated through Adelia's body, momentarily stunning her, but her resolve remained unyielding. Adelia swiftly recovered, her eyes burning with an intensity matched only by the storm raging around them. She unleashed a whirlwind of strikes, each one laced with the venomous potency of a predator defending its territory. Ingram, in turn, showcased his vampiric prowess, his movements fluid and unhindered despite the venom coursing through his veins. Blows exchanged in a macabre dance, the clash of their powers echoing through the night. Rain-slicked skin met venom-laden fangs, and the air became heavy with the scent of blood and rain-soaked earth. Each combatant fought with a fierce determination, neither willing to concede an inch of ground. The battle continued to escalate, a symphony of raw power and primal fury. The storm raged on, its relentless downpour fueling their relentless struggle. With every strike, they pushed the boundaries of their physical limits, testing the depths of their resilience and endurance. Amidst the relentless clash of their powers, Adelia's voice rang out, filled with anger and determination. "Stay away from Gaia's life, Ingram," she hissed through her venomous fangs, her words laced with a warning that cut through the chaos. "If you dare to enter her world, the Dark Lord will kill you." Ingram, his eyes gleaming with defiance, parried Adelia's attack, his voice cutting through the rain-soaked air. "The Dark Lord's power is nothing compared to the one I serve," he retorted with a hint of superiority. "I have every right to be a part of Gaia's life. I have protected her all these years while you played the charade of death and disappeared from her existence." Adelia's scaled form coiled with renewed aggression as she launched a furious assault, her voice dripping with fury. "Protected her? You know nothing of protection," she spat, venomous mist trailing behind her words. "You abandoned us. How dare you claim any right to her life?" Ingram sidestepped her attack with an agility born of centuries of existence, his voice resolute. "I may have been absent, but my purpose remained steadfast. I watched over Gaia from the shadows, shielding her from threats you couldn't even fathom. I ensured her safety when you chose to disappear." Adelia's eyes narrowed, a mix of anger and resentment flashing in her gaze. "You speak lies, Ingram. I was protecting her in my own way," she shot back, her venom-infused strikes becoming more relentless. "Your absence was a betrayal, and you have no right to claim a place in her life." Ingram deflected her onslaught with calculated precision, his voice echoing with a chilling conviction. "Betrayal? No, Adelia. It was a sacrifice. I did what was necessary to keep her safe." The relentless clash between Adelia and Ingram had taken its toll on both combatants. Breathing heavily, their bodies strained and battered, they stood locked in a momentary stalemate. Adelia's scaled form began to shimmer and morph, her figure slowly reverting to her human state. Her breaths came in ragged gasps as she locked eyes with Ingram, a mixture of exhaustion and fury etched across her face. In a surge of renewed determination, Adelia launched herself at Ingram, her fist charged with raw power. Ingram, his own weariness hidden beneath a veil of unwavering resolve, met her attack head-on. Their fists collided with an explosive force, the impact reverberating through the surrounding forest. The sheer strength behind their blows sent them hurtling through the air, their bodies propelled in opposite directions. With a resounding crash, Adelia collided with a massive tree trunk, the wood groaning under the strain. Pain shot through her body, but it only fueled her anger, pushing her to rise once more. Ingram, too, crashed into a nearby tree, the impact causing splinters to rain down around him. Despite the ache that resonated within him, he pushed through the pain, ready to continue the battle. As Adelia coughed up blood, her voice strained but filled with conviction, she uttered her words through gritted teeth. "Gaia has found someone who can protect her, love her, and cherish her like no one else can," she declared, her voice laced with a mix of pain and determination. Ingram, his own injuries evident as blood trickled from his lips, met her gaze with unyielding resolve. "No matter who Gaia finds, they cannot fill the roles of parents," he retorted, his words punctuated by a ragged breath. Our absence has left an irreparable void. Emotions ran deep within Adelia's eyes as she locked her gaze with Ingram, her voice quivering with intense sincerity. You had a chance, Ingram. A chance to be Gaia's father, a loving husband. But you chose your lord over family, she uttered, her voice heavy with a mix of anger and sorrow. The rain continued to pour, the steady rhythm punctuating the weight of their words and the depth of their choices. As they stood there, bruised and battered, the cliffhanger of their unresolved conflict hung in the air, leaving their fates intertwined in a web of regret, longing, and the irreparable consequences of their past decisions. Chapter 980. Arya, the assassin's apprentice. In the sprawling expanse of the Azere continent, Arya soared high above the midnight sky, her silhouette a dark blur against the starlit canvas. With an agile twist, she descended through the billowing clouds, the moist mist enveloping her figure as she zeroed in on her destination. Her destination? A private island, veiled in secrecy and opulence, nestled amidst the vast expanse of the ocean. As Arya breached the cloud cover, the private island came into view, a paradise of exclusivity bathed in moonlight. The manor, an architectural marvel, stood proudly at the heart of the island, its grandeur an embodiment of the wealth and power held within its walls. The sprawling gardens were meticulously manicured, vibrant blooms and exotic flora dotting the landscape, while the scent of jasmine and sea breeze intertwined in the air. But it wasn't just the stunning scenery that guarded the island. On the ground, vigilant guards patrolled with unwavering dedication, their steps measured and purposeful. Their presence was a clear reminder that trespassers were unwelcome, their duty to protect the island's secrets unyielding. Meanwhile, airborne guards soared through the sky, their wings beating with rhythmic grace. They acted as vigilant sentinels, their keen eyes scanning the horizon, ensuring that no intruder would breach the island's defenses from above. The island's security extended to the shimmering sea that embraced its shores. Patrol boats, adorned with the mark of Isaiah Markham, cut through the midnight waves with unwavering determination. They sailed with a synchronized elegance, vigilant in their duty to safeguard the island from any threats that may emerge from the vast expanse of the ocean. As Arya approached the island, she observed these security measures, her gaze sharp and calculating. When Arya neared the private island, her mind became a canvas upon which memories of the Dark Lord's teachings painted vivid strokes. In her mind's eye, she heard Michael's voice, resonating with calculated wisdom. Listen closely, Arya, Michael's voice echoed in her thoughts. To evade the guards and patrols, you must become one with the shadows. Use the darkness and your dark robes as your shield. Move silently like a wraith in the night, and let the veil of obscurity be your ally. With the teachings ingrained in her mind, Arya expertly maneuvered through the night sky, a spectral presence amidst the darkness. She deftly navigated between patches of inky blackness, merging seamlessly with the shadows that danced across the moonlit canvas. Below, the guards patrolled with a sense of heightened vigilance, their eyes scanning the surroundings for any signs of intrusion. Their gaze followed a set route, their attention focused on the ground, unaware of the threat looming above. Arya observed their pattern, her sharp eyes discerning a weakness in their patrol route. As the patrol passed beneath her, Arya seized the opportunity. With a calculated descent, she lowered herself closer to the ground, her body becoming one with the nocturnal shroud. She skimmed the edge of the guard's vision, a whisper in the night that eluded their scrutiny. From the vantage point of the sky, she heard snippets of conversation between the perplexed guards, their voices tinged with confusion and curiosity. What's happening, Johnson? Why the sudden increase in security? Is Lord Isaiah expecting trouble from the mainland? Their questions hung in the air, unanswered whispers in the night. Arya, like a predator relishing the hunt, capitalized on their distraction. She continued to trail the patrol, exploiting the weakness she had discerned in their route. With each calculated movement, she remained hidden in plain sight, her dark form merging seamlessly with the night sky. Her heart raced with exhilaration as she embraced the role of the shadow, ever watchful, ever silent. As Arya carefully observed the patrol from above, her sharp eyes caught a fleeting moment, an opening in the sky patrol's formation. Without hesitation, she seized the opportunity. Like an arrow released from a taut bowstring, she descended with unparalleled speed, hurtling towards the ocean below. With a graceful arc, she plunged into the water, breaking the surface with a splash. The island's defenses were not limited to the sky and the land. Hidden beneath the waves, an intricate web of traps and arrays awaited the unwary intruder. Arya knew she had to proceed with caution. In her mind, she recalled another lesson imparted by Michael, emphasizing the importance of meticulous preparation before embarking on an assassination mission. Know the target location like the back of your hand, he had said. Study the blueprints, understand the layout, and anticipate any potential traps or obstacles. Arya's training had honed her instincts, and she swam deeper into the ocean, relying on her knowledge of the island's infrastructure. Soon she found what she sought, a sewage pipe discreetly hidden beneath a bed of undulating corals. It would serve as her conduit into the heart of the island. As she swam further, the sound of a patrol boat reverberated above her. Patrol boats cruised the water's surface, casting a sweeping spotlight that danced across the waves, searching for any signs of intrusion. Arya, undeterred, utilized the natural camouflage provided by the underwater corals and plants. Their vibrant hues and intricate formations shielded her from the prying gaze of the boat patrol, allowing her to remain hidden in plain sight. With each passing moment, Arya's resolve deepened. She knew the risks involved, the dangers that lay in wait. But she had been trained to be meticulous, to adapt and overcome. The island, with its treacherous defenses and heightened security, was a formidable adversary. Yet she remained unyielding, driven by her mission and her unwavering determination to succeed. And so she continued her underwater journey, navigating the dark depths, her breath steady, her mind focused. The island held its secrets close, but Arya, the Queen of Shadows, was relentless in her pursuit. With the patrol boat finally leaving the immediate area, Arya seized the moment and swam closer to the island's perimeter. The ominous silhouette of the manor loomed in the distance, a bastion of wealth and secrecy. The time for subtlety had passed, it was time to breach the island's defenses. Taking out a compact blowtorch from her utility belt, Arya's gloved hand ignited the flame. The steady hum of the torch accompanied her movements as she positioned the searing heat against the metal gates securing the sewage pipe entrance. The island's security was formidable, designed to detect any spell casting and trigger an immediate lockdown. Arya's mission demanded precision and stealth. As the blowtorch cut through the reinforced metal, the scent of burning metal filled the air, mingling with the nauseating stench emanating from the open pipe. Arya's determination prevailed over the discomfort, her focus unwavering. The intense heat glowed in the darkness, illuminating her determined expression. With each precise incision, the gates slowly yielded to the force of the blowtorch. As the final section of metal fell away, Arya wasted no time. She swiftly swam into the pipe, the grimy water engulfing her, leaving behind the oppressive atmosphere of the island's surface. The putrid smell assaulted her senses, but Arya pushed through, relying on her training to endure the discomfort. The narrow passageway became her conduit, leading her closer to her target. In the darkness, she propelled herself forward, the sound of water rushing in her ears, as she embarked on a treacherous journey through the hidden underbelly of the island. Arya's mission demanded her utmost resilience. With every stroke of her limbs, she drew closer to the heart of the island, her resolve unyielding. The arrays and runes, lurking in the shadows, awaited any sign of magic. But Arya, the Queen of Shadows, knew the art of silent infiltration, the dance of shadows. As Arya swam through the intricate sewage pipe system, her mind raced with the blueprint of the manor etched in her memory. Sadie, her resourceful contact within the underworld, had provided her with invaluable information. Finally, she reached a junction where the pipe split into multiple paths. Arya selected the one that led to an opening positioned at a safe distance from the manor's watchful eyes. Emerging from the pipe, she found herself in a secluded area, hidden amidst a thicket of dense foliage. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and the faint fragrance of blooming flowers. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, masking the sound of her arrival. The manor, a sprawling structure of opulence, stood proudly before her. Its stone walls were adorned with intricate carvings, bearing witness to its rich history. Towering trees cast elongated shadows upon the grounds, providing pockets of darkness that beckoned to Arya's stealthy nature. Soldiers, clad in dark uniforms, patrolled the perimeter of the manor. Their movements were disciplined and methodical, their eyes keenly scanning the surroundings. Arya observed their path, studying the weaknesses within their patrol routine. The patrol path encircled the manor in a predictable pattern, their steps in synchrony with the ticking of time. Arya noticed a blind spot where the soldiers' gaze momentarily faltered, distracted by the distant flickering torches. It was her opportunity, a moment when their vigilance wavered, providing her with a chance to slip through undetected. The surroundings of the manor were adorned with meticulously manicured gardens, vibrant flowers dancing in the moonlight. Dense shrubbery and strategically placed sculptures created hiding spots for the vigilant assassin. Arya crouched low, blending into the natural camouflage of the foliage, her dark robes providing an additional layer of concealment. With bated breath, she waited for the patrol to reach the critical juncture of their routine. As their attention was diverted, she darted forward, her movements fluid and noiseless. Utilizing the cover of darkness and the intricate labyrinth of the garden, she maneuvered through the concealed spaces, inching closer to her target. As Arya navigated the treacherous grounds, her mind delved into the depths of her training and the knowledge imparted by Michael, her mentor. Memories of his voice echoed in her thoughts, offering guidance in the face of seemingly insurmountable challenges. "No security system in the world is impenetrable," Michael had once said, his voice resonating with quiet authority. "With enough time and study one can find the weakness, the chink in the armor. Stay vigilant, Arya, and adapt to overcome any obstacle." Arya's eyes gleamed with determination as she recalled his words. The island's security mechanisms were formidable, designed to suppress cultivation and detect unauthorized spell casting. The fusion stage soldiers patrolling the grounds and the intricate arrays posed a formidable barrier. But Arya was not one to be deterred. She glanced at her wrist, where her trusted companion, the Olympus, rested. The black wrist clock-like device housed a pure arch-energy crystal that, when activated, boosted her cultivation to the fusion stage. It was a rare and precious artifact, a secret weapon against the island's suppressive measures. As she continued her ascent, she noticed additional security measures in place. Motion detectors, hidden pressure plates, and intricate arrays further fortified the manor's defenses. But Arya was no stranger to deception and outwitting her adversaries. She remembered studying the blueprints of the manor, learning about a specific weakness in the security system. By skillfully bypassing the motion detectors using her agile movements and exploiting blind spots created by the arrays, she found a path that led her closer to her goal. Scaling the walls with feline grace, Arya reached a balcony overlooking Isaiah's concubine's room. The moonlight bathed her in an ethereal glow as she surveyed her surroundings, her eyes settling on the shimmering teleportation portal, a feature present in every room including this one. It served as Isaiah's ultimate escape route should the need arise. With calculated precision, Arya leaped from the balcony, her body cutting through the air with fluidity. As she landed soundlessly in the room, her eyes darted around, taking in every detail. The opulent furnishings and delicate decor betrayed the lavish lifestyle of Isaiah's chosen companion. Swiftly, Arya concealed herself beneath the closet, her dark robes blending with the shadows. She had meticulously studied the schedule of the maids, learning their routines and timing. It was part of her thorough preparation, understanding that disguise and adopting another identity were essential elements in getting close to her target. A voice echoed in her memory, Michael's words ringing true in her mind. "To truly understand your target, Arya, you must become someone else, someone they least expect." Disguises are powerful tools in the arsenal of an assassin. As she waited in the hidden recesses of the room, Arya's senses remained sharp, attuned to the subtlest of sounds. She anticipated the arrival of a maid, knowing that her disguise would grant her access to areas that would otherwise be off-limits. Arya was patient, her focus unyielding, ready to seize the opportune moment and move one step closer to her ultimate objective. As the door creaked open, a young maid stepped into the room, her presence announced by the soft swish of her uniform. Her attire consisted of a pristine white blouse adorned with delicate lace, accompanied by a knee-length black skirt that swayed with her every movement. Arya observed her closely, taking note of her slender figure and the floral apron neatly tied around her waist. Time seemed to slow as Arya remained hidden beneath the closet, her breathing steady and controlled. She waited for the perfect moment, allowing the maid to approach the closet with unsuspecting steps. As the maid drew near, her curiosity piqued by a sense of disarray within the closet, Arya struck. With lightning speed and precision, Arya's hand shot out, covering the maid's mouth to stifle any potential outcry. The maid's eyes widened in shock and fear, but before she could react, Arya applied pressure, rendering her unconscious. Carefully, Arya eased the limp form to the ground, ensuring a silent fall. Arya swiftly shed her dark robes and discarded her assassin's attire. She then meticulously donned the maid's uniform, buttoning it up with practiced ease. The fit was snug but comfortable, the familiar fabric embracing her form as if she belonged. In this disguise, she would move through the manor undetected, blending seamlessly with the other servants. Her transformation complete, Arya glanced at her reflection in the mirror. The face staring back at her held the visage of an innocent maid, concealing the lethal skills and determination that lay beneath the facade. Arya knew that even the most convincing disguise had its limitations. If someone scrutinized her face too closely, suspicions might arise. And those who were closest to the maid, those who interacted with her regularly, might recognize any inconsistencies in her behavior or demeanor. She needed to act swiftly, minimize contact, and remain on the move to avoid arousing suspicion. Echoing in her mind, Michael's words served as a constant reminder. When in disguise, speed is your ally, he had once told her, his voice laced with wisdom. Avoid unnecessary interaction and always keep moving. The longer you stay in one place, the higher the chances of being discovered. Silently, she glided through the hallways, her steps light and purposeful. As she made her way to the rooftop garden, a soldier stationed nearby called out to her using the maid's name. Arya maintained her composure, her eyes darting toward him briefly, her expression portraying a mixture of surprise and feigned bashfulness. The soldier stationed near the hallway called out to Arya using the maid's name. "Hey there, Maria," he said, his voice carrying a hint of mischief. "Looking as beautiful as ever, I see." Arya halted her steps and turned slightly, her body angled away from him. She allowed a small smile to grace her lips, keeping her eyes cast downward, avoiding any direct eye contact. "Oh, thank you," she replied, her voice soft and demure. "I must continue with my duties now. There's much to be done." The soldier's gaze lingered on her, his eyes tracing the contours of her figure. Don't rush off too quickly," he urged, his tone suggestive. "I'd love to get to know you better, Maria. A woman as lovely as you deserves a moment of respite. Perhaps we can find some time to enjoy each other's company?" Arya maintained her composed facade, her heart pounding with each passing second. She carefully avoided turning her face towards him, ensuring he wouldn't catch a glimpse of her true identity. "I'm sorry, but I must attend to my tasks," she responded, her voice carrying a tinge of regret. "Perhaps another time when we both have more leisure." The soldier seemed momentarily disappointed, but he nodded understandingly. "Fair enough," he conceded. "Until then, Maria." With a polite nod, Arya resumed her movement, keeping her back to the soldier as she continued on her path. She knew that any prolonged interaction could increase the risk of her true identity being exposed. Thus, she focused on maintaining her disguise, ensuring that her face remained hidden from prying eyes. As she disappeared from the soldier's sight, her heart began to steady, and a sense of relief washed over her. Each encounter had to be handled with caution, every word chosen carefully to avoid arousing suspicion. Arya knew that her success depended on her ability to blend seamlessly into the background, remaining elusive and unseen. With renewed determination, she pushed forward, her steps purposeful and silent. The rooftop garden awaited her, a sanctuary amidst the turmoil of her mission. There, she would bide her time, hidden among the foliage, patiently waiting for the opportune moment to strike and fulfill her deadly purpose. Chapter 981. Hail the Shadow Clan. The rooftop garden, bathed in the soft glow of the moonlight, was a tranquil oasis nestled high above the island. Lush foliage adorned the surroundings, with vibrant flowers blooming in an array of colors. The fragrance of jasmine and roses perfumed the air, adding an ethereal touch to the scene. The garden offered a breathtaking panoramic view of the vast ocean stretching out into the distance, its waves crashing against the shore in a mesmerizing rhythm. Arya, concealed behind the veil of her disguise, positioned herself near a water fountain at the center of the garden. The fountain's crystal-clear water cascaded down sculpted tiers, creating a soothing melody that harmonized with the tranquil atmosphere. She knew that Isaiah, drawn to the garden's serene beauty, would seek solace here and momentarily let his guard down. With her senses honed, Arya remembered the teachings of her mentor, Michael, echoing in her mind. "Physical training is key," he had emphasized. "Adaptability is crucial in an assassination. You must become one with your surroundings, capable of blending in and maneuvering in any given situation." Taking a deep breath, Arya submerged herself in the water fountain, her body concealed beneath the shimmering liquid. With precise control, she regulated her breathing, silently becoming one with the aquatic haven. She waited, her senses attuned, for the approach of her target. In her mind, she replayed Michael's words. An assassin must adapt swiftly to unforeseen circumstances. No situation should catch you off guard. Your ability to think on your feet and utilize your environment is paramount. Suddenly, footsteps echoed on the rooftop, drawing closer with each passing second. Arya's heart quickened, but she maintained her composure, her trained instincts guiding her every move. Isaiah Markham, the man whose life hung in the balance, emerged into view. Isaiah stood tall, his dark complexion contrasting against the moonlit backdrop. His physique bore the marks of wealth and indulgence, with a slight paunch accentuating his muscular frame. His eyes, filled with a sense of self-assuredness, swept across the garden, taking in the tranquil scenery. The stage was set, the players in position. Arya watched Isaiah approach, her eyes hidden beneath the surface of the water. She remained poised, her presence undetected, waiting for the opportune moment to fulfill her deadly task. The air was charged with anticipation, as the moon continued to cast its ethereal glow over the clandestine scene in the rooftop garden. From her hidden vantage point beneath the water's surface, Arya's gaze remained fixed on Isaiah, her senses attuned to his every movement. However, to her surprise, another figure emerged into the rooftop garden, disrupting the tranquility she had meticulously planned for. It wasn't one of Isaiah's wives as she had anticipated, but a formidable orc. The orc stood tall, his red skin a stark contrast against the moonlit backdrop. His muscular physique bore the scars of battles fought, and his face adorned with intricate face paints and tribal tattoos that spoke of his fierce nature. A primal aura surrounded him, emanating strength and intimidation. As the orc approached Isaiah, a shiver ran down the lord's spine, his previous composure faltering in the face of this formidable presence. Isaiah's gaze met the orc's eyes, filled with a mixture of trepidation and uncertainty. The weight of the orc's presence seemed to hang heavy in the air, suffocating the once peaceful atmosphere of the rooftop garden. Arya watched intently, her mind racing to adapt to this unforeseen development. She could feel the tension building, her training reminding her to remain patient and alert. Every moment was crucial, every action calculated. But for now, she observed silently, biding her time until the opportune moment presented itself. The scene unfolded with a sense of unease, as Isaiah and the imposing orc shared the bench, their presence a stark juxtaposition against the tranquil surroundings of the garden. Arya, hidden beneath the water's surface, became acutely aware of the stakes rising. She steeled herself, ready to seize the moment when the balance of power would tip in her favor. But for now she remained submerged, her senses keen, awaiting the right moment to strike. As Arya observed the unsettling interaction between Isaiah and the intimidating orc, her mind drew upon another of Michael's invaluable lessons. She recalled his words, echoing in her thoughts with unwavering clarity. An assassin must always be prepared for their plan to fail, Michael's voice resounded in her mind. The difference between a good assassin and the best assassin lies in their ability to adapt and turn each obstacle into an opportunity. No situation is without its hidden advantages if you know where to look. Arya embraced this wisdom, letting it fuel her determination. She recognized that even in this unforeseen turn of events, there was potential for her mission to succeed. Every challenge presented an opening, a chance to exploit weaknesses and achieve her goal. The rough voice of the orc cut through the tense silence of the rooftop garden, devoid of any sympathy. "We're cleaning house, tying loose ends," he gruffly stated, his words laced with a sense of impending finality. Isaiah's terrified expression betrayed his desperation as he pleaded for his life. "Please spare me." Isaiah's voice trembled, desperation dripping from every word. "I can give you anything you want. Money, power, whatever you desire. Just let me live." The orc's response was cold and unforgiving. "We've already begun the next phase," he declared, his tone devoid of mercy. "But before we move forward, we must close the previous chapter." Arya's heart quickened with anticipation, recognizing the significance of the orc's words. The mention of closing the previous chapter indicated a potential vulnerability that she could exploit. It was a window of opportunity, a chance to strike when their attention was divided. As Isaiah's pleas fell on deaf ears, the scene became a delicate dance between life and death. Arya's resolve hardened, her focus honed on the unfolding situation. Arya's eyes widened in astonishment as the unexpected events unfolded before her. To her surprise, the orc's grip tightened around Isaiah's neck, despite the latter's desperate struggle. In one swift motion, the orc snapped Isaiah's neck, granting him a painless death. The sight sent a chill down Arya's spine, witnessing such brutality executed with chilling efficiency. However, Arya's shock intensified as the orc rose to his feet and uttered the words that reverberated through the air, "Hail the Shadow Clan." The mention of this mysterious clan struck a chord of curiosity within Arya's mind. She had never heard of them before, their name shrouded in secrecy and unknown to her. But the scene took an even more perplexing turn as the orc retrieved a glowing dark crystal from within his pocket. A sinister aura emanated from the crystal, captivating Arya's attention. With a firm grip, the orc crushed the crystal, releasing a plume of swirling smoke that rose into the air. As Arya watched in awe, the smoke merged with the orc's body, seeping into his very being. It was an unsettling sight, as if the essence of life itself was being transferred. And then, just as abruptly as it began, the light of life left the orc's body. He collapsed to the ground, lifeless and devoid of the mysterious force that had animated him moments ago. Arya's mind raced with questions and confusion. The significance of the Shadow Clan and the nature of the dark crystal remained a mystery to her. Yet, she understood that this unexpected turn of events had opened a new chapter in her mission. She would need to uncover the truth behind the Shadow Clan, their motives, and their connection to Isaiah. With a renewed sense of purpose, Arya made a silent vow to unravel this enigma, even if it meant delving into the darkest depths of intrigue and danger. The mission had taken an unforeseen turn, but her determination burned brighter than ever. Arya's heart pounded in her chest as she emerged from the water and rushed towards the bodies, desperate to gather any clues that could shed light on the mysterious events that had just unfolded. Her mind raced, piecing together the fragments of the puzzle. However, as she approached the lifeless body of the orc, a sudden and unexpected occurrence disrupted her investigation. A brilliant, eerie purple flame ignited around the orc's corpse, engulfing it in its otherworldly glow. A sense of foreboding washed over Arya as she watched in awe and confusion. Before her very eyes, the flames consumed the orc's remains until there was nothing left but fading embers. It was as if whatever secrets the orc held had been eradicated, leaving behind only lingering questions. Yet, Arya had little time to dwell on this peculiar turn of events. The tranquility of the rooftop garden was shattered by the piercing toll of alarm bells that resonated throughout the island. The island's security mechanism had detected the absence of Isaiah's life force and swiftly activated the alarm, alerting the guards. Clad in their formidable armor, the soldiers rushed into the garden with weapons drawn and fear etched on their faces. Their voices echoed with shock and disbelief as they beheld their lifeless lord, their shouts intertwining with each other in a chaotic chorus. Amidst the commotion, their attention turned to Arya, disguised as a maid. "Stop. What have you done?" One of the guards bellowed, his voice filled with accusation and anger. Arya's muscles tensed, ready to defend herself against the impending onslaught. But just as she was about to engage in battle, a familiar voice echoed in her mind. It was the Dark Lord's voice, resonating with authority and wisdom. "Don't fight them, Arya," the voice whispered. "Use your teleportation scroll to escape. Live to fulfill your mission." Arya's eyes widened in surprise as the Dark Lord's words echoed in her thoughts. She knew she had to heed his guidance. With a swift and calculated movement, she reached into her hidden pouch and retrieved the teleportation scroll. She activated the scroll, and in a flash of mystical energy she vanished from the garden, leaving the bewildered guards behind. As she reappeared in a hidden location, Arya's mind raced with a mixture of relief and determination. The encounter with the orc, the discovery of Isaiah's lifeless body, and the Dark Lord's message all converged into a singular purpose: to uncover the truth, fulfill her mission, and ultimately bring justice to those responsible. Meanwhile, in the manor of Ingram, tension hung heavy in the air as Adelia adamantly refused to let Ingram take any part in Gaia's life. The room was filled with their icy silence, their gazes locked in a battle of wills. Adelia stood tall and unwavering, her determination shining through her eyes. "I won't allow you to ruin her life any further," Adelia declared, her voice filled with a mixture of anger and resentment. "You abandoned her when she needed you the most. You have no right to be a part of her world now." Ingram's face contorted with pain, his eyes pleading for understanding. "Adelia, I've made mistakes, I admit that. But I've changed. I've spent centuries trying to protect her from the darkness that lurks out there." Adelia scoffed, her voice laced with bitterness. "Protect her? You, an elder vampire working for Dagon, the ruler of hell. You abandoned her when she was just a baby. Don't you dare claim to be her protector now." Ingram's voice grew desperate, his words aching with remorse. "I did what I had to do to keep her safe. You have no idea the sacrifices I've made, the battles I've fought. One day, Adelia, I will make you see. I will make up for everything." Before Adelia could retort, a sudden shift in the atmosphere caught her attention. A powerful force was approaching, one that sent shivers down her spine. She recognized it immediately and knew what it meant. Azazel, the Dark Lord's demon butler, was drawing near. Adelia's heart raced with both fear and relief. She wanted Azazel to arrive, not the Dark Lord himself. She knew Azazel had his own agenda, and she hoped he could be persuaded to capture Ingram without revealing his true allegiance to the Dark Lord. She couldn't risk the Dark Lord discovering Ingram's identity as an elder vampire and the knowledge that he had abandoned Gaia. With an icy calmness, Adelia turned to Ingram, her eyes never wavering. "You will do nothing, Ingram," she stated coldly. "I am about to capture you and send you somewhere you won't be able to intervene in Gaia's life any longer. This is the consequence of your actions." Ingram's face twisted with a mix of shock and anger, but Adelia paid him no heed. She had no love left for him, only anger and a desire to protect their daughter from his tainted influence. Her plan was set, and she awaited Azazel's arrival, knowing that he would ensure Ingram's capture. Deep down, Adelia knew that Azazel's presence signaled danger, but she couldn't risk the greater threat that the Dark Lord posed. Her focus was on safeguarding Gaia's future, even if it meant sacrificing any lingering shards of affection she once held for the man before her. Adelia's mind raced with conflicting emotions as she anxiously awaited Azazel's arrival. Her loyalty to the Dark Lord remained steadfast, and she knew that Gaia was a cherished being in his eyes. Adelia couldn't bear the thought of jeopardizing her daughter's position in the Dark Lord's realm, but she also didn't wish for Ingram's life to be extinguished by the Dark Lord's wrath. Ingram's true identity as an elder vampire, working under Dagon, the ruler of Hell, made him a dangerous and potent adversary. Adelia was well aware of his formidable power, one that surpassed her own. She knew that engaging in a direct confrontation with Ingram would be not only futile but also potentially lethal for her. Azazel, on the other hand, was an entity she could manipulate to serve her purpose. As the Dark Lord's demon butler, Azazel held a certain level of allegiance to Adelia due to her high status within the Dark Army. She hoped that by summoning Azazel instead of the Dark Lord, she could maintain some semblance of control over the situation. Adelia yearned for Azazel's arrival, for she knew that he possessed the strength and skill to subdue Ingram. His demonic abilities, coupled with his unwavering loyalty to the Dark Lord, would make him the perfect instrument to capture Ingram without resorting to fatal measures. After dealing with Ingram, Adelia made the firm decision to unveil the hidden truths she had concealed from Gaia and the Dark Lord. Her loyalty to the Dark Lord compelled her to relinquish any lingering secrets, as she no longer wished to keep anything from him. Adelia was determined to come clean and lay bare the entirety of her knowledge, sparing no details, for she believed in unwavering transparency and honesty within their relationship. Chapter 982, Vampire Death Squad vs. Michael I. While Arya and Azazel were on their mission, Ricky ventured through the empty hall. He noticed dwarves diligently working on the ceiling. Parchments and cloth covered various areas of the hall, indicating ongoing renovations. Unexpectedly, in the center of the hall, he came across the members of the Vampire Death Squad, taking a break and engaged in a lively conversation. Ricky couldn't help but feel surprised to see all the elite killers gathered in one place. Normally, they trained individually in different locations on the floating mountain. However, fate had brought them together in this moment. "Look who's here," chuckled Grey Wolf, the dwarf, teasing Ricky playfully. Ricky waved his hand in acknowledgement, a smile on his face. "When are you going to convince the Dark Lord to build us a tavern, Ricky?" growled Bear, his deep voice resonating through the hall. Ricky contemplated for a moment, considering the suggestion. "A tavern, huh? It may not be at the top of my priority list, but perhaps I can find a way to squeeze it in," Ricky replied with a hint of amusement. Just a couple of years ago, if he had encountered these formidable assassins, he would have been trembling with fear. But after serving the Dark Lord for nearly 3 years, Ricky had grown accustomed to facing formidable beings. After all, the Dark Queen would give him a stern reprimand if she ever found out he was scared of someone. Suddenly, Spider called out to Ricky, interrupting his thoughts. He turned his attention towards the alluring blonde vampire. "Hey Ricky," she beckoned, her voice carrying a mixture of intrigue and curiosity. "We're having a friendly bet. Care to join in?" Spider asked, her voice filled with mischief and intrigue. Ricky, intrigued by the proposition, walked towards Spider and the rest of the Vampire Death Squad. The members of the squad couldn't help but grin at Spider's invitation. Meanwhile, the dwarves working on the construction project seemed terrified, fully aware of what the bet entailed. Curiosity piqued, Ricky asked, "What's the bet about?" He couldn't help but notice the seductive smile on Spider's face, and he knew from experience that trouble often followed when an alluring beauty like her was involved. After his recent breakup with Olivia, Ricky had decided to steer clear of such entanglements. "We're betting on who among us would have a better chance of defeating the Dark Lord if he had no cultivation power," Spider revealed, her words hanging in the air. Ricky's eyes widened in shock at the audacity of the wager. However, he quickly frowned, considering the nature of the bet. In the Dark Army, conversations like these were commonplace. Even the weakest soldier in the Dark Army harbored the imagination of challenging the higher-ranking members. They were well aware that they would be swiftly defeated if they dared to try, but it didn't stop them from indulging in such fantasies. It was only natural for these elite killers to ponder what would happen if they were to face the Dark Lord on equal terms. Ricky understood that, despite the inherent dangers, such discussions were part of the norm in the Dark Army. "Everyone knows it'd be me," Bear growled in his rough voice, his hand instinctively gripping his trusty axe. His confidence was evident, as he believed he possessed the strength to overcome the Dark Lord. Snake, the expert in poisoning techniques, shook his head and remained aloof from the conversation. He knew his skills lay in stealth and cunning rather than direct confrontation. Besides, being a fox, he was well aware of the vast power gap that separated him from the Dark Lord. Ricky, eager to avoid the discussion altogether, attempted to walk away. However, Spider grabbed hold of his sleeve, preventing his escape. With a seductive tone, she implored him, "Come on, Ricky. Don't be a coward. You can share your thoughts with us. I promise I won't bite." Ricky glanced at the expectant faces of the Death Squad members, realizing they wouldn't let him off the hook so easily. Reluctantly, he replied, "Well, my answer might not be what you want to hear." Curiosity piqued, White Wolf, an elf, pressed, "What is it, Ricky?" Ricky took a deep breath before responding, "The Dark Lord, obviously. He can overpower any one of you, with or without his cultivation power." The truth hung in the air, a sobering reminder of the Dark Lord's unrivaled might. The Death Squad members exchanged skeptical glances, clearly unconvinced by Ricky's statement. Bear scoffed and retorted, "You underestimate us, Ricky. Without his fancy magic, we have a real shot at taking down the Dark Lord in a head-on fight." White Wolf, the elf, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Ricky. We've honed our skills and trained relentlessly. We're not to be taken lightly. Even the Dark Lord has his vulnerabilities." Spider, the alluring beauty with seductive charm, couldn't resist joining the conversation. She stepped forward, a confident smirk gracing her lips. "I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss us, Ricky. My swordsmanship might even rival the Dark Lord's own. I've devoted years perfecting my technique, and I have the speed and agility to match his every move." The other members of the Death Squad nodded, their confidence mounting. Each had their own reasons to believe they could best the Dark Lord. Grey Wolf, the dwarf, chimed in, "Don't forget my mastery of close combat. I've taken on opponents twice my size and come out victorious. The Dark Lord won't intimidate me." Bear flexed his bulging muscles and grinned. "And he'll bring the full force of my strength. With one swing of my axe, even the Dark Lord will feel its impact." Ricky raised an eyebrow, still skeptical but intrigued by their unwavering confidence. He realized that they truly believed in their abilities. Despite his doubts, Ricky respected their determination and ambition. "Well," Ricky replied, his tone laced with caution, "I suppose it's good to have such confidence. Just remember, the Dark Lord is not to be underestimated. His experience, skills, and sheer power make him a formidable opponent. But if you're willing to put it to the test, who am I to stand in your way?" The Death Squad members shared triumphant smiles, eagerly anticipating the prospect of proving themselves against the Dark Lord. Their conversation took an exciting turn as they began discussing strategies, training regimens, and hypothetical scenarios where they could face the Dark Lord head-on. Meanwhile, Ricky couldn't help but wonder if their boldness was fueled by genuine belief or perhaps a touch of overconfidence. Only time would tell if their aspirations would lead to triumph or humbling defeat. "Why don't we have a friendly duel then?" A calm voice echoed through the hall, catching the attention of the Death Squad members. They turned their gazes towards the door, their eyes widening in surprise as they saw the Dark Lord himself entering with an amused smile playing on his lips. Contrary to Ricky's expectations, the Death Squad members appeared pumped and excited instead of being consumed by fear. Their lack of trepidation, even in the presence of the Dark Lord, surprised Ricky. He understood that these individuals were the most skilled and experienced killers, unfazed by mere intimidation. It took more than that to rattle their composed demeanor. Ricky swiftly bowed as the Dark Lord approached, patting him on the back in a reassuring manner. Michael's gaze shifted towards the Death Squad members, his expression a mix of amusement and curiosity. "I must say I admire your confidence," the Dark Lord spoke, his voice resonating with power. "And I am obliged to satisfy your thirst for curiosity, am I not?" The Death Squad members exchanged glances, their excitement palpable. It was a rare opportunity to showcase their skills before the very being they had sworn loyalty to. Spider stepped forward, a glint of determination in her eyes. "We would be honored, my lord," she replied, her voice steady and resolute. "To have a chance to test our mettle against you would be the greatest challenge we could ask for." The Dark Lord's smile widened, his gaze shifting from one member to another. He seemed genuinely intrigued by their proposition. This unexpected turn of events had brought an air of exhilaration to the hall, as the prospect of witnessing the clash between the Dark Lord and his elite killers loomed before them. Ricky watched in awe as the stage was set for an extraordinary confrontation. He couldn't help but wonder how this encounter would unfold and what it would reveal about the true extent of the Death Squad's capabilities. Little did he know that this friendly duel would not only test their skills but also deepen their bond with their enigmatic leader, the Dark Lord himself. "Go bring Ellider to me, Ricky," commanded Michael, his voice carrying a sense of authority. Ricky nodded in response and quickly made his way to find Ellider, one of the Dark Lord's trusted advisors. He located Ellider in his study, engrossed in ancient texts, and relayed the Dark Lord's request. Ellider followed Ricky back to the hall, curiosity etched on his face. As they entered, he scanned the scene, taking in the animated conversations and the palpable energy that filled the air. Ellider approached Michael, his brows furrowed in puzzlement. "What is going on here, my lord?" Ellider inquired, his voice laced with intrigue. Michael's eyes sparkled with amusement as he explained, "The Death Squad members had an interesting proposition. They wanted to have a friendly duel among themselves, betting on who has the chance to defeat me." Ellider's eyes widened in surprise, his gaze shifting towards the Death Squad members who were now preparing themselves for the impending challenge. It was not every day that the Dark Lord entertained such requests, but he understood the importance of fostering camaraderie and testing their mettle. "I see," Ellider nodded, his interest piqued. "And how do you plan to proceed, my lord?" A mischievous smile danced on Michael's lips as he revealed his plan. "I want you to create an array around the hall, one that will prevent spellcasting. This way they can engage me on fair grounds without relying on magical abilities." Ellider nodded in understanding, acknowledging the fairness of the arrangement. It was crucial for the Death Squad members to have a genuine opportunity to demonstrate their martial prowess without the interference of external forces. "And what about your cultivation, my lord?" Ellider asked, his gaze searching Michael's eyes. Michael's expression turned serious as he replied, "I will suppress my cultivation to the soul refining stage, one stage below their current level, the fusion stage. This will provide them a fair chance to gauge their abilities against mine truly." Ellider nodded in approval, recognizing the significance of Michael's decision. It showcased not only his respect for the Death Squad members but also his desire to push them to their limits, fostering growth and instilling confidence. As the preparations continued and the array took shape, the hall buzzed with anticipation. The Death Squad members, now aware of the magnitude of this opportunity, stood tall, their expressions filled with determination. They were about to engage in a battle that would test their skills, bond them further as a team, and provide them invaluable insights into their own capabilities. As word spread throughout the floating mountain, the sound of hammers and chisels gradually faded away. The dwarves, who had been tirelessly working on the construction, set their tools aside and gathered around the hall. Excitement and curiosity glimmered in their eyes as they joined the growing crowd, eager to witness the impending duel between the Death Squad members and their formidable Dark Lord. Within the hall, Michael stood at the center, a commanding presence that radiated power and confidence. The Death Squad members had taken their respective positions, their eyes fixed on their enigmatic leader. Michael's gaze swept over the assembled crowd, his piercing black eyes resting on each individual momentarily before he removed his sword sheaths. The sound of the sheaths hitting the ground echoed in the silent hall, drawing the attention of everyone present. Michael's dark swords, symbols of his authority and strength, lay discarded on the floor. A murmur of surprise and awe rippled through the onlookers, recognizing the significance of his action. "I will fight without my swords," Michael declared, his voice resonating with a blend of determination and caution. "I don't want to kill you guys accidentally." With deliberate grace, Michael slid off his long black coat, revealing the toned muscles that lay beneath. He then rolled up the sleeves of his black turtleneck, baring his forearms to the eager eyes of the Death Squad members. The faint sound of his knuckles cracking filled the air as he flexed his fingers, preparing himself for the impending clash. Deep down, Michael understood the significance of this moment. It was not just about asserting his power but also about earning the respect and loyalty of these skilled assassins. He knew that only by surpassing their expectations and demonstrating his unrivaled strength could he establish himself as their rightful leader. Thus, he resolved to push himself to the limits, willing to unleash a force that would leave the Death Squad members in awe, solidifying his reputation as the Dark Lord. Chapter 983, Vampire Death Squad vs. Michael 2, Calm Before the Storm Chapter. "Shall we face you one by one, my lord, or dash?" Spider inquired, her voice filled with anticipation. But before she could finish her sentence, Michael interjected with a playful chuckle. "That would be boring and the fight would be over in a mere moment," he remarked, knowing that individually, none of them stood a chance against him. Spider's eyes gleamed with a deadly mix of excitement and venomous intent. Unlike Saber and the elder vampires, who pledged their loyalty to the Dark Lord out of reverence, the Vampire Death Squad had joined his ranks for monetary reasons. Michael saw this as an opportunity to earn their unwavering loyalty through a display of his formidable strength. "Bring forth your best skills," Michael goaded the Death Squad members, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. With that, the battle between the Dark Lord and the Death Squad members commenced. The vampires swiftly closed in, surrounding Michael, their gazes focused and their bodies tense with anticipation. Each member carefully positioned themselves, strategizing their approach. The battle between the Dark Lord and the Death Squad members erupted into a flurry of movement and clashes. The vampires, driven by a mix of determination and desperation, attacked with their chosen weapons, each showcasing their unique skills. White Wolf, a skilled archer with deadly accuracy, notched an arrow and let it fly with lightning speed. The arrow whistled through the air, aimed straight at Michael's heart. But with a mere flicker of movement, he gracefully sidestepped, allowing the arrow to harmlessly pass by. His evasion was seamless, as if he possessed an innate sense of the arrow's trajectory. Grey Wolf, the agile dwarf with impressive close combat prowess, lunged forward with his daggers. His movements were swift and relentless, his small frame darting in and out as he attempted to breach Michael's defenses. But the Dark Lord was a master of anticipation. With incredible reflexes, he effortlessly evaded Grey Wolf's attacks, his body swaying and twisting with an uncanny grace. His bare hands became an extension of his being, deflecting strikes and countering with precision. Spider, the seductive beauty with lethal swordsmanship, danced forward with deadly elegance. Her sword gleamed in the dim light, and her eyes burned with a thirst for victory. With a series of lightning-fast strikes, she aimed to overwhelm Michael with her quick and precise movements. Yet, the Dark Lord's calm demeanor never wavered. He fluidly dodged Spider's slashes and parried her blows with the fluidity of water, evading her attacks with an almost supernatural grace. Bear, the hulking powerhouse wielding a long heavy battle axe, charged forward with a roar, his muscles bulging with raw strength. Each swing of his weapon was accompanied by a thunderous force that threatened to shatter anything it touched. But Michael's movements were deceivingly swift and nimble. With an almost ethereal agility, he evaded Bear's powerful strikes, slipping past the swinging axe with hairbreadth precision. The hall resounded with the clash of weapons, the echoes of grunts and shouts reverberating throughout the space. Each Death Squad member attacked with unyielding determination, pushing themselves to their limits. Yet, Michael's evasive maneuvers remained unfaltering, his actions a symphony of fluid motion. His body flowed seamlessly, evading attacks with a blend of subtle shifts, twists, and graceful steps. He relied on instinct and unparalleled perception, anticipating the Death Squad's moves before they even materialized. His movements seemed almost effortless, as if he was one with the air itself. Amidst the chaos, the Death Squad members found themselves increasingly frustrated. Their strikes grew more desperate, their attacks lacking the precision and finesse they had initially possessed. Despite their relentless onslaught, Michael appeared to be untouched, his calm facade unbroken. In this dance of combat, the Dark Lord demonstrated not only his physical prowess but also his strategic brilliance. He exploited the weaknesses in their movements, slipping through the gaps in their defenses with astonishing precision. With each evasive maneuver, he seemed to defy the laws of nature, his every motion calculated and deliberate. As the fight raged on, the Death Squad members exchanged glances, a mixture of awe and frustration in their eyes. They could hardly believe what they were witnessing, the unmatched skill and grace of the Dark Lord, who defied their every attack with nothing but his bare hands. Bear's battle axe whistled through the air, propelled by sheer force, aimed directly at Michael. But in a display of uncanny agility, the Dark Lord effortlessly sidestepped the swinging arc of the massive weapon. Bear's mighty swing missed its mark, and the axe crashed into the ground with a thunderous impact, causing the earth to crack and tremble beneath their feet. A smirk tugged at the corners of Michael's lips as he evaded Spider's furious sword strikes. With a swift and fluid motion, he maneuvered behind her, his movements like shadows in the night. In a surprising twist, he deftly seized two of Spider's arms, restraining her momentarily. His voice, barely above a whisper, reached her ears, too slow. The momentary distraction allowed the Dark Lord to capitalize on his advantage. With a quick and forceful push, he propelled Spider forward, directing her path toward the towering figure of Bear. Spider stumbled, unable to regain her balance, and crashed into Bear with a resounding thud. The impact sent both of them sprawling to the ground, temporarily incapacitating them. Meanwhile, White Wolf, the skilled archer, took aim with his bow and let loose a flurry of arrows. The projectiles flew through the air with deadly precision, aiming to find their mark in the Dark Lord's heart. But Michael's reflexes were honed to an otherworldly level. With astonishing speed, he snatched the arrows from the air, catching them effortlessly between his fingertips. A smile played upon Michael's face as he twirled the arrows in his hand. In a feat that defied human limits, he swiftly turned the arrows around, positioning them as makeshift melee weapons. With a fluid motion he wielded them like short sticks, a flickering blur of motion. In an instant, he closed the distance between himself and Grey Wolf, the agile dwarf who fought with relentless determination. With inhuman speed, the Dark Lord swung the arrow sticks in a devastating arc, connecting with precise accuracy. The makeshift weapons collided with Grey Wolf's head, knocking him off balance and sending him stumbling backward, dazed and disoriented. The impact was akin to a giant felling a sapling, the force of the blow reverberating through the hall. The dwarves, gathered in a tight-knit group, observed the breathtaking battle with wide eyes and hushed whispers. Their comments, filled with astonishment and a touch of dark humor, focused on the appearances of those involved. By the fiery forge. That one with the arrows, he's like a skilled marksman. Can't believe the Dark Lord caught him so effortlessly, exclaimed the dwarf with a bushy red beard, pointing at the archer in awe. Aye, and look at the Dark Lord there, swift as a mountain cat. Dodging Spider's strikes with ease, remarked the stout dwarf with a braided beard, his eyes sparkling with amazement. Ah, did you see that? The Dark Lord grabbed hold of Spider's arms like she was naught but a fly in his web. Too slow indeed, chuckled the dwarf with a wild mop of hair, shaking his head in disbelief. The sound of hearty laughter echoed from the dwarves as they watched the Dark Lord wield the arrow like a makeshift weapon, landing a solid blow on the head of the dwarf warrior. It was a mix of astonishment and amusement, their voices carrying a sense of camaraderie in witnessing such unexpected antics. Look at that. The Dark Lord just knocked that Grey Wolf down like a pup with a toy. Never thought I'd see such a sight, chuckled the dwarf with a massive beard, his laughter rumbling like distant thunder. Ha, look at that. The Dark Lord's given Grey Wolf a proper knock on the noggin with that arrow. I never thought I'd see the day, chuckled another dwarf. I reckon even the vampires must be wonderin' what sort of opponent they've gotten themselves mixed up with. The Dark Lord's got him runnin' in circles, added a grey-beard dwarf, a smirk playing on his lips. Who'd have thought the Dark Lord had such moves? He's like a dancer, swaying and spinning through the fight, murmured the dwarf with a braided beard, a mix of awe and amusement in his voice. The dwarves continued to watch, their eyes glued to the mesmerizing spectacle unfolding before them. Their comments, mingled with the sounds of battle, reflected their astonishment and admiration for the Dark Lord's prowess and the relentless assault of the vampire death squad. He's like a whirlwind, that Dark Lord. The vampires can't keep up. Did you see how he cunningly pushed Spider into Bear's path? A true master of strategy. Ha. I never thought I'd say this, but I'm actually root in for the Dark Lord. Who would have guessed? Their voices rose and fell in a symphony of astonishment and camaraderie, their commentary a testament to the mesmerizing spectacle that unfolded before their eyes. The battle between the forces of darkness enraptured them, forging an unexpected bond among the dwarves as they marveled at the incredible display of skill and daring. The onlookers could hardly comprehend the spectacle unfolding before their eyes. The Dark Lord's agility, precision, and supernatural speed left them awestruck. The fight continued, a mesmerizing display of skill and power as Michael evaded, countered, and controlled the battlefield. The Vampire Death Squad, momentarily catching their breath, formed a huddle, their faces etched with determination. The battle had reached a critical juncture, and they needed to reassess their strategy to gain an edge against the formidable Dark Lord. Sensing the pause, Michael's eyes gleamed with a mix of confidence and cunning. "Listen closely," he spoke with an air of authority, pointing at each member of the Death Squad. "Spider, your swordplay is commendable, but your strikes are predictable. Vary your angles and don't underestimate the element of surprise." Turning his gaze to Bear, Michael continued, "Your strength is unparalleled, Bear, but it can be a double-edged sword. Use your weight and momentum to your advantage, but be mindful of exposing yourself to counterattacks. Grey Wolf, your close combat skills are solid, but you telegraph your moves. Maintain your agility and surprise your opponent." Lastly, Michael locked eyes with White Wolf, his voice steady and composed. "White Wolf, your archery skills are unmatched, but your focus wavers in close quarters. Trust in your instincts, and remember that precision can triumph over speed." The vampires listened intently, their eyes fixed on the Dark Lord as he imparted his wisdom. The brief respite allowed them to absorb his guidance and incorporate it into their newfound strategy. With the Dark Lord's pointers imparted, the Vampire Death Squad dispersed, renewed and invigorated by his guidance. Like a well-coordinated symphony, they lunged forward once more, their renewed vigor palpable in the air. The clash resumed, but this time Michael did not rely solely on evasion. He unleashed a torrent of devastating strikes, his movements fluid and swift, fueled by his newfound offensive momentum. Michael's movements were a blur of calculated strikes and lightning-fast counterattacks. He punched and kicked with precision, each blow delivered with enough force to make the vampires cough up blood. His fists and feet became a whirlwind of punishing strikes, finding the vulnerabilities in their defenses. Spider, fueled by the Dark Lord's advice, unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, aiming to exploit her opponent's weaknesses. But Michael deftly parried her attacks, his movements fluid and effortless. With a swift maneuver, he grabbed her wrist and twisted her arm, causing Spider to wince in pain. Bear, determined to prove his worth, swung his heavy battle axe with all his might. But the Dark Lord sidestepped the attack and delivered a powerful spin-hook kick, his leg cutting through the air like a lethal weapon. Bear, caught off guard, was sent sprawling backward, the impact reverberating through his body. It was a display of the Dark Lord's precision and strength, his attack executed with masterful skill. Meanwhile, White Wolf knocked an arrow, drawing his bowstring with renewed confidence. He aimed carefully, seeking to find a weakness in his opponent's defenses. Yet, before he could release the arrow, the Dark Lord closed the distance in a blink of an eye, knocking White Wolf's bow aside and delivering a powerful strike that sent him crashing to the ground. Grey Wolf, agile and determined, tried to outmaneuver the Dark Lord. But Michael anticipated his every move, countering his strikes with lightning reflexes. With a swift combination of punches and kicks, the Dark Lord delivered blows that reverberated through Grey Wolf's body, leaving him staggering and breathless. The battle raged on, the clash of strength and skill echoing through the air. The vampires, fueled by a mix of desperation and newfound determination, fought with every ounce of their being. And the Dark Lord, driven by his own thirst for power and dominance, responded with a relentless onslaught, leaving the Death Squad members battered and bloodied in his wake. The battle within the hall reached its climax as Michael, fueled by a combination of skill, speed, and the hunger for victory, unleashed a series of deadly attacks. His movements were a blur of calculated strikes, each blow delivered with precision and bone-crushing force. Spider, despite her vampiric agility, was unable to evade the Dark Lord's relentless assault. With a swift, spinning kick, Michael struck her temple, causing her to stagger backward. As she struggled to regain her balance, he swiftly closed in, his fist connecting with her jaw in a devastating uppercut. The sickening sound of bones cracking echoed through the hall as Spider's body flew backward, crashing into a nearby pillar. Blood trickled from her mouth as her eyes rolled back, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Bear, known for his formidable strength, swung his heavy battle axe with all his might, aiming for Michael's midsection. But the Dark Lord's reflexes were unmatched. With inhuman speed, he sidestepped the attack, swiftly ducking under Bear's guard. In a lightning-fast motion, Michael's fist collided with Bear's sternum, the impact resonating throughout the hall. Bear let out a guttural cough, blood spraying from his lips, before crumpling to the ground, unconscious and defeated. White Wolf, his quiver empty and his bow discarded, attempted a desperate strike, his clawed fingers aimed at the Dark Lord's throat. But Michael was quicker. He swiftly sidestepped the attack, seizing White Wolf's arm in a vice-like grip. With a vicious twist, the sound of snapping bones filled the air. White Wolf's howl of agony was cut short as he collapsed to the ground, his body racked with pain and unconsciousness enveloping him. Grey Wolf, the nimble dwarf known for his agility, tried to outmaneuver the Dark Lord's attacks. But Michael's movements were too swift, too precise. In a whirlwind of strikes, he relentlessly assaulted Grey Wolf, delivering powerful blows that left him reeling. The sound of impact reverberated through the hall as Michael's fists collided with Grey Wolf's body, each blow accompanied by a sickening crunch. Blood sprayed from Grey Wolf's mouth, and his legs buckled beneath him as he crumpled to the ground, defeated and unconscious. Despite the vampire's innate ability to heal, the force behind Michael's attacks had overcome even their supernatural resilience. The combination of his speed, skill, and sheer power had rendered them incapable of rising to their feet. The hall fell silent, save for the heavy panting of the defeated vampires and the echoes of bones cracking. Victory belonged to the Dark Lord as he stood amidst the fallen, the embodiment of dominance and relentless power. Chapter 984, Another Great Clan Down Calm Before the Storm Chapter. After a few minutes, the members of the Vampire Death Squad stood before Michael, their expressions transformed with newfound respect. Even the once boisterous and unrestrained Bear remained silent, his eyes fixed on the Dark Lord. They realized that what they had experienced was not a true battle, but rather a friendly duel, and their minds wandered to the unimaginable consequences if they had faced the Dark Lord in a real fight. Each member understood that Michael had deliberately held back during their encounter. Otherwise, they would have met their demise within seconds. The weight of this realization settled upon them, leaving them in awe of the Dark Lord's power and restraint. Michael's gaze shifted across the members of the Vampire Death Squad, his voice carrying a tone of encouragement. "Do not be disheartened by this defeat," he began, his words resonating with conviction. "In fact, it is through more training and real-life battles that you can truly become perfect killing machines. Remember, strength is not solely measured by victory, but by the determination to improve." A brief pause hung in the air before Michael continued, his eyes gleaming with a sense of purpose. "After my wedding with Gaia, I will dedicate more time to your training. I will help you unlock your full potential and hone your skills to perfection. Together we will become a force to be reckoned with." He then offered a word of caution, his voice filled with wisdom. "However, let me remind you that overconfidence can be a deadly flaw. Never allow your confidence to blind you. Stay vigilant, stay focused, and channel your strength with precision." The members of the Vampire Death Squad stood silently, their nods expressing their understanding and gratitude for the Dark Lord's guidance. They knew that under his tutelage, they had the opportunity to transcend their current limitations and become formidable warriors. Saber hovered in the sky above the kingdom of Dalgaram, his gaze fixed upon the sprawling headquarters of the Han Torum clan. The clan's stronghold, nestled in the heart of Ar, boasted an impressive dwarven architecture. Tall and majestic, it was crafted from dark gray stones, lending an air of strength and fortitude to its formidable presence. As nightfall approached, Saber patiently awaited his moment to infiltrate the clan. The dwarves, though lacking in cultivation power compared to other races, compensated for it with their mastery of unique and deadly weapons. The dwarf guards patrolled the clan, their watchful eyes scanning for any signs of intrusion. Hidden from their sight, Saber surveyed the scene from above, taking note of the various weapons carefully positioned around the clan. Each weapon exuded an aura of power and danger, a testament to the dwarves' expertise in forging formidable tools of combat. While Saber possessed the power to swiftly eliminate the dwarf guards and their deadly weapons if given the order, his current mission demanded a different approach. He had been tasked by the Dark Lord to infiltrate the Han Torum clan, reaching the clan heads with a crucial ultimatum. Their fate hung in the balance, for they had just 4 days to make a difficult choice: dismantle their revered clan or face the wrath of the Dark Lord. Saber's objective extended beyond mere destruction. He was to ensure that the clan leaders chose the path of dismantlement, allowing the Dark Lord to recruit the talented dwarves within their ranks secretly. His loyalty bound him to these orders, and he understood the larger strategic implications of such a move. Saber's mission was not solely about sowing chaos and leaving behind a trail of corpses, but rather to manipulate the clan's destiny to align with the Dark Lord's grand designs. As the dwarves continued their patrol around the majestic, dark gray stone-clad clan building, their conversation took a turn towards recent events. The destruction of the Guardian Guild by the Dark Lord became the topic of their discussion, and laughter filled the air. "Did you hear about the Alpha Guardians?" chuckled one dwarf, shaking his head in disbelief. "They were supposed to be the epitome of strength, but they didn't stand a chance against the Dark Lord." "Yeah, it's hilarious." Another dwarf joined in, his voice brimming with amusement. "That demon butler of his warned them, gave them 2 whole days to dismantle their precious Guardian Guild. And what did they do? Stay put like a bunch of foolish humans." The dwarves burst into raucous laughter, their hearty guffaws echoing through the night. They couldn't comprehend the audacity of the Guardians, who believed they could actually defeat the Dark Lord. "I bet they thought they were invincible," a dwarf jeered, wiping away tears of mirth. "But look at what happened to Holwick Island. The Dark Lord's spells shattered it into pieces and sent it sinking to the depths. And that ethereal 2-headed dragon he fought," another dwarf chimed in, his voice filled with mockery. "They probably thought it was their savior, but the Dark Lord proved them wrong. He slayed it with ease." The dwarves continued their patrol, relishing in their laughter and the perceived superiority they felt over the fallen guardians. Their taunting remarks painted a picture of arrogance and disdain for those who dared challenge the might of the Dark Lord. As the dwarves reveled in their laughter and mockery, their amusement seemed boundless. Their jokes and banter flowed freely, further fueling their sense of superiority. "Those guardians, I tell ya, they must have rocks for brains," chuckled one dwarf, slapping his knee. "Who in their right mind challenges the Dark Lord and thinks they'll come out on top?" "Ah, humans," another dwarf chimed in, shaking his head in mock pity. "They always think strength in numbers will save them. But little do they realize, it just gives the Dark Lord more targets to crush." Laughter erupted once again, accompanied by a chorus of jests and jibes. "They're like ants marching to their own demise," a dwarf exclaimed, a mischievous glint in his eye. "Instead of using their brains to escape, they gather their little army for the Dark Lord's entertainment." "And what's with their so-called intelligence?" quipped another dwarf, feigning confusion. "They claim to be the smartest race, but when it comes to facing the Dark Lord, they're nothing more than bumbling fools." The dwarves shared boisterous laughter, their voices blending in a symphony of amusement. They reveled in their perceived intellectual superiority over the humans, mocking their choices and decisions. They thought they could defeat the Dark Lord. One dwarf exclaimed between fits of laughter. But instead they became fodder for his power. "It's almost too easy." The jovial banter continued, the dwarves relishing in their own wit and humor, unaware of the looming ultimatum the Dark Lord had sent them to deliver. Saber, perched high above the dwarven clan, carefully observed the patterns of their patrols. He analyzed their routes, noting the areas they frequented and the blind spots they might overlook. It was essential for him to find a gap in their vigilance that would allow him to infiltrate the clan undetected. As his sharp eyes scanned the dwarves below, he discovered a blind spot in their patrol route, a narrow alley tucked between 2 towering structures. It was a secluded path, hidden from direct view, where the dwarves seldom ventured. Saber realized that this blind spot would be his key to accessing the clan building without raising the guard's suspicions. With stealth and precision, Saber descended from his hidden vantage point and glided towards the designated blind spot. The narrow alley was shrouded in darkness, providing the perfect cover for his clandestine entry. He moved swiftly, his steps soundless, and disappeared into the shadows. Meanwhile, as Saber maneuvered through the hidden alley, a brief moment of uncertainty arose among the patrolling dwarves. One dwarf, a hint of suspicion in his voice, turned to his companion and asked, "Did you feel something strange just now? A presence, perhaps?" His companion, slightly inebriated from a night of revelry, scoffed and brushed off the inquiry. "Ah, you've had one too many, my friend," he retorted with a chuckle. "No one would be foolish enough to challenge our clan. It's just your imagination playing tricks on you." The doubtful dwarf shrugged, convinced by his companion's dismissal. They continued their patrol, unaware that a skilled infiltrator had slipped past them and was now lurking within the heart of their clan. Saber, utilizing the blind spot to his advantage, pressed on with his mission, remaining undetected by the oblivious dwarven guards. Saber, hidden in the shadows, couldn't help but chuckle softly at the dwarves' arrogance and mockery towards the humans. "Oh, my dear dwarves," he whispered to himself, "you call them foolish while you struggle to perform your own duties with precision." Inside the majestic clan building, the atmosphere was a testament to the dwarves' meticulous craftsmanship. Elaborate stone arches adorned the corridors, leading to grand halls adorned with intricate carvings and elegant tapestries. Saber's eyes gleamed with a mix of admiration and determination as he navigated through the labyrinthine structure. His ultimate destination was the power room, the heart of the clan's operations. The dwarves had devised intricate mechanisms powered by the stored energy they absorbed from the sun through specialized grids. Saber knew that by cutting off this source of power, he could plunge the clan into darkness, effectively creating the cover he needed to locate the clan heads. Moving silently and blending seamlessly with the dark corners, Saber made his way through the bustling corridors. The dwarves carried on with their daily routines, unaware of the shadowy figure weaving through their midst. Guards stood watch at strategic points, their eyes scanning for any signs of intrusion, but Saber's supernatural grace and stealth rendered him virtually invisible. Following his mental map of the clan's layout, Saber took advantage of hidden passages and secret stairwells, bypassing guard stations without a hint of detection. The air hummed with the energy of the dwarves' industriousness, yet Saber's presence remained concealed as he drew closer to his destination. Finally, after traversing a series of dimly lit corridors and descending a spiraling staircase, Saber reached the power room. The room was bathed in an eerie glow emanating from the intricate machinery and arrays of energy cells. With deliberate precision, he assessed the mechanisms and identified the crucial power source that needed to be severed. As Saber opened the door to the power room, he was greeted by a sight that left the dwarves inside utterly shocked. Their eyes widened in disbelief, and their voices caught in their throats as they beheld the unexpected intruder standing before them. "By the beards of our ancestors," one dwarf exclaimed, his voice tinged with fear and surprise. "What in hell is going on?" another dwarf stammered, struggling to comprehend the sudden intrusion. However, before they could gather their wits or raise the alarm, Saber sprang into action with inhuman speed and precision. With lightning-fast strikes, he incapacitated each dwarf, rendering them unconscious with swift and powerful blows. The room was filled with the thud of bodies hitting the floor, their futile attempts at resistance halted by the superior prowess of the elder vampire. The dwarves, known for their resilience and tenacity, stood no chance against Saber's supernatural abilities. His movements were a blur of speed and grace as he swiftly neutralized each dwarf with calculated strikes. The clash of his strikes against their bodies reverberated through the room, echoing the dominance of the intruder. Within moments, the power room fell into an eerie silence, disrupted only by the unconscious forms of the dwarves strewn across the floor. Saber stood amidst them, his chest rising and falling with controlled breaths, his eyes scanning the room for any signs of further disturbance. As Saber surveyed the power room, his gaze fell upon the intricate mechanism that powered the entire clan building. Golden tablets adorned the contraption, their engraved runes pulsating with energy. He knew that disabling this mechanism would not only plunge the room into darkness but also cut off the power supply to the entire building. With a resolute expression, Saber approached the mechanism, his movements graceful yet purposeful. He studied the interlocking gears, the delicate wiring, and the intricate channels that carried the energy. In a display of raw strength, he ripped apart a section of the mechanism, causing sparks to shower the room in a mesmerizing display. But disabling the mechanism entirely required more than just brute force. Saber drew upon his ancient knowledge and honed instincts to identify the vulnerable points within the system. With calculated precision, he unleashed a series of powerful punches, targeting specific junctions and conduits, severing their connections with resounding cracks. As each blow landed, the room trembled, echoing the impact of Saber's strikes. The once steady hum of energy faded into a dull silence, accompanied by the fading glow of the golden tablets. The power room, now marred by the wreckage of the disabled mechanism, was cast into darkness as the lights flickered and died. The power to the entire clan building had been severed, ensuring that Saber's presence would remain shrouded in shadows as he continued his mission. With the darkness as his ally, he would now navigate the vast halls and corridors, seeking out the clan heads and delivering the Dark Lord's ultimatum. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit chamber, a group of old dwarves gathered around a large oak table, their weathered faces illuminated by the soft glow of cigar embers. Wisps of smoke curled in the air as they deliberated on the best course of action to seize the opportunity presented by the destruction of the Guardian Guild. "We've been given a rare chance here, lads," one grizzled dwarf with a long white beard spoke with a deep, rumbling voice. "With the Guardians scattered, we can expand our influence and claim what's rightfully ours." "Aye," another dwarf chimed in, his voice tinged with a touch of greed. "The resources, the territories. It's all ripe for the taking. We must strike while the iron is hot." As they plotted and debated their next move, their grand hall suddenly flickered with an unsettling glow, causing the chandeliers above them to tremble before plunging into darkness. The room echoed with the grumbles and curses of the dwarves, their frustration palpable. "Blast those imbeciles in the power room," one dwarf growled, his hand pounding on the table. "How many times have we told them to keep the lights on?" Amidst their collective vexation, the heavy wooden doors of the chamber creaked open, revealing a figure standing in the threshold. Shadows danced upon the walls as the dim light from the hallway cast an ethereal glow upon the mysterious intruder. The dwarves squinted, their eyes adjusting to the darkness, and they vaguely made out the figure's silhouette, holding two other dwarves by the hand. The captives appeared unconscious, their forms limp and lifeless. "What in the depths is this?" one dwarf exclaimed, his voice filled with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. The figure stepped forward, revealing a tall and imposing presence. His gaze, piercing and intense, seemed to cut through the darkness. The dwarves' eyes widened with a mixture of surprise and unease as they recognized the figure as Saber, the enigmatic intruder. Saber's voice, dripping with quiet authority, broke the silence. "Gentlemen, it seems there has been a change of plans. The Dark Lord demands your attention." His tone held an undeniable weight, leaving the dwarves captivated by a mixture of fear and curiosity. The old dwarves exchanged uncertain glances, their minds racing to comprehend the sudden turn of events. They knew they stood in the presence of a formidable adversary, and their instincts warned them to tread cautiously. As Saber stood there, the captive still held in his grip, the grand hall remained enveloped in darkness. The flickering glow of extinguished candles and the lingering scent of cigar smoke filled the air, creating an atmosphere thick with anticipation. The dwarves, their voices momentarily silenced, awaited Saber's next move, unsure of what fate awaited them under the command of the Dark Lord's emissary. Chapter 985. Another great clan down. Saber strode confidently into the room, his eyes scanning the dwarves as he locked the door behind him. In response, the dwarves sprang into action, rushing to the side of the room where their weapons were kept. Each dwarf retrieved a formidable warhammer or war axe, weapons that were nearly as tall as they were. Their determined expressions masked the fear that flickered within their eyes, a fear they couldn't fully conceal. A faint chuckle escaped Saber's lips as he surveyed the sight before him. The image of these stout dwarves, with their long beards and sturdy frames, standing defiantly against him, amused him greatly. Yet, beneath his amusement, Saber could sense the deep-rooted apprehension that gripped the dwarves. They understood the overwhelming power he possessed, and it haunted their every thought. "What does the Dark Lord want?" one of the dwarf leaders spoke up, his voice laced with a mixture of defiance and desperation, hoping to delay the inevitable confrontation. But deep down, the dwarves knew there was no reinforcement that could match the might of this death angel sent by the Dark Lord. "You know what the Dark Lord wants, dwarves?" Saber replied, his voice carrying a chilling undertone. A devilish grin played upon his lips, as he relished the fear that washed over the dwarves. "The Dark Lord has given you 4 days to dismantle your clan. Should you choose to defy his will, you will witness the true extent of the Dark Lord's power." The dwarves trembled involuntarily, their minds unable to shake off the tales of the Dark Lord's devastation. They had heard the rumors, the accounts of how he effortlessly obliterated the Guardian Guild, an organization far superior to their own in terms of raw cultivation power. The dwarves had established their clan with the sole purpose of toppling the Elven Empress and her empire, never intending to engage the Dark Lord directly. They were fully aware of their own limitations when it came to facing such a formidable foe. However, the audacity of the Dark Lord's focus on their clan infuriated them, stoking a fiery determination within their hearts. Though fear and anger mingled within them, the dwarves understood that their options were limited. The choice before them was stark: dismantle their clan and potentially spare themselves from the Dark Lord's wrath, or defiantly challenge fate and face the full force of his fury. "Why the bloody hell is he targeting our clan? We haven't done a damn thing to provoke the Dark Lord," growled another dwarf, his frustration echoing through the hall. Saber, his hands clasped behind his back, began to pace slowly in a circle, his eyes fixed on the dwarves before him. The air crackled with tension as he spoke, his voice laced with a calm but undeniable authority. The Dark Lord has granted you 4 days for a reason. Understand this: the great 8 clans will all crumble under the weight of the Dark Lord's power, one way or another, Saber explained, his words carrying a weight of truth that settled upon the dwarves like a heavy burden. You dwarves are not foolish. You've heard the tales of what befell the Guardian Guild. No one is coming to save you. Spare yourselves the bloodshed and dismantle your clan. A silent understanding passed between the dwarves, their gazes meeting and reflecting the fear that simmered within each of them. They knew that survival and the opportunity to plot the downfall of the Elven Empire were of paramount importance. To foolishly face the wrath of the Dark Lord would be to seal their own demise. Is the Dark Lord targeting Gondolin as well? Questioned another dwarf, their curiosity momentarily breaking through the tense atmosphere. The dwarves' deep-rooted animosity towards the Elven Empire burned brightly, even in the face of their current predicament. He is, Saber replied, his voice tinged with a hint of indifference. But your primary concern should be your own fate, dwarves. The Dark Lord merely wishes for the dismantling of your clan. He won't impede your pursuit of vengeance against the elves. His aim is to eradicate the great 8 clans altogether. A contemplative silence settled over the room as the dwarves absorbed Saber's words. Their minds churned with thoughts of the looming threat, their hatred for the Elven Empire intertwined with the knowledge that the Dark Lord's power was not to be underestimated. The Dark Lord may think he's invincible, but mark my words, lad, he cannot win against the Sky Hall, spoke the oldest dwarf, his voice carrying a sense of wisdom acquired over countless years. Saber's laughter echoed through the hall, a sound filled with amusement and something far colder. Where was the Sky Hall when the Dark Lord decimated the Guardian Guild? If you expect the Sky Hall to come to your aid, you'll be sorely disappointed. Besides, his tone turned solemn, his words laden with an air of finality, the Dark Lord has already won. This is just maintenance. A mix of resignation and defiance flickered in the dwarves' eyes as they grappled with the harsh reality of their situation. The weight of their decision pressed heavily upon them, as they contemplated whether to dismantle their cherished clan or risk annihilation at the hands of the Dark Lord. The room fell into a heavy silence, broken only by the distant echoes of their own thoughts as they wrestled with the dire choices that lay before them. Can we trust the Dark Lord's word that he won't attack us once we dismantle the clan? Questioned the oldest dwarf, resignation etched into his weathered face. It seemed there was no escape from their current predicament. Saber's gaze remained steady as he locked eyes with the aged dwarf, his voice calm but laced with an underlying intensity. The Dark Lord is not one to break his word, dwarf. If he desired your destruction, it would have already been swift and merciless. Coming to a halt, Saber regarded the dwarves before him, their expressions a mix of trepidation and begrudging acceptance. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy as they contemplated their options and the inevitable sacrifices they would have to make. The Dark Lord has another request, dwarves, Saber continued, his voice carrying a note of calculation. He seeks access to the abundant mines and metal reserves you possess. He requires the necessary metals to forge armor for his growing army. I know that this proposition may appear burdensome, but consider it a small price to pay in the grand scheme of things. The oldest dwarf scoffed, a hint of frustration coloring his tone. So, he wants to extort us as well? Saber's silence spoke volumes, his deadly gaze fixated on the questioning dwarf. The air seemed to thicken with tension, causing the dwarf to wither under Saber's piercing stare. The others, realizing the gravity of the situation, exchanged uneasy glances and murmured in agreement. It seems we have little choice but to comply, another dwarf reluctantly admitted, voicing the sentiment shared by the rest of the clan. We can't stop you, but for the love of the mountain, don't clean us out entirely, added another dwarf, the frustration in his voice tinged with resignation. Saber's smile returned, though its edges held a touch of menace. Clapping his hands together, he exuded an air of twisted satisfaction. Now, if you would be so kind as to lead me to your vault, I will gather the necessary metals and leave you to make your fateful decision, Saber proclaimed, his voice carrying a mix of authority and a dark sense of finality. The dwarves led Saber to the center of the grand hall, where a round table stood adorned with various intricate carvings. Each dwarf removed a unique ring from their fingers, placing it carefully into a hollowed-out space in front of their seat. As the rings settled into their designated places, a brilliant glow emitted from each one, casting a radiant light across the room. To the astonishment of the dwarves, the round table split open with a low rumble, revealing a hidden staircase leading downward into the depths of the earth. The steps were hewn from sturdy stone, illuminated by soft torchlight that flickered eerily in the dimly lit underground path. With trepidation mingling with a glimmer of hope, the dwarves embarked on the descent, Saber following closely behind. His presence brought a modicum of reassurance as he spoke in a steady voice, attempting to calm their anxieties. "Fear not, dwarves. The Dark Lord does not covet your treasures. His focus lies on the metals needed for his army's armors and swords," Saber explained, his tone carrying a note of sincerity. The dwarves exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued as they navigated the winding path. One of the dwarves, his voice laden with concern, broke the silence. "We've heard rumors, tales of the Dark Lord taking many of our kin and forcing them to build his grand castle. Are these rumors true?" Saber's laughter rang through the cavernous space, bouncing off the stone walls. "Slaves, you say? Oh, how the rumors can twist and turn. Let me enlighten you, my dear dwarves. Those who have joined the Dark Lord's construction projects are far from being slaves. They receive a handsome sum of gold coins for their services every month, and their nights are filled with joyful drink parties." The dwarves stopped in their tracks, their eyes widening in disbelief. The notion that their kin were not mere slaves but rather well-compensated workers and revelers shook their preconceived notions. A moment of silence passed as they contemplated this revelation, their minds racing with newfound possibilities. "If what you say is true," one dwarf muttered, his voice tinged with uncertainty, "then there may be more to the Dark Lord than meets the eye." Saber nodded, a knowing smile playing upon his lips. "Indeed, dwarves. The Dark Lord's intentions may not align with what you've been led to believe. But for now, let us focus on the path ahead. We have metals to collect and decisions to make." The dwarves' curiosity burned brightly as they continued their descent, their questions still lingering in the air. Finally, unable to contain their inquisitiveness any longer, one of the dwarves spoke up. "Why is the Dark Lord going against the Sky Hall and the Great Eight clans? What is his end game?" The dwarf asked, his voice tinged with a mix of curiosity and concern. Saber, his eyes gleaming with a hint of understanding, turned to face the dwarf. "The Dark Lord is not so different from you dwarves, seeking revenge against the elves who stripped you of your cultivation power," he answered. "It was the Sky Hall and the Great Eight clans who instigated the conflict with the Dark Lord. He is merely defending himself and seeking justice." The dwarves exchanged knowing glances, a flicker of recognition dancing in their eyes. They had long carried the weight of their grievances against the elves, their desire for retribution simmering within their hearts. The revelation that the Dark Lord shared a similar motivation resonated with them on a deep level. Their descent through the underground path came to an end as they reached a massive iron vault, standing tall and imposing before them. The dwarves approached it with reverence, their hands moving in a rhythmic pattern as they tapped on the door. With each tap, the vault responded, its mechanisms whirring and clanking until at last, it swung open with a mighty creak. The sight that met their eyes was nothing short of breathtaking. The vault revealed its hidden treasures, glistening in the dim light. Gold and silver coins, precious gems, and magnificent artifacts adorned the shelves and gleamed from within ornate chests. The glimmer of the treasures cast a mesmerizing light upon Saber's face, illuminating the longing and determination etched upon his features. Chapter 986. Trista, Vampire Beauty. Meanwhile, Trista, the red-haired and alluring elder vampire, had arrived at the hidden island on the far side of the Azer continent. As she approached, the mist-shrouded island emerged from the depths of the vast ocean, revealing its mysterious and enigmatic presence. The island stood as a solitary fortress, its rugged cliffs jutting out defiantly against the crashing waves. Thick vegetation covered the land, intertwining with ancient ruins that spoke of a forgotten era. The air hung heavy with an otherworldly atmosphere, as if the island held secrets that yearned to be unraveled. Above the island, a couple of airships floated and hovered, their sails adorned with the golden insignia of the Guardian Guild, a bold G that symbolized protection and order. Trista's lips curled into a mocking smirk as she observed the oblivious guardians aboard the airships, unaware of the fate that had befallen their once revered guild. Little do they know, Trista snickered to herself, her voice filled with derision. Their precious Guardian Guild is no more. Soon they shall join their fallen comrades in the realm of the dead. With a graceful motion, Trista took to the air, effortlessly soaring above the island without the need for wings. Her eyes scanned the landscape below, alert for any potential dangers that might lie in wait. As she flew, Trista's keen senses detected a gathering of guardians near a group of miners. Intrigued, she descended closer, her crimson gaze fixated on the conversation unfolding among the guardians on the hovering ship. "I can't wait to return home," said a tall, muscular guardian with a scruffy beard, his armor gleaming in the sunlight. "This waiting game is getting boring. We need some action." A younger guardian, donning a sleek silver armor, nodded in agreement. "I heard rumors that the higher-ups are hiding something from us. And did you hear about the miner who killed himself? It's all because of this strange energy deposit they want us to unearth. It's driving people mad." Trista listened intently, her interest piqued. The mention of a powerful energy deposit and its effect on the miners intrigued her. The guardians themselves were unaware of the true nature of the task they had been assigned. With her crimson lips curling into a sly smile, Trista decided to delve deeper into this mystery. The unsuspecting guardians had unwittingly provided her with valuable information, and she intended to make the most of it. Hovering on the outskirts of the island, hidden amidst the mist, Trista plotted her next move. She knew that the strongest guardian on the island was merely at the soul refining stage, a stage below her own cultivation level, the fusion stage. This knowledge only fueled her confidence, knowing that she held a significant advantage. Trista's sudden landing on the deck sent shockwaves of panic and chaos through the unsuspecting guardians. Startled by her unexpected presence, they stumbled back, their eyes wide with disbelief and fear. The air crackled with tension as they beheld the seductive smile playing upon her lips, her eyes glistening with a cold, deadly intent. "Hello, boys," Trista greeted them, her voice laced with a hint of amusement. As her lips curled back, revealing her fangs, a collective gasp escaped the guardians. "Vampire," they whispered, their voices filled with both dread and awe. With a sly smile, Trista reassured them, her tone dripping with wicked charm. "Fear not, my dear guardians. I promise to make your deaths as painless as possible." The guardians hesitated, caught between the realization of facing a formidable opponent and the reluctance to surrender without a fight. Before they could come to a decision, Trista sprang into action, her movements a blur of grace and lethal precision. She descended upon them with a frenzy of unleashed power, tearing through their defenses like a predator unleashed upon its prey. Blood splattered across the deck as she rent apart their feeble resistance, each strike a symphony of destruction. Necks snapped with bone-chilling finality, their bodies crumpling lifelessly in her wake. The deck became a macabre tableau of carnage, strewn with the broken forms of once proud guardians. Trista stood amidst the wreckage, her red hair tumbling around her, drenched in the blood of her fallen foes. Her eyes gleamed with a mixture of triumph and hunger, her fangs stained crimson. Silence descended upon the deck, punctuated only by the soft lapping of waves against the airship. The guardians who had dared to challenge the darkness, now lay defeated, their hopes shattered and their lives extinguished. As Trista reveled in her victory, her smile vanished abruptly when a slight pain seared through her shoulder. An arrow had found its mark, penetrating her flesh. The wound did not deter her, but it ignited a cold fury within her. Slowly turning, Trista fixed her gaze upon the guardian who had managed to escape her initial onslaught. The sheer intensity of her killing intent radiated from her eyes, causing a wave of terror to wash over the guardian. His hands trembled as he notched another arrow, infused with golden arch energy. Desperation fueled his actions as he unleashed the arrow, hoping to halt the relentless vampire. But Trista was far from an easy prey. With lightning-quick reflexes, she snatched the arrow out of the air, her grip tightening around the shaft until it splintered in her grasp. A feral grin spread across Trista's face as she bared her fangs, a chilling display of her predatory nature. Without hesitation, she launched herself at the guardian with an unmatched speed, her movements blurred in a flurry of deadly grace. Seizing him by the throat, Trista sank her fangs deep into the exposed flesh of the guardian's neck. A surge of energy coursed through her as she fed upon his life force. With each passing second, the guardian's youth seemed to drain away, his once vibrant body withering into a desiccated husk. In a matter of mere moments, the guardian's life force was extinguished, leaving nothing but a mummified corpse in Trista's grasp. She released her grip, letting the lifeless form crumple to the deck, its vitality sucked dry. Trista wiped the remnants of blood from her lips, her eyes gleaming with a mix of satisfaction and hunger. The taste of the guardian's essence still lingered upon her tongue, fueling her power and lust for more. The deck now bore witness to the aftermath of yet another merciless display of Trista's deadly prowess. The fallen guardians lay strewn about, their bodies discarded and lifeless. Trista stood amidst the carnage, a figure of chilling elegance and unfathomable darkness. She surveyed her surroundings, her red hair cascading around her like a curtain of blood, as the mist-swathed island whispered secrets yet to be uncovered. Trista's wound on her shoulder mended itself with supernatural speed, a testament to her superior vampiric regeneration. As her body swiftly recovered, she ascended into the air, hovering above the hovering airship, her red hair billowing around her like flames in the wind. With a wave of her hand, she cast an ancient spell, its name lost to time, but its power unmistakable. A crimson mist rose from the fallen guardians, their lifeblood summoned by Trista's dark sorcery. The blood floated through the air, swirling and dancing as if guided by an invisible hand. It wove intricate patterns like an ethereal tapestry, and enveloped the giant warship below. The vessel became ensconced in a cloak of pulsating red, the blood wrapping around it like a macabre shroud. Trista's gaze turned downwards, her eyes piercing through the mist to behold the guardians on the island below. Their expressions shifted from shock to pure terror as they witnessed the blood-covered ship and the enigmatic figure floating above. Their minds raced, trying to comprehend the supernatural spectacle before them, but their fear overwhelmed any rational thought. With a mere flick of her wrist, Trista exercised her control over the blood that encased the ship. The crimson threads tightened their grip, constricting and twisting. The vessel, now transformed into a horrifying harbinger of doom, broke free from its moorings and hurtled through the air like a meteor descending from the heavens. The sight was both mesmerizing and horrifying. The ship, streaked in vivid crimson, bore down upon the island, its trajectory unstoppable. Guardians scattered in panic, their futile attempts to flee crushed by the impending cataclysm. The earth shook beneath their feet as the vessel crashed into the island, a cataclysmic collision that rent the air with a thunderous roar. The impact unleashed an inferno of destruction, splintering the once tranquil island into a landscape of chaos. Mountains crumbled, flames licked the sky, and the echoes of screams filled the air. The guardians who had dared to defy the darkness were now victims of their own hubris, their lives extinguished in a devastating display of otherworldly power. Trista's lips curled into a sinister smile as she surveyed the aftermath of destruction. "The Dark Lord will be pleased," she murmured, her voice dripping with satisfaction, "to learn that these guardians have met their demise." Descending from the sky, Trista set foot on the scorched earth of the island. The trees stood ablaze, their branches reaching out like fiery fingers. Splintered wood from the shattered airship lay strewn about, engulfed in flames that cast flickering shadows across the scene. The ground was littered with the fallen guardians, some lying lifeless while others writhed in agony, their groans of pain filling the air. Ignoring the wounded guardians, Trista's gaze locked onto the mouth of a nearby cave. With a surge of unnatural speed, she dashed towards it, her form disappearing into the darkness. The cave exuded an eerie atmosphere, its depths shrouded in an impenetrable blackness. Mining equipment lay discarded along the path, a testament to the island's previous occupants. As Trista ventured deeper into the cave, torchlight flickered in the distance, drawing the attention of some guardians who had taken shelter within its depths. They hurried towards her, their weapons at the ready, only to be met with a swift and merciless demise. Their necks snapped with bone-chilling finality, their bodies falling lifelessly to the ground. Pressing onward, Trista continued her solitary journey through the labyrinthine cave. Finally, she reached a cavernous opening, where a small ray of sunlight pierced through the ceiling, illuminating the scene below. Water trickled around the edges, forming a delicate, meandering stream. In the center of the chamber, encased within a cage of peculiar metal, crackled a pulsating ball of black energy. Ancient skeletons, weathered and desolate, lay scattered around it like forgotten guardians of the past. However, suddenly she heard a whisper in the air. A chill ran down Trista's spine as the soft whisper drifted through the air. "Release me," it cooed, its words laced with promises of immense power. Her head throbbed, the weight of the offer pressing upon her mind. Yet, she fought against the allure, knowing the consequences of succumbing to such temptation. With steely determination, Trista activated the earpiece nestled in her ear, connecting her with the Dark Lord. "I have found the energy deposit," she conveyed with urgency, her voice laced with a mix of excitement and caution. "But you must come quickly. There is something more, something dangerous." Unbeknownst to the world, the clash between the Dark Lord and the ancient evil marked just the beginning of a cataclysmic battle. This energy deposit, a relic of unimaginable power, was but a precursor to the Dark Lord's rise to dominance. However, little did he know that this ancient evil, born from the depths of time, had slumbered long before even the gods and omegas existed. As these dark forces collided, the world stood on the precipice of a new era, where the fate of all living beings would be shaped by the conflict between two unstoppable forces of darkness. Chapter 987. Michael joins the ancient Dark Queen. An hour later, Michael arrived at the cave, drawn by Trista's urgent call. As he stepped into the dimly lit cavern, a sense of foreboding washed over him, for the atmosphere was heavy with an overwhelming presence of dark energy. His eyes widened in surprise as he realized the magnitude of the evil lurking within the cave. "Trista," Michael said, his voice laced with a mixture of admiration and concern. "You have done well. It is time for you to leave this place." Trista, her red hair slightly disheveled and her eyes still gleaming with the remnants of her earlier bloodlust, nodded in acknowledgement. She understood the gravity of the situation and trusted Michael's judgment. Reluctantly, she turned and made her way toward the cave's entrance, leaving Michael to face the ancient evil alone. As Trista departed, Michael's presence seemed to repel the malevolent energy that permeated the air. It was as if he possessed an innate immunity to the darkness that filled the cave. Though he could feel its weight pressing upon him, his resolve remained unyielding. With a steady gaze, Michael took a step forward, ready to confront the ancient evil that dwelled within. The lattice whispering voice, now colder and filled with anger, resonated through the cave. "Break the iron shield and release me," it demanded, its tone laced with a sense of urgency and menace. "Or face the consequences." Michael, undeterred by the threatening voice, scoffed and let out a mocking chuckle. "You cannot threaten nor tempt me," he declared, his voice firm and unwavering. "I know of your origins, and how could you call yourself a queen when you are scattered and caged like this?" The voice grew more furious, echoing with a mixture of rage and frustration. "You puny human. You have no idea who you are talking to. I am the queen of all." Michael remained resolute, his eyes gleaming with a hint of defiance. "Your claims of power may have been true in the distant past, but now you are nothing more than a shadow of your former self. Your time has passed, and you shall remain sealed within this cage." To Michael's surprise, standing before him were the remnants of Mugashuka's master and the self-proclaimed ancient being known as the Queen. During his travels through different universes, he had come across tales of the Queen, a threat that loomed over all existence. However, Michael had chosen to disregard her, for her soul had been fragmented and scattered across countless dimensions. Though her forces tirelessly sought to reunite her soul fragments and restore her power, it would take many years. Michael had more immediate concerns to attend to, and he knew he lacked the strength to face even one of the Queen's generals, let alone the Queen herself. Finding himself alone with this remnant of the Queen, Michael saw an opportunity to manipulate the situation to his advantage. With a calm demeanor and a hint of amusement, he proposed, "Since we find ourselves in this isolated space, why don't we engage in a conversation and discover that we may share more in common than you realize?" The Queen's anger flared, her ancient presence seething with hostility. "You, a mere ant, dare to suggest such a thing? I should end your existence for your audacity," she retorted, her voice dripping with contempt. A sly smile played across Michael's lips as he further provoked the ancient being. "Listen to yourself. You who now yearns for the help of a mere ant to escape this cage. It seems you find yourself in this situation because you were too much of a bitch on your time," he taunted, purposefully igniting the Queen's fury. The Queen's rage intensified, her anger fueling her desire for revenge. But Michael remained unfazed, his demeanor unyielding and nonchalant. In this encounter, the balance of power tilted in his favor, and he reveled in his ability to manipulate and undermine the ancient being before him. "You should know that your General Mugashiku has sought my assistance in locating the dark energy crystals, which I suspect contain fragments of your own soul," Michael stated, his voice laced with a calculated confidence. The Queen's anger appeared to simmer down slightly upon hearing these words. Seizing the opportunity presented by the momentary lull, Michael continued to sway the Queen's disposition. In his mind, he weighed the possibility of joining forces with her, recognizing the potential for increased strength. Furthermore, he harbored a certain empathy for the Queen, as the world had labeled him as evil and dark, much like they had her. Until he could ascertain her true nature, he saw no harm in utilizing her power to his own advantage. Besides, even if he were convinced of her malevolence, he knew that his options were limited. It was a matter of utilizing her and her forces to further his own goals. "Very well, human. But let there be no mistake about who you are conversing with. While one fragment of my soul may be confined within this cage before you, countless others are not. Any of them possess the power to obliterate your very existence, the queen warned, her voice laced with a chilling authority. Understood, Michael responded, his tone tinged with a confident arrogance. You see, I am a god. Granted, perhaps a lesser deity compared to your esteemed presence, but a god nevertheless. The world and those who hold power in it brand those who possess great strength or wield unfamiliar powers as evil and dark. They labeled me as such and banished me to another universe. Do you now see why I suggested we might share something in common? With his words hanging in the air, Michael observed the queen, awaiting her response. The balance between their potential alliance and the inherent dangers of their association swayed delicately, leaving their future intertwined with uncertainty. Weaklings indeed fear power, while gods revel in it, crushing those who are beneath them. The feeble-minded call what they fear evil and dark. Regrettably, these pathetic fools have been allowed to grow and flourish, the queen replied, her tone dripping with disdain. Yes, never underestimate the power of stupidity when it gathers in great numbers. This is where we can mutually benefit. As I am preoccupied with dealing with these imbeciles, I am unable to locate more of your scattered soul pieces. However, if you aid me in becoming stronger as you have done with your generals, I can swiftly eradicate my enemies and expedite the search for your soul fragments, Michael proposed, his voice laced with calculated pragmatism. In response, the queen's laughter filled the cavern, an ominous sound that sent shivers down Michael's spine. The malicious echoes reverberated through the chamber, signifying an unsettling agreement. Human, do not assume that your attempts at manipulation escape my notice. I can read your thoughts as clearly as the light of day. Even the weakest fragment of my soul possesses the capability to annihilate your entire world in a matter of seconds. Yet, I perceive the potential benefits of utilizing you to further my own aims. Furthermore, I sense an ancient power dormant within you, the queen declared, her voice tinged with a hidden sense of intrigue. A chill coursed through Michael's being as he felt the probing gaze of the ancient being, a sensation that left him feeling exposed and vulnerable. I comprehend now why Mugeshiku chose you to locate my scattered soul pieces. This dormant power within you possesses the ability to fulfill that task. However, it remains dormant, choosing to hide from its predators. At its current stage, this power is incapable of defeating them. I can assist you in awakening this power for a limited duration in exchange for your pledge. The queen's words dripped with insidious intent and an icy aura of authority. What is it that you desire? Michael inquired, his voice filled with a mixture of caution and curiosity. What you behold here is not a mere fragment of my soul, but rather my energy infused with a fraction of my consciousness. I left it as a beacon to guide the way towards my other scattered soul fragments, despite being imprisoned by someone I hold utmost disdain for, the queen clarified, her voice resonating with a mix of bitterness and determination. And you wish for me to locate this soul fragment that your consciousness has discovered and deliver it to Mugeshiku, Michael surmised. Yes and no. It would be prudent for you to locate my soul piece, but instead of handing over the crystal that contains it to Mugeshiku, leave it within the place you refer to as the demon's grave, the queen commanded, her voice leaving no room for negotiation. The temptation to awaken the dormant system was too alluring for Michael to resist. He recognized the symbiotic relationship between himself and the system, realizing that if the queen could temporarily awaken the system, he could utilize the accumulated badass points to locate more hidden seeds of darkness and find a permanent solution to prevent the system from remaining offline. I can fulfill your request. You have my word, Michael pledged, his tone laced with a tinge of eagerness and caution. I care not for your words, human. Failure to uphold this agreement will result in the wrath of my minion, Mugeshiku. You would be wise to honor your promise, the queen warned, her voice chillingly devoid of mercy. Understood, Michael replied. A brief silence enveloped the cavern, broken only by the queen's voice as she continued to speak. Absorb my energy, and it shall awaken your dormant power, the queen commanded, her words carrying a commanding authority. Suddenly, a pulsating sensation surged through Michael's mind, a familiar hum signaling the reawakening of the system. To his surprise and elation, he heard the long-lost voice of the system once again. System rebooting? Unknown power has overridden safe mode. Energy absorption has commenced. The queen's voice echoed with a commanding tone as she issued her next instruction. Destroy the cage, human. Break the constraints that hold my energy captive, she commanded, her words laced with a mix of authority and anticipation. Michael's instincts compelled him to obey, his mind filled with a surge of dark energy. Beams of darkness shot forth from his eyes, their intensity growing with each passing moment. With a tremendous burst of power, the beams struck the metal cage, shattering it into countless fragments. The once imprisoned energy, now liberated, radiated with a strange aura, as if undergoing a transformation. If the system had remained offline and silent, Michael's initial instinct would have been to exercise caution and avoid breaking the cage that held the Queen's energy. His analytical mind would have evaluated the potential risks and consequences of such an action. However, the awakening of the system introduced a new element into the equation. Its whispered guidance and subtle influence, coupled with Michael's trust in its judgment, shifted his perspective. The system's suggestion to break the cage and absorb the energy resonated with his deepest instincts, convincing him that it was a necessary and advantageous course of action. In this symbiotic relationship between man and system, their combined instincts and the whispered promises of power led Michael to make the fateful decision to shatter the cage and embrace the Queen's energy. As the shattered fragments of the cage fell to the ground, the released energy began to manifest itself in a peculiar manner. It swirled and twisted, coalescing into intricate patterns and symbols that danced in the air around Michael. The energy seemed to be drawn towards him, and a powerful force drew it inward. Within Michael's being, the system that had lain dormant for what felt like an eternity greedily absorbed the newfound energy. It crackled and surged, merging with the dark sliver of energy that had once been the Queen's. The merging of the two forces produced an otherworldly glow, as if a cosmic exchange was occurring within Michael's very core. With each passing moment, the dark sliver of energy dissipated, vanishing into Michael's body. The absorption completed, the once dormant system hummed with renewed vigor, intertwining with the latent power that had been awakened. Michael's senses sharpened, his veins pulsating with a newfound strength, as if the amalgamation of dark energy and system had forged him into something beyond human. As the final remnants of the Queen's energy vanished, Michael stood before the radiant aftermath of the cage's destruction, a transformation evident in his eyes. Chapter 988. The system is back online. System online. The system will go offline in 1 hour. As the system came back online, its familiar voice echoed within Michael's mind, bringing a sense of reassurance and excitement. "I'm glad to have you back, system," he whispered. With the system's return, Michael knew he had a powerful tool at his disposal, one that could aid him in his quest for the seeds of darkness. "I need to know where to find more seeds of darkness," Michael stated, his voice filled with determination. The system's response was swift and concise. "To locate all the seeds of darkness, a total of 5 million badass points is required. Once the points are paid, I will provide you with a comprehensive map containing their locations." Michael paused for a moment, considering the significance of the task at hand. He had worked tirelessly to accumulate his badass points, and now they would be put to the ultimate test. With a resolute nod, he replied, "Agreed, points deducted. Transfer complete. Map containing the locations of the seeds of darkness has been added to your system storage." A surge of satisfaction coursed through Michael's veins as he felt the weight of the task ahead. The map would be his guide, leading him to the hidden sources of power and darkness. "And system, do you recall the Phoenix project we previously discussed? It seems that the time has come for its completion," Michael remarked, his voice tinged with a hint of anticipation. "Although I hope it won't be necessary, I have a feeling that I might need it soon. The system is capable of completing the Phoenix project, but a total of 10 million badass points is required for its execution." "Consider it done," Michael responded without hesitation. With the system fully operational, even if only for an hour, he wasted no time in setting his plans into motion, carefully orchestrating the unfolding events and preparing the stage for the imminent battles that lay ahead. After returning from the cave, Michael entered his forge in the Demon's Grave, where the metal he required from Saber was waiting for him. The flickering flames of the forge cast eerie shadows on the walls, creating an atmosphere of anticipation. He approached the workbench and carefully retrieved the parchment where he had sketched the designs for his armor and Gaia's armor. Unfolding the parchment, Michael studied the intricate details of each piece, envisioning how they would come to life. He knew that the completion of his armor required not only skill but also the finest metals. With the system back online, it had provided him with a comprehensive list of suitable metals, thanks to the information he had received from Saber. However, as he reviewed the list, Michael realized that his priorities had shifted. He had spent a significant amount of his accumulated badass points on life-saving backup plans and crucial resources that were more important than obtaining the dark or for his armor. The cost of acquiring the dark or through badass points exceeded the remaining points he possessed. Undeterred by this setback, Michael made a decision. He would proceed with forging his armor using the worldly metals available to him, knowing that the expertise of a skilled blacksmith like himself could still create a formidable piece of equipment. He would reserve the option to upgrade the armor with the dark or in the future once he had accumulated the necessary points or discovered alternative means of obtaining it. With resolute determination, Michael began gathering the required materials, carefully selecting the metals that possessed the desired properties and strength. Igniting the forge with a wave of his hand, he set the temperature to the perfect level, allowing the metals to heat and soften. As the flames danced and the heat intensified, Michael wielded his hammer with practiced precision, shaping the metals according to the design he had sketched. Each strike echoed through the forge, resonating with his unwavering determination. Hours turned into days as Michael tirelessly worked on his armor, meticulously crafting each piece with unwavering attention to detail. The clang of metal against metal filled the air, harmonizing with the rhythmic beating of his heart. With every strike, he poured his essence into the creation, infusing the armor with his dark energy. Throughout the forging process, thoughts of Gaia lingered in Michael's mind. He knew he had to fashion armor worthy of his soon-to-be wife, a reflection of her strength and beauty. He took a moment to sketch the design for Gaia's armor, ensuring that it complemented his own while also capturing her essence. After a long day of forging, Aladir entered the forge, his eyes filled with concern. He couldn't help but worry about Michael, who seemed completely engrossed in his work, oblivious to the impending wedding day. As Aladir stepped into the dimly lit forge, his gaze fell upon two tall figures shrouded in dark cloth, piquing his curiosity. "My lord, your wedding is tomorrow. You should get some rest and prepare for the big day," Aladir gently reminded Michael, hoping to draw his attention away from the forge. Michael's face lit up with excitement as he turned to face Aladir. With anticipation in his voice, he exclaimed, "Ah, Aladir, you've arrived at the perfect time." As Aladir's eyes fell upon the draped figures, Michael approached them, his movements filled with a sense of pride and accomplishment. Slowly and deliberately, he removed the black cloth, revealing the two awe-inspiring armors he had forged. The first armor, crafted according to Michael's sketch, emanated an intimidating presence. The chest plate, adorned with a fearsome skull, had crimson eyes that seemed to exude an aura of menacing power. Gone was the need for a mask as the armor covered Michael's entire body from neck to toe. Metallic wings, seamlessly integrated into the armor's structure, caught the light with a reflective gleam, hinting at their immense strength. These wings bestowed upon him the ability to defy gravity, enabling him to navigate treacherous environments such as the perilous Demon's Grave. The armor incorporated various powerful tools, including the APD Mark III grappling hook and the versatile Olympus. A spraying mechanism on his palm provided him with the means to release potent toxins and poisons when necessary. What delighted him most, however, was the ingenious face cloak system he had devised. With a simple activation, a menacing skull mask concealed his face, offering protection in underwater settings or when he required additional shielding for his head. Majestic capes billowed regally when the wings were closed, and sword sheaths adorned his back, allowing easy access to his trusted blades. Strategically placed slots around his waist were designed to hold an array of gadgets and tools, ensuring he was prepared for any battle that lay ahead. Besides Michael's armor stood Gaia's counterpart, an identical ensemble with slight alterations to accommodate her feminine form. The breastplate was meticulously shaped to fit her curves, while an intricate engraving of a cobra graced the center of the skull emblem. The armor, predominantly black, featured silver and red linings along the edges, accentuating its dark allure. Just like Michael's, Gaia's armor possessed the metallic black wings that promised flight and freedom. The surface of the armor shimmered, its sheen reflecting the forge's flickering flames, while an air of terror emanated from its terrifying appearance. Aladir stood in awe, beholding the magnificent armors that Michael had created. The craftsmanship, attention to detail, and sheer power exuded from them left him speechless. It was clear that these armors were not mere tools for battle but embodiments of Michael and Gaia's journey, their devotion to each other, and the darkness that coursed through their veins. In that moment, Aladir understood that Michael's commitment to forging the perfect armors had a profound significance beyond their physical form. They represented their unity, their unyielding determination to face whatever challenges awaited them as a couple. "Eladir, please see to it that these armors are delivered to the Phoenix Project," Michael instructed as he turned to leave the forge. "I think it's time for me to freshen up. The scent of metal and fire clings to me." With that, Michael strode out of the forge, the weight of his responsibilities temporarily lifted from his shoulders. Leaving the castle behind, he made his way towards a nearby waterfall, a place of tranquility where he could cleanse both his body and mind. The anticipation of the upcoming wedding filled his thoughts, and even though Eve had kept the location a secret, he had full confidence in Saber and the elder vampires to ensure its security. As the cascading water enveloped him, washing away the remnants of soot and sweat, Michael allowed himself a moment of respite. The cool mist embraced him, rejuvenating his spirit and sharpening his focus. Being the Dark Lord, the most formidable entity in the world, he knew that his presence alone was often enough to deter any potential threats. Yet, he remained vigilant, understanding the importance of the occasion and the need for meticulous preparations. As the water fell gracefully around him, Michael contemplated the path he had walked, the battles fought, and the sacrifices made to reach this momentous day. He couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude for the loyal comrades who had stood by his side, each playing an integral role in his journey. Their unwavering support had brought him to the precipice of this joyous union with Gaia, and for that he was truly grateful. Emerging from the waterfall, his body refreshed and his mind clear, Michael made his way back to the castle. As he approached, he could sense the energy and excitement building in the air. The grandeur of the occasion was palpable, and he was ready to embrace the celebration of love that awaited him. With his armor forged, his subordinates handling the necessary arrangements, and his heart filled with anticipation, Michael stepped into the castle, ready to embark on the next chapter of his extraordinary life. While Michael was preparing for his big day, Dagon stepped into the temple of the god of darkness in the realm of gods. A foreboding atmosphere enveloped him. The chamber was shrouded in darkness, lit only by a few candles that burned with an eerie blue light. Shadows danced along the ancient stone walls, casting twisted silhouettes upon the cold floor. At the far end of the temple stood a colossal statue, a depiction of the god of darkness himself, Michael. The temple's worshippers, devout followers of the god of darkness, lay scattered and unconscious, felled by Dagon's minions who had swiftly subdued them. Silence hung heavy in the air, broken only by Dagon's echoing footsteps as he advanced toward the towering statue. As he reached the base, Dagon extended his hand, his fingertips grazing the cool surface of the obsidian figure. To his astonishment, the statue quivered beneath his touch as if infused with a surge of life. A hidden compartment, previously concealed beneath the statue's feet, creaked open, revealing a small black box made of a mysterious, shimmering metal. A golden light radiated from within, casting an ethereal glow upon Dagon's face. "Graces of gods," Dagon mumbled in awe, his eyes fixed on the radiant box. With trembling hands, he carefully lifted the precious artifact from its resting place. His gaze flickered up to meet the unyielding gaze of the statue above him, his lips curling into a wicked grin. "Let the battle begin," Dagon declared, his voice laced with anticipation. With a decisive motion, he opened the black box and a flurry of sparkling lights burst forth, darting through the air before vanishing into the shadows beyond the temple's boundaries. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.